So good afternoon. I have an announcement for you on hospital funding as appropriated in the third phase of coronavirus relief. The Trump administration will distribute a total of $12 billion in provider relief fund payments to 395 hospitals across the country that have been hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. These hospitals have collectively cared for over 70% of the 184,000 Americans that required hospital inpatient care. $10 billion of the $12 billion will go towards hospitals treating 100 or more COVID-19 admissions. HHS is distributing an additional $2 billion to these 395 hospitals in proportion to the amount of care they provide to low-income and uninsured patients. This is consistent with our effort to ensure that Americans who need federal government assistance the most receive it. We'll be releasing a breakdown of the states receiving this funding and the counties receiving this funding, but for your awareness, New York, New Jersey, and Illinois receive the most funding by state, while New York, Bronx, New York, and Cook, Illinois receive the most funding by county as determined by our metrics. Our healthcare providers, as President Trump has repeatedly acknowledged, are our heroes as we work to defeat the invisible enemy. This relief funding will help these heroes defeat this virus. In reacting to CARES relief, I love what this one provider said. He said, thank you and God for this relief. I have tears in my eyes out of gratitude for these funds. Thank you so, so, so much. Additionally, 100 flights as part of Project Airbridge have been completed to date. These flights have expedited nearly 1 billion pieces of PPE for our healthcare heroes. The third phase of coronavirus relief also included $320 billion in additional funding for the Paycheck Protection Program, which, as you all know, provides forgivable loans to small businesses in order to keep their employees on payroll. This program has been extraordinarily successful. During the first round of PPP loans, 1.6 million loans were issued to small businesses. Of those 1.6 million loans, 1 million of them were given to companies with 10 or fewer employees. So it has gone to small businesses and businesses that need it most. But the PPP, look, it's not just another government program. This is supporting everyday Americans who, through no fault of their own, have found themselves in this predicament. We saw this firsthand at the White House on Tuesday. On Tuesday, President Trump welcomed small business owners and employees to the White House. These small businesses received PPP loans, which helped them pay their employees during the pandemic. Biddy & Bose was among the small businesses welcomed to the White House. Biddy & Bose employs 120 people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. It's a coffee shop not too far away from here. Biddy & Bose had to temporarily close its doors, but because of PPP loans, Biddy & Bose was able to rehire all of its employees. I had the real honor of getting to meet Michael Hoyp. He's one of the employees at Biddy & Bose, and he offered some words of encouragement to our country, and they really touched my heart, and I think they'll touch the heart of America, if you guys wouldn't mind playing those remarks.
You, President Trump and Ivanka, thanks a lot for inviting us. Thank you, Mr. President, for having us. I love my job, and I am excited about going back to work. At Biddy & Bose, we like to use the phrase called not broken. That means me and all my amazing coworkers are not broken, and we have lots to offer. I know the great country of the United States isn't broken either. So on behalf of myself, Megan and Amy and all the employees of Biddy & Bose, thank you for inviting us over. You guys are a family. Love you guys.
Michael's an incredible young man. I gave him a call yesterday and asked him what he was up to, and he said he and his fellow employees were literally handwriting notes to put in with their coffee packages that they send out to consumers. I received one of these notes from another company, and it really does put a smile on your face, and Michael's doing that each and every day. And Biddy & Bose, they represent the hope and opportunity that is on the horizon for America's workers, as their business embodies the American spirit. Workers like Michael show that this country is not broken and that we will recover together. Michael, thank you. You're an American hero. Thank you for sharing that message of hope. And with that, I'll take questions. John.
Kayleigh, if I could, welcome to the podium for the first time.
Thank you.
As well. The markets are down substantially today after the president yesterday suggested in the East Room that he might use tariffs to punish China over the coronavirus. Is there any serious consideration being given to putting new tariffs on China, or was the president just spitballing yesterday?
Look, I won't get ahead of any announcements from the president, but I will echo the president's displeasure with China. It's no secret that China mishandled this situation. Just a few examples for you. They did not share the genetic sequence until a professor in Shanghai did so on his own the very next day. China shut down his lab for, quote, rectification. They slow-walked information on human-to-human transmission alongside the World Health Organization and didn't let U.S. investigators in at a very important time. So we take displeasure with China's actions, but I certainly won't get ahead of the president with those announcements.
Is the president seriously considering forcing China to pay some sort of compensation, reparations, whatever word you want to put on it?
Again, when it comes to retaliatory measures, I will not get ahead of the president on that.
Thank you, Kayleigh, and welcome to the podium as well. The president said yesterday that he has a high degree of confidence that the coronavirus originated in a lab in Wuhan, China, and yet his own intelligence agencies say they're still investigating. So does the president have information, and has he drawn a conclusion that the intelligence community has not yet?
Look, the president's statement is consistent with the other intelligence assessments. While we continue to have very limited and dubious data from China, current assessments indicated that President Trump's statement is consistent with what some analysts believe is the epicenter of where the virus began. And I would note that intelligence statement you're referring to really made 2 points. One, that this virus originated in China. Two, that it began through contact with infected animals or was the result of an accident at a laboratory in Wuhan. So I consider that consistent with what the president said, that he's seen intelligence suggesting it could be in the Wuhan laboratory.
Yes. Seem to lean into the idea that this started in a laboratory, whereas the statement that we saw from the DNI said we're still investigating those two options that you just laid out. Is the president in any way creating mixed messaging by not saying we're still investigating?
No, let me remind everyone, intelligence is just an estimate essentially, and it's up to policymakers to decide what to do with that intelligence. In this case, the policymaker is the president of the United States, and he'll make that decision at the right time.
Is the president any close to deciding what to do about China? Has he received any recommendations of the consequences? Is he anywhere near a decision?
Look, again, I won't get ahead of the president's decision or the timing of that decision, but he takes this very seriously because the decisions of China that I referenced, slow-walking some of that information, put American lives at risk. And rest assured, this president has one priority, and that is the safety and the well-being of American lives.
Thanks so much, Kayleigh. Welcome. Since it's been more than 100 days since the press secretary stood up there, I wanted to get a better sense of what your plan is. Are you planning to do these on a daily basis at this point? And also, will you pledge never to lie to us from that podium?
I will never lie to you. You have my word on that. As to the timing of the briefings, we do plan to do them. I will announce timing of that forthcoming, but we do plan to continue these.
John?
Welcome to the podium. A question for you on Project Warp Speed. Can you give us some more details? The president said ultimately he's in charge of this project, but will there be a day-to-day point person on this? What's the budget for this project, and when can the American people realistically expect that there will be a vaccine available to everybody?
Well, there is a day-to-day point person, and that's the President of the United States, President Trump. And with regard to vaccines, I would note the words of Dr. Fauci, which are these: going into a phase 1 trial within 3 months of getting the sequence is unquestionable, the world indoor record. Nothing has ever gone this fast. So what the president is doing, and under the president's leadership, we're in phase 1 faster than ever before, according to Dr. Fauci, and that should encourage the American people.
In the budget, and then there's really no other point person. I mean, I know the president ultimately, I guess the buck stops with the president, but he hasn't put somebody on the staff.
I'm not going to get into any details as to exactly how that works, but just rest assured we're on an accelerated pace to a vaccine, at least for this phase 1 portion of clinical trial.
The budget question?
Thanks. The Fed yesterday took an action that appeared designed to allow oil companies to access their lending facilities. So I'm wondering if the president has spoken to Chairman Powell about this, if he's happy about the move, and if the White House is considering any additional assistance to oil companies.
So I won't get into the president's personal discussions, but I would just note that the president is always looking out for the nearly 11 million American workers in the oil industry. I would also note that we're filling the Strategic Petroleum Reserve right now, and we'll buy 75 million barrels. So that's the only announcements I have on the oil front today. Yes, Halu.
Thank you, Kayleigh. The president tweeted this morning about the protests in Michigan. He essentially said that the governor of Michigan should work with the protesters. He called them very good people and said that they are very angry. Some of those protests, I'm sure you saw, included heavily armed protesters, members of militia groups. I wonder if the president was speaking about those specific members who stormed the Capitol in Michigan when he talked about very good people.
Look, the president was referencing generally that in this country you have a First Amendment right to protest. I think that's something we all treasure here, and we should, rightfully. You have a right to do that constitutionally, but you must protest within the bounds of the law. He encourages everyone to protest lawfully, and also to engage in our social distancing guidelines, which we think all Americans should engage in.
Do you have any response to just the imagery of people with long guns essentially storming the Capitol, going into face-offs with police officers, and intimidating in some way some of the lawmakers?
Again, the president says that we must protest lawfully and act within the bounds of the law. Yes.
Thank you for being here. When the president says we did a spectacular job, or when Jared Kushner talks about a great success story, some Americans see it as a lack of empathy. Do you understand their reaction?
Look, Jared Kushner has, first of all, done a great job for this administration. And what I would say to that is that when he talked about a success story, he was talking about the story of this administration, which is a story of mobilization for the American people, the greatest mobilization of American industry since World War II. Of course, we grieve for every American life that has been lost, but we want the American people to be confident in the response of this administration, and that is what he was referring to. The fact that in the average year, the healthcare industry uses 25 million N95 masks, and we have delivered in this short time 75 million N95 masks, more than 3 times what the healthcare sector uses in a year. That's extraordinary. It's extraordinary that some in the media were saying that we needed 1 million ventilators, and this president we've needed far short of that so far. Not a single American has died for lack of a ventilator, and the fact that this president can look the American people in the eye and say, I am producing 100,000 ventilators this year alongside the private sector. 100,000 ventilators, that's 3 times what we produce in the average year. I'd consider that a great success on behalf of the American people.
I guess it's more about the tone than the policy itself.
We want to give the American people confidence that they have a federal government that is doing everything in our power to provide the necessary equipment to combat this invisible enemy. We grieve for the American lives. We've said that repeatedly. I will echo that today. My heart breaks for those. I pray regularly for those who are affected by the coronavirus. But we're going to give confidence to the American people that you have a federal government under President Donald Trump that's going to step up and give the greatest mobilization of the private sector since World War II.
Yes. Thank you so much, Kayleigh. Thanks for being here. President Trump mentioned the situation in Brazil a few times this week. Besides talks of cutting off flights from Brazil, are there talks of, in terms of sending assistance to Brazil, sending PPE or ventilators to Brazil? And is President Trump planning to talk with President Bolsonaro?
Well, the president has mentioned that he has sent ventilators around the world. Any excess supply, we certainly look to help other countries. But, in terms of a specific announcement regarding Brazil, I don't have any new information for you on that front today.
Yeah, Kayleigh, welcome. One of the most important parts of your job, though, is to have access to the president. Can you give us some indication that since you've been named press secretary, what kind of access do you have to the president to get what he's thinking and relay it to us?
Yeah, I can tell you this. I'm around the president almost the entire day. I was just with him before I left to come out and speak with you guys. I think my staff can attest to the fact that they have a very hard time finding me because I'm normally with the president in the Oval Office. So I'm consistently with him, absorbing his thinking, and it's my mission to bring you the mindset of the president, deliver those facts so this president gets fair and accurate reporting and the American people get fair and accurate information. Yeah.
Thanks, Kayleigh. Just following up on Kristen's question, China's blocking the World Health Organization from coming in and investigating how this started. Shouldn't external investigators be allowed into Wuhan to determine, 1, how the pandemic started, and 2, maybe a way that we could expedite finding a cure for this thing?
Look, there's no secret that China stopped U.S. investigators from coming in. It was of paramount importance that we got into China in an expedited fashion, and that didn't happen. With respect to the World Health Organization, they have some questions of their own to answer. The United States, as the president has emphasized, provides about $400 million to $500 million per year to the WHO, compared to China at roughly $40 million a year. But yet the WHO appears to have a very clear China bias. I mean, you look at this timeline, and it's really damning for the WHO when you consider the fact that on December 31st, you had Taiwanese officials warning about human-to-human transmission. The WHO did not make that public. On January 9th, the WHO repeated China's claim that the virus, quote, does not transmit readily between people. That was quite apparently false. On January 14th, the WHO again repeated China's talking points about no human-to-human transmission. They praised China's leadership on the 22nd of January. On the 23rd, they said, and this is incredible, the pandemic didn't represent a public health emergency of international concern. And even on February 29th, you had the WHO saying that when the coronavirus was spreading around the world, they chose to put political correctness first by opposing life-saving travel restrictions. The travel restrictions this president put in place, the travel restrictions that Dr. Fauci praised as saving lives. And you have the World Health Organization opposing a measure that saved American lives. That's unacceptable, especially at a time when the U.S. was providing $400 to $500 million. John.
Kayleigh, this time last week, the president was saying that he was not happy with Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp for beginning the reopening process in the way that he was at the time that he was. A week later, there have been some peaks and valleys in new cases in Georgia, but overall the trend line is down. Do you know what the president's thinking about the Georgia reopening is as of today?
Look, the president is resolute in saying that the states take the lead here. It's the decision of governors to decide what is best for their state. That being said, I talked to the experts. I talked to Dr. Birx. I talked to Dr. Fauci, and they say, rightfully so, this president has always sided on the side of data, which is why he encourages all states to follow the data-driven guidelines to reopening. All states from Georgia on down the line should follow those guidelines, but ultimately it is the decision of the states. And one note I would make about the president, in times of national emergency, we seem to have had a trend in this country where presidents aggregate power at the federal level, but this president has devolved power. He's invested in a principle that I cherish, and I know many others do, which is federalism, and I think that was the right decision.
Has he mentioned how he feels about Governor Kemp in the last few days?
I have not spoken to him about Governor Kemp in the last few days.
As the on the lines of reopening, as the president pushes forward to reopen the country, does that mean he'll be campaigning in those states where that will be reopening?
So I would refer you to the Trump campaign on that question. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for being here, Kayleigh. You mentioned Dr. Fauci a minute ago. Are we going to have any more press briefings with Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx and the health experts, or is the White House kind of shifting the message to focus more on the economy and less on the public health aspect?
Well, let me back up and talk to you a little bit about how we approach disseminating information. When I talk with my colleague Alyssa and we plan out the communication strategy for this White House along with the president and Ben as well, what we do is we say, what is the best mode for the public to receive this information at this time? And we allow the news cycle and the needs of the American people to guide us. And, at the moment, what we see happening, and I hinted at this in my gaggle last week, is you have 35 states, and probably more at this point, with plans to reopen the country. Americans are looking to reopening the country. We've had Dr. Birx in several events this week. They've been Dr. Birx and Fauci out on the airwaves. They're really incredible people and have done a great service for this country, but we allow the news of the day to guide us, what the American people need to hear. And right now we're in a reopening phase, which is why you've seen the president this week with CEOs, you've seen him with small business owners, with small business employees, today with some great heroes that have emerged from this pandemic and have done a lot of the hard work. So every day we approach this as, how can we disseminate this information? There's a need for information, which is why I'm here, supplementing the efforts of this president to get the message out. I would also note he's the most accessible president in history. Took questions twice yesterday, twice the day before. You hear from him quite often, as well as our medical experts.
So is the task force still meeting? I guess what's the role of the coronavirus task force? We still have hundreds of people a day are dying. So what role does the task force have versus the economic advisory groups?
Yeah, the task force meets regularly. I go to those meetings. I hear them. Dr. Birx, I should say, is meticulously reviewing the data in granular detail. I watch them spend sometimes the upwards of 2 hours in these task force briefings. So those are still ongoing. Rest assured, we want a safe reopening. So we are prioritizing the health of the American people, as well as looking forward to reopening this country.
Yes, thank you, Kayleigh. Back to the DNI statement from yesterday, there is a quote that I'd like you to give me a response to. It said, the intelligence community also concurs with the wide scientific consensus that the COVID-19 virus was not man-made or genetically modified. This was from the DNI statement. How do you see this statement? How do you understand this? And also there was a piece in the New York Times that said senior Trump administration officials have pushed intelligence agencies to hunt for evidence to support the theory that COVID-19 was made in a Wuhan laboratory.
I can assure you that no one is pressing the intelligence community to come to a determination. The intelligence community statement stands. It's in perfect concert with what the president said. So, I encourage the media to convey the facts to the American people, which is that we're in line as an administration and we stand by the intelligence community, and that is in complete concert with what the president said yesterday. See, who haven't I gotten to? Oh, I've gotten to almost everyone. Okay, so we're in round 2. That's great. Yes.
Thank you. Today, former Vice President Joe Biden denied allegations of sexual misconduct against him. Does President Trump take him at his word, given that, as the president has said, he has denied allegations against himself?
Well, what I would say is that we are pleased that the former vice president has decided to go on the record. It took him less than, 16 hours to follow the advice of the president of the United States and come out and publicly address those claims. So, we're glad to see that he's on the record on this.
Let me just ask you about something the president said moments ago in an interview. He said that Tara Reade is, quote, far more compelling than anything they had with respect to Brett Kavanaugh. What did he mean by that? What is more compelling?
That's the president's assessment, so I would point you back to his words. I think it was a grave miscarriage of justice, what happened with Justice Brett Kavanaugh. There's no need for me to bring up some of the salacious, awful, and verifiably false allegations that were made against Justice Kavanaugh. That was an embarrassment for the Democrat Party to have dragged the name of a very respectable man through the mud like that. So I'll leave it at that.
Yes, Kayleigh, as the radio pooler, I'm asking this on behalf of our colleague. There's word the decision to release Michael Cohen from prison to home confinement due to COVID-19 has been reversed. Did the White House directly or indirectly intervene here?
No. So absolutely not, I would say there. But I am glad that you brought up justice, and because, look, there's, again, a case of injustice that is yet to be brought up today, but I certainly would like to bring it up, and that's the case of General Michael Flynn. What we've all learned from that should scare every American citizen. The fact that you had Jim Comey admitting in December of last year that he violated a protocol by directing agents to confront Flynn, something that he would not, quote, have gotten away with under previous administrations. The FBI told Flynn he didn't need a lawyer when they came to meet with him. McCabe told FBI agents that he didn't think Flynn was lying. And then all of that information we've learned over the last few months and years culminates in the fact that we have a handwritten FBI note that says, quote, we need to get Flynn to lie, quote, and get him fired. There was an unfair target on the back of General Michael Flynn. It should concern every American anytime there's a partisan pursuit of an individual, and that's certainly, at least those questions are raised with regard to General Michael Flynn, an honorable man who served his country. John.
Yeah, Kayleigh, on that, when the president fired Michael Flynn, he said he was doing so because he had lied to the vice president and he had lied to the FBI. So, given all that you've just said, isn't it still true? Doesn't the president still believe that Michael Flynn lied to Vice President Pence and lied to the FBI?
Well, first, let me address that. Vice President Pence is on the record about this. He said he's inclined to believe that Flynn did not intentionally mislead him. And I guess I would turn the question on you and just ask, does it trouble you that the FBI said, we got to get Flynn to lie? Doesn't that trouble you as a journalist? And not only that, as an American citizen?
Well, it's certainly something worth reporting. It's not my job to say whether or not it's troubling. But the bottom line is the president said point blank that Flynn lied to the FBI and to the vice president. And I'm just asking a very direct question. Does he still believe that Michael Flynn lied to the FBI and lied to the vice president?
And again, I'd point you to the vice president's statement that he's inclined to believe that Flynn did not intentionally mislead him. And I'm asking back that all of you in your coverage endeavor to report what is a very scary story when the FBI is saying, let us get someone to lie. I've seen very scant coverage of that. It's a story worth reporting and a story that I hope the American people, if you haven't heard it yet, are getting to hear for the very first time.
Chanel? I think he lied still.
Thank you, Secretary McEnany. Going back to the South China Sea, we had an issue come up this morning where you had the USS Barry crossing international maritime waters, and then this is in the South China Sea, and Chinese officials are saying that this will be a dead-end endeavor. Has the president spoken with any side on the Chinese as far as what the United States is going to continue doing? Is the U.S. Navy going to just ignore these threats and keep going through these international waters? What are your responses to China's increasing aggression in the South China Sea again?
Yeah, I have no news to report as to the president's conversations, and for the specifics of that, I would redirect you to the NSC. Yeah.
Thanks. In the same podcast interview, the president said that Democrats would, quote, have to give us a lot for aid to states. I'm wondering if you have any idea of what specifically the White House or the president is asking for, and secondly, what you'd say to somebody like Governor Cuomo, who says, the president's already told me, a few weeks ago that he would support this type of assistance, and why are we bailing out, airlines or defense contractors, but not the states that pay teachers or first responders?
Well, first, you brought up Governor Cuomo, so I just thought it's a good time to remind everyone that Governor Cuomo has praised the president's response in this COVID-19 crisis, saying that what the president has achieved is a phenomenal accomplishment, and we thank Governor Cuomo for those very kind words. But on that note, with regard to funding to states, Phase 4 is something that we want to start negotiating on immediately and get to work on. The president has said, look, I will certainly look to consider helping states who have coronavirus reasons for the financial situation they find themselves in, but he doesn't want this to be an excuse for decades and decades of bad Democrat governance that have run some of these states into a financial predicament. So he has mentioned that in terms of the types of things he wants to see in this Phase 4. I don't want to get ahead of the negotiations, but I do want to emphasize that he has mentioned sanctuary cities. This is a really important issue that has cost American lives. Last year, a brave ICE officers arrested more than 120,000 criminal aliens charged with nearly 10,000 burglaries, 5,000 sexual assaults, 45,000 violent assaults, 2,000 murders, and in the last year, egregiously, 5,000 human trafficking episodes. So American lives matter, our brave ICE men and women matter, and it's something that he's mentioned he'd like to see in a Phase 4.
I mean, you raised that, and the president's been kind of vague about this. Are you explicitly conditioning state aid on states or cities not saying that they would have sanctuary city policies?
No, I'm not. No, not conditioning anything, but saying that is a negotiation item that the president will certainly bring up.
Thanks very much. So the president has in the past denied any of the allegations from the many women who have accused him of sexual misconduct. But per that podcast today, he seemed to suggest the allegations that Tara Reade has raised are more, what do you say, credible than the ones against Brett Kavanaugh. What about the allegations that were raised against him, however? Why should the public, or what makes them any less credible than the allegations from Tara Reade?
The president has swiftly denied all of these allegations that were raised 4 years ago. He has always told the truth on these issues. He's denied them immediately, and you're bringing up issues, like I said, from 4 years ago that were asked and answered, and the American people had their say in the matter when they elected President Trump as president of the United States. But, the media, leave it to the media to really take an issue about the former vice president and turn it on the president and bring up accusations from 4 years ago that were asked and answered in the form of the vote of the American people.
Just come back, Kayleigh, to John's question, because Kellyanne Conway spoke to this the other day and suggested that two things could be true at the same time. We now have the Vice President saying it's his belief that General Flynn may have unintentionally misled him. That's now 3 years after the fact. But the two things that could have been true at the same time were that Flynn lied to the Vice President and also lied to the FBI. If you remove the FBI piece of that, would the President still have fired Michael Flynn for his belief that he lied at that point to the Vice President?
I mean, I'm not going to engage in a hypothetical, and that's essentially what that would be. But what I would say is echo yet again that this was a grave miscarriage of justice. I am very glad that the FBI thought to keep a paper trail, because what many have said for a very long time, pointing to the first few facts I shared with you, culminating in that handwritten note, I'm glad they kept such good documentation of their intent to slow walk General Flynn into a trap and to essentially create, as I mentioned, a grave miscarriage of justice. So FBI, at least we can thank you for the great note-taking.
Let me follow up on that, though. John does bring up the point that General Flynn pleaded guilty to lying to the FBI.
I'm not going to get involved in what was a matter of
justice, though, in a sense.
Do you not consider it a miscarriage of justice when you have the FBI writing, "We want to get someone to lie"? Is that a miscarriage of justice?
But in the end, he pleaded guilty, and then that's...
You hesitated because you know what the answer is. The answer is yes.
That's up to a lot of other people to decide.
And I would encourage the media to cover it, because I've watched a lot of your networks. I've read a lot of your papers. I've seen a whole lot of scant information about Michael Flynn when there was a whole lot of speculation about Russia, culminating in $40 million of taxpayer money being lost and the complete and total exoneration of President Trump. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to cut this short now and go see my little 5-month-old here in a few hours. And let me just say this. The president at 5 p.m. leaves today for Camp David. It's going to be working weekend. He'll be talking with heads of states, with elected officials. We have a great event coming up this afternoon. And, of course, everyone should watch the Fox News Town Hall with the president from 7 to 9 p.m. It'll be can't miss television, much like the highly rated President Trump coronavirus task force briefings have been. Thank you. Virus tests. It's an extraordinary number. And as you can see, the United States leads the world in testing. This graph is no accident. In fact, this graph is a testament to American innovation, including the work of the Trump administration. For example, the FDA has issued over 70 emergency use authorizations to expand testing capacity. To accelerate the development of therapeutics and vaccines, there are nearly 80 clinical trials ongoing, with an additional 30 clinical trials expected. This graph is also a testament to the American people, who have been, and it's no exaggeration, American warriors, as they've followed social distancing guidelines and taken steps to ensure that the health and safety of our vulnerable populations is protected. Finally, I would like to note that this graph indicates that the U.S. has conducted double the number of tests conducted in other countries. The U.S. is providing leadership during this crisis, not only leading the world in testing, but also taking steps to help allies around the world. Steps we are able to take only because of this country's incredible ingenuity and work ethic. As you're well aware, President Trump has consistently sided with the experts and has always prioritized the health and safety of the American people. This includes issuing guidance that meant hard-working Americans had to stay home, social distance, and slow the spread of the virus. The hard work of Americans saved many lives, and we salute the great citizens of this country for your hard work. As Americans across the country stayed home and businesses temporarily shut their doors, President Trump ensured American employees and employers would receive the help that they needed. The Paycheck Protection Program provided forgivable loans to small business owners who kept their employees on payroll. To date, 2.3 million small business loans have been processed, with the average loan being $76,000, in other words, meaning that the small businesses that needed the help the most got it. I would remind everyone that of the 1.6 million loans given out in the first tranche of spending, 1 million of those went to businesses with 10 or fewer employees, so it truly has gone to those who need it most. Joe Shamus is a small business owner. Joe, with his co-founder Brian Stortz, are two veteran special operators in the military who started Flags of Valor in 2015. It's a veteran-owned, veteran-run manufacturing company located not too far from here in Virginia. Flags of Valor builds wooden flags, among other products. They've employed over their years 65 veterans and have raised over $1 million for veteran charities. Flags of Valor is also proud to have 97,000 hours of American manufacturing labor under their belt. It's a lot of hours. At the start of this crisis, Joe had to furlough 4 of his employees, in addition to imposing a 50% pay cut. His employees were, of course, disappointed, but they were, quote, in his words, all in the fight against the coronavirus. Everything changed for Joe and his furloughed employees when he applied for the PPP loan. Just this week, he was approved for that PPP loan that enabled Flags of Valor to rehire its furloughed employees and to boost paychecks back to pre-coronavirus levels. PPP was a huge lifeline for us, Joe told me. He called it a lifesaver. This is a perfect example of why President Trump fought for additional PPP funding and will continue to fight for small businesses and American heroes like Joe. Joe is here with me today, and I'd like to invite him to come up. Joe, thank you so much for your service. Thank you for all the great work you've done for our veterans and being a veteran yourself. I wanted to see if you'd take to the podium for a minute or two and share your message of hope with the American people.
I'd love to. Thank you, Kayleigh, and thank you, President Trump, for allowing me to be here today. I've got a couple props. This is examples of one of our products that we make, and here's another one. This one my son, Gabriel, made. And when you talk about hope and what's going on, it's a challenging time for small business. We lost 2/3 of our revenue like that, gone. And so trying to get that back, when you think about a small business that generally is running maybe a 10 to 20% profit margin, 2/3 is a killer. And so when you think about the Paycheck Protection Program, the 2 biggest fixed costs for most businesses is people and property. And that's exactly what the PPP focused on. So for us, it was a lifesaver. It was an absolute game changer. We went from trying to figure out how we were going to limit our cash burn every single day to stay alive as long as we could with as many people as we could to finally bring them back. And when you have to furlough someone, I'm telling you, it is one of the worst things you can do because you're talking about family. These are people, these are their wives, their husbands, their children. They're a part of your ethos. And so what we've experienced has been challenging, sure, but when there hasn't been all the revenue, there's been people helping other people. And the way we approached it was, how can we be better? How can we exit COVID-19 a better version of ourselves? How can we innovate? And so we saw people like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the SBA step in. We saw our partners at Under Armour step in. We saw innovation. You see companies making respirator masks. You see all kinds of stuff going on. And we created the Flag Build Kit because families were at home with their kids. They didn't know what to do with their children. And we believe this is our nation's family crest. So what better thing than allow families to build American flags together and talk about that and what it means. And then we started a twice-a-day daily pledge at 9 a.m. in the morning on the East Coast and again at 9 a.m. on the West Coast. Every day we've got thousands of kids and their families joining us to say the Pledge of Allegiance. It's phenomenal. And all that's happening by people coming together, by people thinking and innovating. And I can't tell you enough how grateful we are to the U.S. government, the bipartisanship that took place to pass the Paycheck Protection Program. It was all hands on deck. It wasn't like, there was no script for this. And they built the parachute on the way down. And when you think about it, you want to talk about the Lakers got it or somebody else got it, think about the millions of businesses that are being benefited by this. And it's, I think, 47% of U.S. private sector employees are in small businesses. They work for small businesses. And so all the big businesses we love, they started as small businesses. And I hope to be a big business someday, but for now I'm happy to be alive. I'm thankful for your support, and thank you, Kayleigh, for letting me be here. So join us at flagsofvalor.com. Thank you.
Joe, if you want to take a seat with the reporters, you can ask me some questions. But
I'm happy right now.
Joe, it's veterans like you that make our country great. It's small business owners like you that are going to bring this country back, and employees like the one we heard from last week, Michael Hoyp, the employee of Biddy and Bo's Coffee, that keep this country going. So thank you so much for the example you've set, and to the hardworking business owners across the country, and to the employees across this country who are working during this time. So thank you, Joe. Thank you for your service. As I said, PPP has changed lives across this country, and as President Trump has said, the American people are warriors, and we will fight together to defeat the invisible enemy. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thanks, Kayleigh. Just to get back to this decision that was supposedly coming yesterday, whose idea was it initially to wind down the White House Coronavirus Task Force?
Look, I would just refer you back to the president's comments. He's been asked this like 4 times today, I believe. He decided that coronavirus task force is here to stay. They've done great work. I've witnessed it. I'm in the coronavirus task force meetings, and they've gotten our country through this. There were supposed to be 2.2 million deaths, and we're at a point where we're far lower than that, and it's thanks to the great work of the task force and to the leadership of President Trump.
But whose idea was it initially to wind it down?
Again, I'm not going further. The president has answered this 4 times today. John?
I just have a question about masks. I know there was some back and forth over the president wearing a mask yesterday. I don't want to ask about that, but the White House's view, what is the White House's message to the American people? Does the White House, does the president believe that people should be wearing masks as they try to get back to some semblance of their normal life?
Well, as we put out, it's recommended, but that's the choice of the individual as to whether they wear a mask or not. The president yesterday, the CEO of Honeywell, said that there was no need, and so he followed that advice and that guidance. And I would just note on the note of masks, 70 million N95 masks have been distributed across the country. 25 million rather, are what's used in the average year for our healthcare workers. So the fact that in a few weeks we've distributed nearly 3 times what is used in a year is extraordinary, and that's not to mention the 120 million surgical masks and the many other supplies that this president has
If
put
I can just
forward.
follow up, I'm sure you've seen in a number of polls, there's a huge difference between Democrats and Republicans over whether or not they think it's necessary to wear a mask in public. Do you have any sense as to why that would be?
No sense as to why that would be. That's the choice of the American public. It's the choice of the individual as to whether to wear a mask or not. But again, I'd praise the extraordinary work of this administration in distributing those masks and ensuring healthcare providers get them.
Kayleigh, we were just talking about masks. You said at Honeywell, the president was told by the folks at Honeywell, as was the team, that they didn't need to wear masks. The reason he was told that was because the people who would be interacting with him had all been tested and had been shown to be negative before that took place. I guess, so the president had those circumstances. Obviously, he's the president. But why shouldn't all Americans who go back to work be able to get a test before they do to feel comfortable in their own work environment to be interacting with other individuals?
Yeah, well, let's dismiss a myth about tests right now. If we tested every single American in this country at this moment, we'd have to retest them an hour later and then an hour later after that, because at any moment you could theoretically contract this virus. So the notion that everyone needs to be tested is just simply nonsensical. The people who need to be tested are vulnerable populations. That's why Dr. Birx has repeatedly emphasized we need to surge nursing homes with the testing, meat processing facilities. That's where the testing is needed. We have to be strategic with our testing, and we have done that so far. And again, if we want to talk about testing and the volume of testing, the fact that in South Korea, we always hear about South Korea and their tests. There are 11 tests per 1,000 here in the United States. That's 17 tests per 1,000. Our hotspots per capita are higher than other countries. We've conducted 2 times the number of tests of other countries around the world. We're at a very strong place in this country with testing, but rest assured we'll deploy it strategically because that's what the American public expects of us.
So just to follow up, to be clear, should people accept the risk that they could become ill if they go back to work?
Look, each and every state has put into place, this is a governor-led effort, first of all. Let me emphasize that. The president has said that governors make the decisions as to how to move forward, and we encourage them to follow our phased approach. Each state has submitted to us a list of testing that they need in order to safely reopen. I was sitting in the meeting when Admiral Joie pulled out the list for several states and said, here's the testing you requested to open safely. Here's the testing I'm giving you to meet that need. It's pretty extraordinary, this wide-scale effort by the Trump administration to ensure states have what they need. So as states reopen, they'll do so safely, and they'll do so with the supplies of the Trump administration.
What does it say that so many of those states, what does it say that so many of those governors, those states, aren't following the guidelines that the president dictated from this podium?
We encourage every single governor to follow the guidelines that we've put forward to a phased reopening approach. We have this beautiful concept called federalism, which means that the states lead on this, and that's what we're doing. It's a governor-led decision, but we encourage everyone to follow the expert written guidelines that we've put forward. Francesca?
I do have a question about reopening, but first, some of the areas that have been hardest hit by coronavirus have been urban areas. What is the White House doing, or is there any targeted effort to help stop the spread in minority communities?
Yeah, it's a very important question because we know that some of our underserved communities are hit most by the coronavirus. Absolutely. We've done quite a bit. Invested, first of all, $1.4 billion into our nation's 13,000 community centers. That ensures that 28 million people living in medically underserved areas receive funding. Also, that announcement I had for you last week about hospital funding, $2 billion of that was geared towards specifically ensuring that men and women in underserved communities and those hospitals got that money. And I would also note just that the president has directed Secretary Ben Carson to focus the White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council on underserved communities. So very important. This is a community that's been very hard hit, and rest assured we are laser focused on making sure that these communities are assisted.
Can I ask about reopening as well? Sure. Okay. So the task force has put out phased guidelines for states to reopen and individual guidelines, but it hasn't said very much about businesses specifically. Does it plan to put out any detailed guidelines for businesses like retailers and restaurants to reopen?
Well, in the phased approach, there are some recommendations for how, for instance, restaurants should reopen and the distancing that's required. And as you go through the phases, that distancing is shrunk, and there are other mechanisms that are outlined for restaurants and movie theaters and sporting venues. So I would argue that our phased approach does take that into account. And each and every state, by the way, the governor is welcome to reach out to us. We're constantly communicating with the governors. And when I say we, the administration, meaning Dr. Birx and others. So we are happy to consult with regard to specifics.
Really detailed. Some other outside organizations have put very detailed step-by-step. Here's what you should do. You should require masks. You should require them to sit this far apart. You should only have half of it open in phases. Anything like that?
We've put together a phased approach. Many of those guidelines are within. We've consulted individually with states, but as I said, it's a governor-led effort. It's a state-led effort in which the federal government will consult, and we do so each and every day.
So you've used the phrase warriors to describe everyday Americans. The president's using that phrase as well. What's the thinking behind using that description, and is that basically asking Americans to put themselves in harm's way like warriors do?
Not in the slightest. It's actually the opposite. The president's been clear that at this moment, we're at a wartime moment where we're fighting the invisible enemy, and by that I mean COVID-19. And on the contrary, the notion that the American people are warriors, they're warriors because they've stayed home. They're warriors because they've social distanced. They're warriors because this mitigation effort is something that could only be done by the American people coming together and making really hard sacrifices. And the American public has done that, and we salute each of you around the country that have listened to these guidelines. I know it's been difficult. I know it's been hard, but it's because of you that we're at this place where we can reopen the country.
To be clear, that's the opposite of what the president says, specifically because he says Americans must be warriors to reopen the economy. You're saying they've already been warriors by staying home.
We're saying the exact same thing. The president says they're warriors to reopen because guess what? In order to get to reopening, you have to social distance. You had to put it together, those very hard choices that allowed us to get to a point where we have one of the lowest mortality rates in the world, and that's because of the American people. So it took the American people being warriors to get us to the point of reopening. Blake.
Thanks, Kayleigh. I want to ask you about best practices, but first on China and some of the comments that the president made in the Oval Office. He said that there will be a report coming out next week, 10 days or so, as to whether or not they're living up to the deal China is. As it stands, though, right now, at this moment, how does the White House view the U.S. relationship with China right now?
Right now, it's a relationship of disappointment and frustration because the president has said how frustrated he is that some of the decisions of China put American lives at risk. I'll share just a few that China, for instance, did not share the genetic sequence until after a professor in Shanghai did so on his own. And after that genetic sequence was shared, the next day the lab was shut down for, quote, rectification. The World Health Organization slow-walked information on human-to-human transmission that was not adequately provided by China. China didn't let U.S. investigators in. And look, those decisions put American lives at risk, and the president is certainly not happy about that. And as the president said, you'll be hearing more about that next week.
Business partners?
Sorry?
Maybe trusted business partners?
Look, the president has worked with China and stood up to China and got the Phase 1 China deal, a huge win, $250 billion. The president managed to get that done, and the president appreciates that China got us to that point of the Phase 1 China deal. So, I'll leave it to the president as to how we move forward, and I certainly won't get ahead of him on that.
Best practices, we heard the president say, as it relates to schools, that he wants to see schools open, but maybe teachers who are older than 60 not necessarily come back into the classroom. When you talk about reopening the economy, reopening the country again, there's a lot of people out there wondering, well, my school-aged child should they come back into contact with a family member who might be older than 60 per se. What is the White House advice on that and families who are all over the country saying, is it time to meet up again?
Well, the president and the task force have been clear that vulnerable Americans, our senior citizens, need to shelter in place, and they need to take extra measures of precaution because, as we know, they've been disproportionately affected by the coronavirus. So I certainly would include the senior community to continue to follow the guidelines we've put forward. Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Birx has mentioned an influx of asymptomatic coronavirus cases. Without more widespread testing, how do you get a handle on something like that, and how do you keep people without symptoms from spreading the disease around the country?
Yeah, so it's an important question. We get information on asymptomatic spread when we test in the meat processing facilities and other facilities. Again, we can just test strategically, and it's important that once we test and we find an example of someone who has coronavirus, that we can contact trace and ensure that it's not spread to other members of the community. So contact tracing is an important measure, and we're testing strategically and in line with governors. John.
What's the process, Kayleigh, for the distribution and access to remdesivir?
Yeah, remdesivir is a great example of innovation in this country. I would note that remdesivir is a drug that the president mentioned quite often, and as it turns out, there's a lot of hope and a lot of promise when it comes to remdesivir. Gilead chairman announced last week, and CEO Daniel O'Day announced that they would be donating 1.5 million vials of remdesivir and working with the federal government to distribute to patients across the nation. So this will get out there, and we thank Gilead for the great work they've done and for giving these 1.5 million vials, which will help a lot of Americans around the country.
But what's the process for distributing it and giving access to patients?
I don't have any information on that as of now, but once I get that, I can share that with you. Yes.
Thanks, Kayleigh. The president said yesterday he does not want Dr. Fauci testifying before the House because it's filled with Trump haters. How is that consistent with oversight and transparency?
Well, first of all, what the president noted was specific to the House. It's important to note that Dr. Fauci will be testifying before the Senate, which means he will be fielding questions from both Democrats and Republicans. The House, however, and specifically Chairwoman Nita Lowey's committee, did not act in good faith. Mark Meadows had 3 calls with Chairwoman Nita Lowey 3 nights ago when she called to ask if Dr. Fauci could testify before a subcommittee hearing, and Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has made clear he wants to make the best use he can of the task force members' time. Of course, they're working hard to save American lives, so that's very important. So to that end, he said in the 3 phone calls, what is the purpose of this hearing? Can you give me the subject matter? And Lowey was unable to tell the Chief of Staff what the subject matter was. The last phone call they had was at 10:46 p.m. on that evening, and Lowey agreed to follow up in the morning with details. Those details were never received. Instead, we got a press release. So that's what we call a publicity stunt. We encourage the House to act in good faith, much like the Senate did. And as I noted, Dr. Fauci will be speaking in a week and a half before the Senate, so the notion that he's being blocked is just farcical.
Let me ask you just one other topic.
Someone I haven't heard from?
Thank you. Does the president have doubts about the way the death toll is being calculated? Does he think perhaps the true toll is lower?
So the president answered this, and he said no, just a few moments ago in the Oval Office. On the mortality rate, I would note, as I noted just a few moments ago, we have one of the lowest in the world mortality rates. It's because of the hard work of the American people. Our mortality rate, is currently 218 per million. You compare that to Spain's at 548 per million, Italy at 485 per million. This country is in a place where, because of the work of the American people, we have escaped that 2.2 million number because of the extraordinary social distancing effort put in place by the American people. Yeah, way in the back.
Thank you. The president has said many times that he's received praise in phone calls with foreign leaders because of this administration's response to the coronavirus outbreak. Who exactly are those heads of state and heads of government who are praising this administration for its response?
Well, I won't reveal any contents of his private conversations with world leaders, but I will certainly share some of the very public comments from Democrat governors like Gavin Newsom, who said every single direct request that that he was given, President Trump was capable of meeting. He has met them. Governor Phil Murphy, Democrat from New Jersey, the president knows New Jersey. He and his team have been extremely responsive in our hour of need, whether it was ventilators. We got a huge amount of supplies to test, and of course, I love the ones from Governor Andrew Cuomo, who praised this administration's response as phenomenal, saying he's delivered for New York. The Army Corps of Engineers, we built thousands of beds. He sent the Navy ship Comfort to New York. He has delivered for New York. President Trump has delivered for this nation.
Thanks, Kayleigh. The president was talking earlier about Dr. Bright being a disgruntled employee. One of the allegations in that whistleblower complaint is that in January, when there was still a huge shortage of N95 masks, that he had been in contact with a company that was offering up to 1 million of those masks, and he couldn't get anybody at HHS willing to engage with that company, which then subsequently exported 1 million N95s to China. Is that something that you're looking into or concerned about?
Look, on issues of Dr. Bright, I'd refer you to HHS. I'm not going to get involved with the personnel issues or the substance of that complaint, but I will once again note, you mentioned masks, 70 million plus delivered, and again, that's 3 times the amount used by healthcare providers in any given year. So we've done a rather good job when it comes to supplies.
Back to the question about teachers and what the president said earlier about keeping those who are 60 or older out of the classroom. What is the message to older Americans? Should they not do anything, not leave their homes until there is a vaccine? Or what would the president have them do if they're not allowed to teach because of their age?
Well, our task force has said that vulnerable communities like our seniors should shelter in place. That being said, we encourage every American, if you have a symptom that is pressing, that you need to go to your doctor. I've been disturbed to read many quotes from doctors, stories of people who are staying home with chest pain and don't go to the hospital when they could be on the verge of having a heart attack, who are missing important appointments like mammograms, screenings like colonoscopies. It's important that we as Americans continue to go to our doctors to get medically necessary procedures, and when we have symptoms that need to be addressing, like chest pain, that you do go to your doctor. So if seniors need to go to their doctors, make sure to call your healthcare provider, go see your healthcare provider, go to the hospital should you have a symptom like that. Chanel?
Thank you, Secretary McEnany. Going back to a topic about the House, in a separate chamber, Acting DNI Rick Grinnell has stated this week that he is prepared to release about 6,000 pages worth of transcripts relating to Adam Schiff's probe. Can you confirm whether or not the executive branch is conducting any kind of investigation into House members for potentials of wrongdoing, or is that something you can comment on yet?
Yeah, I don't have any information on that subject matter. That's the first time hearing of that.
If I can just go back to Jeff's question about Dr. Fauci and then the president's statement that there are too many Trump haters in the House. I mean, does the White House really believe that you can decide to have officials testify in the Republican-controlled Senate but not testify in the Democratic-controlled House? Doesn't the House have legitimate oversight and a legitimate really responsibility, not just authority, but responsibility to have somebody like Anthony Fauci testify?
Will Dr. Fauci be questioned by Democrats in that Senate hearing?
Yes, he will be. So why? But are you saying that so the Senate's fine, the House has no role in oversight?
The House needs to act in good faith. We don't have time in the middle of a pandemic for publicity stunts. It's not the time for that. It's not the place for that. In the course of 3 phone calls, you should be able to give the subject matter to ensure it's the best use of Dr. Fauci's time. As you yourself noted, in the Republican-controlled Senate, Dr. Fauci will indeed be asked questions by Democrats.
Is the subject matter a mystery? I mean,
Jeff?
Kayleigh, in a previous life, before you were press secretary, you worked for the campaign, and you made a comment, I believe, on Fox, in which you said President Trump will not allow the coronavirus to come to this country. Given what has happened since then, obviously, would you like to take that back?
Well, first let me note, I was asked a question on Fox Business about the President's travel restrictions. I noted what was the intent behind those travel restrictions, which is we will not see the coronavirus come here. We will not see terrorism come here, referring to an earlier set of travel restrictions. I guess I would turn the question back on the media and ask similar questions. Does Vox want to take back that they proclaimed that the coronavirus would not be a deadly pandemic? Does the Washington Post want to take back that they told Americans to get a grip, the flu is bigger than the coronavirus? Does the Washington Post likewise want to take back that our brains are causing us to exaggerate the threat of the coronavirus? Does the New York Times want to take back that fear of the virus may be spreading faster than the virus itself? Does NPR want to take back that the flu was a much bigger threat than the coronavirus? And finally, once again, the Washington Post, would they like to take back that the government should not respond aggressively to the coronavirus? I'll leave you with those questions, and maybe you'll have some answers in a few days. Yep.
Kayleigh,
Thank you very much.
You were prepared for that.
Over 180,000 Americans gave their lives in the European theater during World War II. And I want to take just a moment to honor their service and their sacrifice. Thank you to all of our veterans. You are truly, truly our heroes. Now, as I move to my next subject, I want to begin by saying this. Look, our rank and file men and women at the FBI are heroes in their own right. They protect this country from domestic crime, and we thank them for their service. They work hard, and once again, we owe them a debt of gratitude. But that is separate and apart from what I'm about to address right now. The FBI exists to investigate crimes. But in the case of Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, it appears that they might have existed to manufacture one. As the motion filed by the Department of Justice yesterday explained, the FBI set out to interview General Michael Flynn when they had no predicate for any investigation of any crime. Over the past week, we learned from a handwritten note the true intent behind the FBI's investigation of Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. The very day that then FBI Director Jim Comey sent agents to the White House to interview Flynn, the FBI discussed what their intent was beforehand. This is what they said. What is our goal? Truth, admission, or to get him to lie so we can prosecute him or get him fired? These notes, in addition to other evidence, raise serious questions about the handling of the FBI's handling of Michael Flynn's case. Did the FBI confront Flynn with the intent to get him to lie so that we can prosecute him and fire him? Did the FBI manufacture a crime against Lieutenant General Michael Flynn? Federal investigators appeared to paint a target on the back of General Michael Flynn. Kimberly Strassel of the Wall Street Journal laid out point by point the very concerning aspects of this case, and I'm going to reiterate them as outlined in her column over the weekend. In December 2016, Flynn spoke as the incoming national security advisor to the Russian ambassador. This call, as is customary, was recorded by the United States government. They record calls with foreigners. But in a highly irregular move, the intelligence community under the Obama administration unmasked the identity of Michael Flynn, a United States citizen who is entitled to Fourth Amendment rights and to due process. But Lieutenant General Michael Flynn received none of that. The intelligence community was hunting for evidence against General Flynn, evidence they did not find. We learned from newly released transcripts that in stark contrast to what former DNI James Clapper had been saying publicly, and contrary to what he was saying publicly, here's what he was saying privately with regard to Russian collusion. I never saw any direct empirical evidence that the Trump campaign or someone in it was plotting or conspiring with the Russians to meddle with the election. Sounds awfully different from what he had just said 10 days prior in a public capacity. Having found no evidence of Russian collusion, the FBI came up with a new absurd theory that Flynn might have violated the Logan Act, a statute from 1799 that in its 200 years of existence had never been used to convict an American citizen, but it was resurrected in the case of Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. Michael Flynn didn't violate the Logan Act. Even the FBI did not think that General Flynn's telephone call provided the predicate for a criminal investigation. In fact, in January of 2017, an internal FBI document concluded that Flynn was, quote, no longer a valid, viable candidate for investigation. Disgraced FBI agent and noted Trump hater Peter Strzok disagreed, texting this: "Hey, if you haven't closed that Flynn case yet, don't do so yet," end quote. So the Flynn case remained active. This was a good thing for Peter Strzok, but it was a bad thing for justice. It was a bad thing for the rule of law. According to yesterday's motion to dismiss the case against Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, it said this: Mr. Strzok immediately relayed the, quote, serendipitously good news to Lisa Page, special counsel at the FBI, remarking, quote, our utter incompetence actually helps us. That's right, their utter incompetence to close the case against Lieutenant General Michael Flynn was something to be serendipitously celebrated. The scheme to manufacture a case against Michael Flynn continued. After President Trump entered office, the FBI's partisan pursuit of General Flynn proceeded under Jim Comey's FBI. Despite possessing a transcript of Flynn's entire conversation, the FBI decided it was somehow necessary to go ask General Flynn what happened on the call, despite having a transcript in their possession. The only motive would have been to, quote, get him to lie. They advised him he didn't need a lawyer present. Imagine that, you're an American citizen. You don't need a lawyer, we're just coming in to have a chat. They didn't inform their superiors at the Department of Justice about their intent to interview Flynn, despite their own attorney at the FBI saying, if we usually tell the White House, then I think we need to do what we normally do. But they ignored the advice of FBI counsel, and they went in to interrogate Michael Flynn. Acting Attorney General Sally Yates, no fan of President Trump, said she was flabbergasted, she was dumbfounded by the decision to not inform DOJ officials who, quote, hit the roof. This is all outlined in a legal document that you can find. Additionally, when the FBI arrived at the White House, they did not even warn lawyerless Flynn about the consequences for providing an inaccurate response. The interrogation of Michael Flynn was not an inquiry. Make no mistake, it was a trap. Even more troubling was the fact that after the interrogation of Flynn, former Deputy Director of the FBI, Andy McCabe, concluded that he, quote, didn't think Flynn was lying. But the case against Flynn continued. We were pleased to learn yesterday that the Justice Department moved to drop the case against General Michael Flynn. Though it took several years, it is encouraging to see that justice finally prevailed. As we move forward as a country, it's important to take these revelations very seriously in order for Americans to have faith in our justice system. If the top leadership of the FBI can target a 3-star general who served this country for 3 decades, make no mistake, they can target you. It's hard to believe that this happened in the United States of America. General Michael Flynn's life was forever changed. He had to sell his home. He faced financial ruin. His family was even threatened with prosecution. But despite all of that, here's what Michael Flynn put out yesterday in his first reaction to the motion to dismiss. If we can play the video, let's go ahead and play it. Don't think we have the video queued, but I encourage you all to go on General Flynn's Twitter feed, and what you'll see is a really beautiful video of his grandson talking about how much he loves this country and how everyone deserves justice for all, and how commendable that is for General Flynn at a time when he was so gravely wronged to say this: I still believe in this country, I still believe in America, I still believe in the principles that make this country the greatest on earth. And in the words of renowned political philosopher Baron de Montesquieu, there is no greater tyranny than that which is perpetrated under the shield of law and in the name of justice. I hope the media will take these questions very seriously, will report the facts. There was heavy interest in the first iteration of Flynn News from many years ago that got 4 times the coverage that the exoneration of Michael Flynn got today. That was a report by Media Research Center. So these facts are important, and thank you very much for those who have taken interest in reporting. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you.
Jim, you were so kind on the trip the other day to Honeywell, so you get the first one.
Thank you, Kayleigh, and congratulations on becoming press secretary.
Thank you.
Wanted to ask you, putting aside the situation with Michael Flynn, Today, the unemployment rate hit the highest point since the Great Depression. What is the president's plan to get this country out of this ditch?
Yeah, you know, this president is the jobs president. This president got us to a place where we had the lowest employment rate in the history of this country, historic lows for Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, the disabled, veterans. As the president has noted, and I think this is right, we had to put a stop to the economy. It was a pause. This wasn't some, economic catastrophe that organically happened. It was decided upon by the President of the United States to stop the United States economy because we had to save 2.2 million lives, perhaps more, somewhere in that range, because American lives, that's what mattered most. And so this president, when faced with this very tough decision to put a pause on the hottest economy in modern history, said American lives matter most. And that's what he did. And I can tell you this, the president that got us to the hottest economy in modern history, he's done it once, and he can do it again.
What's the plan now?
We're going to work with Congress. We're going to come up with hopefully a phase 4. We encourage the House to maybe reconvene soon. It would be helpful if Nancy Pelosi was here. But thus far, what we've done is the PPP, of course, Paycheck Protection Program, that has really kept a lot of employees on the payroll. 60 million employees, roughly half of the workforce in the private sector in this country have been kept on payroll thanks to that measure. But going forward, principles like deregulation, principles like lowering taxes. The president has mentioned a payroll tax pause, which would be a great thing for the American people. There are a lot of proposals being entertained. I don't want to get ahead of the president, but I can tell you.
Isn't there a problem, though? The president wants people to get back to work. He wants these governors to reopen their states. But if Americans aren't comfortable going to restaurants, and movie theaters, or the beach, or whatever, how do you get this economy moving again? What's the plan?
I can tell you there's a lot of pent-up demand in this country. There's a lot of people who do want to go out to restaurants, who do want to go out to movies, who do want to go back to their jobs. We see it and we hear about it every day. I don't think that that's a problem. I think people can trust that we have a president who wants to reopen and reopen safely. These are data-driven guidelines to reopening. The president has those in place, so there's no reason to be concerned because we have a president who always looks at the data, as Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx have repeatedly noted.
Kayleigh, there was a second confirmed case of COVID-19 here at the White House today, apparently a member of the vice president's staff. That's 2 in 2 days in a building where people are being tested now, including the president and the vice president. Every day they've had their temperature checked for months here. Why should the average American whose workplace doesn't have access to these rapid tests feel comfortable going to work if the White House isn't even safe for people?
Well, look, this individual, there is a member of the vice president's team who is positive for coronavirus. We have put in place the guidelines that our experts have put forward to keep this building safe, which means contact tracing, all of the recommended guidelines we have for businesses that have essential workers, we're now putting in place here in the White House. So as America reopens safely, the White House is continuing to operate safely. Yes, John.
Kayleigh, the president, of course, we saw go down to the World War II memorial with a group of 7 American heroes, all in their 90s. Did he give any consideration to wearing a mask, given that his valet just tested positive and he's with some of those in the most vulnerable population? Did he consider wearing a mask while he was with these veterans?
Well, this president is regularly tested. This president will make the decision as to whether to wear a mask or not. I can tell you that those veterans are protected. They made the choice to come here because they've chosen to put their nation first. They wanted to be with their commander-in-chief on this momentous day, and it was their choice to come here. And I can tell you that the president always puts the safety of our veterans first and of the American people first.
Well, how much exposure has he had to his valet? Can you give us a sense?
I can just tell you that we've taken every single precaution to protect the president. The same guidelines that our experts have put in place. We clean the facility. We social distance. We keep people 6 feet away from one another. So we've done every single thing that Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci have asked us to do, and I can assure the American people that their commander-in-chief is protected. Yeah.
Thanks, Kayleigh. I want to ask you about the Gilead drug remdesivir. Which government agency is in charge of distributing that drug, and is the White House satisfied with how that drug is being distributed around the country?
Yeah, I actually just spoke with Dr. Birx about this. She is going to be working and consulting as to where this drug should go. She's the person who's constantly reviewing the numbers, constantly reviewing the data. I'm in task force with her every day, and she really has the best grasp as to how that should be distributed. So she will be one of the chief consultants as to how that drug is distributed, which I would note 1.5 million vials donated by Gilead. We're so thankful for that. This drug is promising, and we want to get it to the American people and to the areas that need it most. Yamish?
Hi, thanks so much and congratulations on the new gig. It's my
Thank
first
you.
time seeing you at the podium. And, I have two quick questions. The first one's about what's the possibility of the federal government getting involved in the Ahmaud Arbery case, given that Georgia doesn't have any hate crime laws? If it's proven that these men chased and killed Ahmaud Arbery because he was an African American and they racially profiled him, would the Justice Department consider getting involved?
Look, first I want to say that my heart goes out to the family of Ahmaud. I can't imagine what they're going through right now. My heart breaks for this family. I know the president's heart breaks. I've spoken to him about that. And I can tell you, we will follow the facts. Right now, as you know, it's in the court in Georgia. It's a state matter, but absolutely we will be following every detail. And I'd refer you to DOJ, but as the facts merit, I'm certain that they'll be following those facts. And you had a second question?
The second question I have is, in 2015, shortly after the president said that some Mexican immigrants were rapists and criminals, you said that language was racist and hateful. Do you still believe that today?
Well, I'm actually glad you asked that, because for about the first 4 weeks of the election, I was watching CNN and I was naively believing some of the headlines that I saw on CNN. And
reading headlines, that's fine. I just want to know if you also personally still believe that.
I'm actually not going to read the headlines. So I very quickly came around and supported the president. In fact, CNN hired me. I was on many 8-on-1 panels where I proudly supported this president, who I believe is one of the best presidents, if not the best president this country will ever have. But I would encourage the individual who did that analysis of my past, rather than focusing on me, he really should be focused on some of the very guests CNN chose to have on their network. He should be focused on, over here, Jim Clapper, who said, 10 days before he privately told investigators there was no evidence of collusion, that Watergate pales in comparison to the Russia probe. I'd encourage them to look at Samantha Powers, who's privately saying, I'm not in possession of any evidence of collusion. Ambassador Rice, I don't recall intelligence or evidence of any collusion. Former Attorney General Loretta Lynch, I do not recall that being briefed to me. And for 3 years, 2 years, probably more than that, CNN ran with the collusion narrative. And if the American people are watching right now, you're probably very confused as to some of the quotes I read, because those individuals were saying much different things publicly than they were saying privately. And I'm very grateful that those transcripts were released yesterday. And perhaps the K-File should do an analysis of that. Yes, Emily?
Are you walking back those comments today at all, or do you stand by those comments that you made?
I support this president. There is no questioning that. I'm so honored to work for him. And Ebony, next question.
Thank you. On the Michael Flynn case, Kayleigh, documents released yesterday suggest members of the intelligence community tried to keep the case against Michael Flynn ongoing. I'm wondering if you think there should be an investigation and whether the administration is considering bringing charges against people like James Clapper and Peter Strzok.
I'd refer you to the DOJ on that, but I would say there were some very, very questionable actions that happened in this case, and I took you through a number of them. And I do think the American people deserve answers, but I leave it to the Justice Department as to how to get those answers. Yes.
Kayleigh, has the president spoken to Michael Flynn since this news yesterday, and do you expect that he will visit the White House? Is that something that's being planned?
I'm not aware of any conversations that have taken place, and not aware of any future plans that would regard Michael Flynn.
Could I ask one more? Larry Kudlow said today that negotiations on the next stimulus are at a lull right now. Given where the numbers are in unemployment, from your perspective, from the White House perspective, why is it at a lull right now?
Well, look, I think Nancy Pelosi should explore coming back and having the House come back and having those discussions. We know the Senate is here. I think it's important for us to move and look at a phase 4. The president thinks so too. So those negotiations will happen, but a big part of that is, we need the House. We need Nancy Pelosi to come back from California and get to Washington, D.C. and to work for the American people. Yeah.
Thank you, and congratulations on your new role.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Following up on Jim's questions about getting the economy started again, does the president see the CDC guidelines as an obstacle to getting getting the country back up and running again? And if it does not see the CDC guidelines as an obstacle, why not release those guidelines to the public and also follow them as we move forward?
So I assume you're talking about the guidelines that were widely reported about yesterday about daycares. Yes. So I would ask you, what's the definition of CDC guidelines? Is it something that the CDC director has actually seen? I would endeavor to say yes. Is it something that a rogue CDC employee leaks to you guys? No, those aren't CDC guidelines. Those are guidelines in draft form that a rogue employee has given you for whatever personal reason they've decided to do that. Those guidelines are in the editing process. We want the American people to get as much information as they can possibly have at this time. That's why we have the phased reopening guidelines, the data-driven guidelines. Those CDC guidelines are going through an editing process, and when we have those, you guys will be the first to know. Are we on time, Melissa?
We are. Except
Okay. What's our exact?
2 to 1. 2 minutes to 1.
Oh, 2 minutes to 1. I'm sorry to cut this short, but as you know, you guys were supposed to be 3 minutes ago with the President of the United States. So I will leave you guys with that. I hope you have a wonderful weekend.
The first part of this
and
briefing
thanks so
talking
much,
about
everyone.
Mike Flynn, when both the president
Justice
and
matters.
vice president were exposed to coronavirus, and we had historic.
Hello, everyone. I want to highlight 3 critical aspects of President Trump's response to the coronavirus that have exceeded the media's expectations and should inspire confidence in every American across this country. Rest assured, the Trump administration is working tirelessly to defeat the invisible enemy. First, contrary to some media pronouncements, the United States did not need the 1 million ventilators thus far that the media said we were in dire need of. In fact, it's encouraging to be able to say that every single American who has needed a ventilator has received a ventilator. And this administration has managed to procure 100,000 ventilators to be manufactured in 100 days. That's extraordinary. That's 3 times the amount produced in the average year. Likewise, there was some concern about N95 respirators, but the Trump administration has now shipped over 90 million N95 respirators. Once again, that is more than 3 times the average healthcare industry consumption of N95 respirators in the typical year. Finally, the U.S. now leads the world in testing. For weeks, the media cited South Korea as being the gold standard for testing, but as it stands, we are now testing at a higher rate per capita than South Korea. And in fact, as this chart is going to show you, in all 50 states, we are now testing at a higher rate per capita than South Korea. So a state in this country is testing at a higher rate per capita than the entire country of South Korea. That's pretty extraordinary, I would say. Now I would like to provide the American people with an update on the Trump administration's support for underserved communities. As the president has said, this country is at war with the invisible enemy. And while we all fight the virus as one united American people, it is a fact that this virus disproportionately has affected those in medically underserved communities. And therefore, the president has committed to delivering economic support and quality care for individuals in distressed communities. The Trump administration, as I announced last week, distributed $12 billion in provider relief payments to 395 hospitals across the country that have been hardest hit by the coronavirus. Many of these hospitals were in underserved communities, and to ensure even more funding to these communities, $2 billion of that overall funding was specifically targeted to hospitals in proportion to the amount of care they provide for low-income and uninsured patients. Additionally, the Trump administration is investing nearly $2 billion in community health centers to help their 28 million patients in medically underserved areas that receive care and the testing they need. That's what this funding is intended for. And additionally, there's $583 million awarded to 1,385 health centers in all 50 states, the District of Columbia, and the 8 U.S. territories specifically geared towards testing. These health centers currently provide 100,000 tests per week, and 59% of the patients tested last week were from minority communities. Finally, under the Paycheck Protection Program, the Trump administration has done extensive outreach to the community development financial institution funds across the country. These are known as CDFIs, and they support revitalization and distressed communities. In the second round of PPP, 100,000 loans have been distributed to CDFIs and to MDIs, which are known as minority deposit institutions. These have amounted to about $6.2 billion. And finally, 570,723 loans have been issued to smaller lenders and non-banks, and these loans have amounted to $29.9 billion. President Trump will continue to fight for the health, safety, and economic well-being of all Americans, especially those impacted in low-income communities and disadvantaged communities. And with that, I'll take questions. Yes.
President Trump yesterday said the U.S. had prevailed on testing, but today we heard from senators, both Democratic and Republican, who say that's not the case. Senator Lamar Alexander, a Republican, says what our country has done so far in testing is impressive, but not nearly enough. Senator Patty Murray, a Democrat, said we need dramatically more testing. It's unacceptable. We don't have a national strategic plan. What's the White House response?
Well, first I would note the words of Dr. Anthony Fauci, which is this: we will have and there will be enough tests to allow us to take this country safely through phase one. I've sat in the task force meetings where Admiral Joie has talked to governors and literally pulled out his chart and said, Governor X, here was your plan and your request for testing in order to safely reopen. I can assure you that that will be satisfied this month. So I have seen those meetings take place. I can assure the American people, in line with what Dr. Fauci has said, we do have enough for phase one. By the end of the week, we'll be able to say that we've conducted 10 million tests. You know, we went from doing 150,000 tests per week to now testing about 300,000. That's an extraordinary effort. Not to also note that that's 2 times what other countries are doing when you look at America's testing. I'd say that that's pretty impressive, and that's a testament to the work of this administration and the hard work of the private sector. Yep.
About reopening schools and also vaccines, if you don't mind. First of all, reopening schools, there were a lot of questions today up on the Hill about when indeed that can happen. When will the White House, and will the White House issue guidance benchmarks for various communities on when that can happen and how soon that can happen? There's a lot of concerned parents, as you know, across the country.
Yeah, well, you know, in our guidelines to safely reopen that are data-driven, it is phase 3 where there is an outline to beginning to open schools. So currently I direct you to our guidance that currently exists, and there is that CDC guidance that is in the works that is forthcoming that will provide additional details.
Okay, and with regard to vaccines, the question was asked when and if a vaccine becomes available, regardless of income, can the president ensure that everybody will get the vaccine, regardless of income?
Look, the president will go to great efforts to ensure that. I don't want to get ahead of any announcement on his part, but I would say this, that when it came to testing, there was that same question. What if I'm uninsured and don't have the ability to afford a test? This president, before it was even addressed in Congress, called in the private sector and got companies to say, yes, we will cover both treatment and we will cover testing, and then eventually that was inscribed into law. So this president, before it was even an issue on the Hill, took great measures with testing, and he will do the same for vaccines. And I would just note, as Dr. Fauci said on the Hill today, there are 8 vaccine candidates, and on January 10th, we received the genetic sequence. The 11th, there was a plan developed. The 14th, development began, and 62 days later, we entered phase 1 clinical trials for a vaccine, which is the fastest ever in Dr. Fauci's knowledge, at least. So that's a pretty good pace that I think we're on to getting that vaccine.
Is the president working with pharmaceutical companies? He met with executives back in April. Will he work with them, encourage them to make sure that vaccines are affordable to everyone?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. Yes, we do.
Thank you and welcome. I haven't had a chance
Thank
to
you.
do that in this room. I have a couple questions. First on reopening. Dr. Fauci today stressed many times that reopening without following the federal guidelines and the gating criteria could lead to more outbreaks and could turn back the clock. Does President Trump still believe in these federal guidelines? And if so, why isn't he urging states to follow them instead of asking them to move quickly to reopen?
Well, he has encouraged states to follow the guidelines. That's still consistently our recommendation today, that you should follow the phased approach to reopening as outlined in the data. I do want to stress, as the president has stressed, that we do want to reopen this country because there are consequences that run the other way when we stay closed down as a country. And I want to run through a few of those with you. you. A hotline run by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services saw a 1,000% increase in responses during April as we kept this country closed. Epic's data said appointments for screening for cancer of the cervix, colon, and breast were down 86% and 94% in March. There are real consequences for that. I'm a BRCA2, I carry a BRCA2 mutation, so I was someone who was regularly screened for breast cancer until I got my mastectomy. And when I went to my cancer hospital for screening, I didn't see as many people in the halls, and that is quite frightening because the consequence of that is this. According to the IQVIA Institute for Human Data Science, a total of 80,000 plus diagnoses of 5 common cancers in the United States are projected to be missed or delayed during the 3-month period of early March to early June, which is why this president has always said, go to your doctor, do your screenings. There's a way to safely do this. If you feel chest pain, go to your doctor. We can't scare people from going to hospitals. It's a consequence of staying closed, though. When people are scared, they're scared to even go to their doctor, and there are consequences for that. And finally, I would just point out a recent CNN article from Friday noted a national public health group that warned as many as 75,000 Americans could die because of drug or alcohol misuse and suicide as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. So there are consequences to us staying closed, and it's why I believe it was 8 medical groups came out with a statement. 8 medical groups noted concerns that some people with symptoms of heart attack, stroke, and cardiac arrest are avoiding hospitals. So it's why I've said from this podium, I think at least 2 times, today's the 2nd or 3rd, you've got to go to your doctor. We've got to encourage this country to safely reopen.
And on testing, last week you said it would be nonsensical to test all Americans, and yesterday the administration celebrated testing 2.7% of the population. In order to reopen 100% of the country, what amount of testing does make sense to you? And what's an alternative to testing to track and contain the virus to make people feel confident to get back to normal?
Sure, we have to engage in strategic testing, which is what our experts have always said. Look, you had Admiral Joie who said it's a bad strategy to say that you need to test everyone because testing a person now just means they're negative at this moment. A point also emphasized by Dr. Fauci. If you get a test today, that does not mean that tomorrow or the next day or the next day or the next day you might get exposed, which is why we acknowledge testing is not preventative. What is preventative is wearing this mask. What is preventative is social distancing. What is preventative is washing your hands. These are the measures we need to take to safely reopen. And then we'll use testing strategically for contact tracing purposes, for example. So that's the way it should be used and deployed. And I stand by the comment that I made earlier. Yes.
Kayleigh, could you speak just a bit about the next round of coronavirus funding, the bill that the Speaker is releasing today? What provisions are a no-go for the administration? What can you get behind?
Look, I won't get ahead of the president in negotiating, but and I certainly won't condition any future legislation on a certain proposal, but I will say that the president has noted a payroll tax is something that he's looked at, not conditioning it on that, but noting that it's something he desires to see, and it's smart policy. In fact, according to Stephen Moore and Art Laffer, this means, quote, every worker in America would get a substantial pay raise. And what is so promising about the payroll tax is that it's a regressive tax, so the lowest wage workers are in fact the ones who would be most helped because they pay more payroll tax than they do income tax. So that's something the president's mentioned, not necessarily as a condition. I won't negotiate here with Speaker Pelosi, but I encourage her to work with the president and help these low-income individuals get this tax cut that they deserve. Yes.
I'm sorry. Michael Pack has a confirmation hearing on Thursday. Could you speak to what the president wants him to do, if confirmed, to change the way the Voice of America operates?
Yeah, I won't get ahead of that hearing, which is later in the week, as you noted. Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Kayleigh. I want to ask you about the task force. The president and the vice president said last week that there would be some new additions to the task force and that those would be announced on Monday. We haven't seen those names yet. Do you have any update on that and whether there are going to, in fact, be people added to that task force?
Yeah, there will be additions, but no announcements on that just yet. Jeff?
Thanks, Kayleigh. There were some deaths in St. Petersburg today from ventilators, Russian ventilators that exploded. I'm wondering whether you can tell us what happened to the Russian ventilators that were sent to the United States, and whether those ventilators have been used, and if not, if they're being taken out of commission.
Look, that's the first I'm hearing of that story, so I don't have any updates on that other than to note that we are way ahead of where we should be on ventilators. As I noted in my opening remarks, 100,000 ventilators in 100 days is really good, and no one has died for lack of a ventilator, but that's the first I'm hearing of that story.
Yesterday, the president indicated that he might be communicating with Vice President Pence by phone for a while the Vice President keeps some distance. Can you give us an update on whether or not those two men are going to see each other in person, or whether, I know the Vice President has been working at the White House, is he keeping his distance from the President for a while?
Now, the Vice President has made the choice to keep his distance for a few days, and I would just note that that's his personal decision to make that. As to how many days he does it, again, that's a decision for the Vice President. Yes.
And then a related question. When is the next time that we might see Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci here in this room giving us an update on kind of the status of the public health regarding coronavirus?
Look, we've heard from Dr. Fauci pretty much the entirety of the day. He had a hearing, as you noted, so you've probably heard from him more hours today than you've ever heard from Dr. Fauci. You hear from these experts regularly out on television, and we'll see the next time they're up here in this capacity, but we certainly have valued their time, and we continue to value their time.
It's been a while since we've seen Dr. Birx, though, for example. I mean, she is the coordinator of the coronavirus task force. When might we see her and be able to get an update from her and be able to ask questions of her?
Yeah, again, I don't know when in this capacity you will see her, but I talk to Dr. Birx regularly. In fact, I talked to her just before I came out here because I had some questions about some funny numbers I heard from Senator Elizabeth Warren, and she helped me to correct those numbers, which I'd like to correct here because I think it's unfair to the American people to give inflated case numbers and mortality numbers, because it leads to those same Americans making the decision to not get a mammogram, to not have the cancer screenings they need. So I'd like to just reveal to you some information Dr. Birx just shared with me. Elizabeth Warren erroneously said there were 25,000 new cases today. In fact, there were less than 20,000. Senator Warren said there were 2,000 deaths. In fact, there have been less than 1,000. I spoke with Dr. Birx about that. So I'd encourage our Democratic colleagues and all Americans to make sure we're putting out their good information, because it does have consequences. Yes.
Thank you. The Justice Department is considering bringing federal hate crime charges against the two men charged with murdering Ahmaud Arbery. Does the president think that's appropriate?
Look, I'd refer you to the Department of Justice statement, which is this, that we are considering the request of the Attorney General of Georgia and have asked that he forward to federal authorities any information that he has about the handling of that investigation. We'll continue to assess all information, and we'll take any appropriate action that is warranted by the facts and the law. And the president, I've heard him say it to me personally, his heart breaks for the family of Ahmaud Arbery, and we want to see justice in that case as the facts lead us to that place. Yes.
Yeah, White House staff yesterday were asked to wear masks around the West Wing, except when they were seated at their desks. I can't help but notice you're not wearing a mask. What's the reason for that? Is that a television thing, or?
No, it's because I'm distanced from you. You'd probably have a hard time hearing from me right now should I have a mask on and that be muffled. I'm delivering information to the American people. I'm an appropriate distance away. I had a negative test today. I had a negative test yesterday, and I'm in an okay place. Yes.
Go ahead. On Afghanistan, if I may, President Ashraf Ghani has put his troops on an offensive footing. Has President Trump spoken to him about that? And what does it mean for the US-led peace process?
Not that I'm aware of, and I don't have any new information on that. Yes.
We're seeing a White House report on locations to watch and with increased cases. Can you hear me okay?
You said locations to watch?
Locations to watch with increased cases. And we're seeing rates spiking in several spots in the Midwest, including Kansas City. Is this a concern of yours, and can you address it?
I did speak with Dr. Birx about this just before coming out, and I think you're referring to a document that was put out that wasn't a White House document. It was a FEMA document that looked at what was going on in the Midwest, and she made the point to me, she showed me a document that showed that these are isolated outbreaks that where there are specific instances in, let's say, a meat processing facility or a prison where we isolate that there's a problem. We're able to contact trace and pretty quickly resolve the situation. She pointed out that in Des Moines there was a Dairy County meatpacking facility, and that was a good example of where we were able to do that. So I would just say that, and this was a quote, this is proof that the system is working, that we're able to identify what the president said are embers and put them out. It's the system at work. Yes.
Yeah, you mentioned as an example of the risk of not closing, people not going to medical appointments. How do you extend that argument to restaurants, nail salons, barber shops and beauties? Are those the kind of essential things you're talking about?
What I'm talking about is we have a phase plan to reopen, and you can follow those guidelines, and the restaurants are in phases, and the entertainment facilities, you noted, are in phases as accordance with declining cases. But as a whole, with the totality of the circumstances, when you have a society that's shut down and people are locked in their homes and they're isolated, it leads to the very suicide line increase calls that I noted. It leads to drug abuse. There are consequences to eternally staying shut down, which is why you have to find the balance, which the president does in consultation with expert advice from Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx and the task force, and he makes the best decision for America going forward. He made the right decision to shut down the country at the time he did, because there were 2.2 million lives at stake, and a lot of American lives were saved because of that decision. But at the same time, it's a balance, which is why we put out the phased guidelines to reopening.
And I also wanted to ask you about a statement that Dr. Fauci made today. He said, "I think we are going in the right direction, but the right direction does not mean we have by any means total control of this outbreak." How does that square with the president's statement yesterday that we have prevailed over the outbreak?
Well, the president made clear he was talking about testing. The fact that we can say we're doing double that of any other country, the fact that we can put up that graph that shows South Korea as a small little red bar of testing per capita, and every bar beside it is an American state or territory outdoing what South Korea has done. And let's note that South Korea was the gold standard for testing. In fact, on March 13th, the Washington Post headline was, "South Korea is doing 10,000 coronavirus tests a day. The U.S. is struggling for even a small fraction of that." And here we are on May 11th with a Washington Post headline. The administration keeps bragging that the U.S. testing now is better than South Korea's was a month ago. So you can't demand that we reach South Korea and then say that we're bragging when we do. This is a moment where the American private sector succeeded. This administration mobilized that testing. Every state is better off than South Korea at this moment. And that is a very good thing and something to be celebrated, because it's American innovation at its best with 92 emergency use authorizations. And it's this administration under President Trump working.
But does the president agree with Dr. Fauci that we do not have total control over this outbreak?
The president believes in the phased guidelines to reopening, which Dr. Fauci signed off on along with Dr. Birx, and we encourage every state and governor to follow. Yes?
Thank you, Kayleigh. The president said on Monday that Florida has so much testing that testers are literally sitting around waiting for people, and that there is a, quote, great overcapacity. Yet the reality in the state is there are still widespread criticism, reports of not enough testing. In the Kaiser Family Foundation ranks Florida 24th in the country per capita when it comes to testing. So is the president being overly optimistic about the situation in Florida?
Not in the slightest. I was actually in the Oval Office when that discussion transpired, and the governor of Florida, Governor DeSantis, who's doing a phenomenal job, talked about that there was over testing ability at these sites, so there were extra tests. There wasn't enough demand. There weren't people showing up to use them all. He said that had happened around some sites in the state. He saw it firsthand. He's the governor of Florida, and that's a good thing, and we're able to fulfill Governor DeSantis's plan in full that he has laid out as necessary to reopening the state of Florida, which happens to be my great home state. Yes.
Data does not support that, Kayleigh. So is the president just listening to the governor, or is he looking at the data?
Oh, he's looking at the data. As I noted to you, Admiral Joie has a chart of every single governor's plan and has said we will fulfill every single governor's plan. Governor DeSantis was reporting what he had seen at distinct facilities or drive-through testing sites. Yes.
With the restarting of the economies on both sides of the Canadian and U.S. border, you know how much trade between the two sides are essential for communities. Can you update us on the plans for reopening and also a timeline for reopening the border?
Yeah, no announcements on that front today. Yep. Chanel?
Thank you. With the release of the transcripts related to Adam Schiff's Russia probe this week, is there any information you can share with us as to what the DOJ has shared with the White House on whether it is investigating Obama administration officials on this matter?
So I don't have any updates on that front because that's currently a DOJ matter. But you did refer to transcripts, and I do think it's an important moment to talk about what was in some of the transcripts that were released prior to today, so not the specific ones that you're asking about. But we learned from newly released transcripts a few things. We learned that what some Obama officials were saying publicly was much different than what they were saying privately. James Clapper was out there saying that he had evidence that this was worse than Watergate, when in fact a few weeks later he was saying privately, I never saw any direct empirical evidence that the Trump campaign or someone in it was plotting or conspiring with Russia. Samantha Power said, I am not in possession of anything. I am not in possession and didn't read or absorb any information that came out of the intelligence community suggesting collusion. Ambassador Rice, I don't recall intelligence or evidence to that effect. Former Attorney General Loretta Lynch, I can't say that if it existed or not. I don't recall that being briefed up to me. So it brings the question to light. Why then did we have many years of investigating collusion that these Obama administration officials never existed, they never saw any evidence of, but for 3 years the American people were dragged through the mud and told that their choice for the President of the United States might have been a Russian asset based on no evidence at all. This president was exonerated by the Mueller report, and there are some real questions for these individuals who are saying one thing publicly and another thing privately. Thank you so much. I think I got to all of you, and we'll be back soon. Events this morning, so we didn't want our unprecedented transparency to get in the way of lunch, so we're glad that you all had a few moments there to eat, so our delay was hopefully useful and helpful to you guys. I have an announcement on the Trump administration's unwavering support for our farmers. Today, Secretary of Agriculture Sonny Perdue and Senior Advisor Ivanka Trump announced the launch of the Farmers to Families Food Box Program. This is a $3 billion program to support farmers and provide food to our most vulnerable communities. Senior Advisor Ivanka Trump and Secretary Perdue are doing very good work. Now I would like to focus on the Trump administration's unprecedented coronavirus response. Some have erroneously suggested that the Trump administration threw out the pandemic response playbook left by the Obama-Biden administration. What the critics failed to note, however, is that this thin packet of paper was replaced by 2 detailed, robust pandemic response reports commissioned by the Trump administration. So we exchanged this one, which I will hand over to my assistant, Lindy, for these 2 pandemic response plans. In 2018, the Trump administration issued our Pandemic Crisis Action Plan, one of the binders that I just handed to Lindy. Further, from August 13th to the 16th, the Trump administration conducted the Crimson Contagion 2019 Functional Exercise. This was a pandemic stimulation to test the nation's ability to respond to a large-scale outbreak. In January of 2020, HHS issued the Crimson Contagion 2019 Functional Exercise After Action Report. That was one of the additional documents that I just handed over. This exercise exposed the shortcomings in legacy planning documents which inform President Trump's coronavirus response beginning as early as January. And those legacy planning document shortcomings were in fact the papers that I just handed over that were provided to us by the Obama-Biden administration. For example, President Trump's Crimson After Action report highlighted that the Obama-era policy directive from November 2016, quote, and I'm quoting from the document, does not provide the requisite mechanisms or processes to effectively lead the coordination of the federal government's response. Instead, President Trump established the White House Coronavirus Task Force and put Vice President Pence in charge of the interagency response. These were effective decisions, and they undoubtedly enhanced our response to the coronavirus. Furthermore, what Crimson Contagion taught us is that President Trump was right all along about misguided economic and trade policies that left Americans vulnerable to pandemics. In June 2016, so many, many years ago, then businessman Donald Trump said this, quote, America became the world's dominant economy by becoming the world's dominant producer. I have visited cities and towns across this country where a third or even half of manufacturing jobs have been wiped out in the last 20 years. Today, we import nearly 800 billion more in goods than we export. This is not some natural disaster. It is politician-made disaster. That was then candidate Trump, who has now implemented those policies as President Trump. And this forward-thinking vision contrasted with that of President Obama, who said, quote, Trump just says, well, I'm going to negotiate a better deal. Well, what? How exactly are you going to negotiate that? What magic wand do you have? That magic wand was ripping up the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It was ripping up NAFTA. It was replacing it with the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, a great deal for our automakers and our farmers. And it was ending China's predatory trade policies and negotiating a historic Phase 1 China deal. That is what this president has done. Yesterday, President Trump went to Allentown, Pennsylvania, and visited Owens & Minor, Inc. This was a clear example of domestic manufacturing at work. You saw this administration taking action to restructure and secure our stockpile of medical supplies. President Trump released a plan to restructure the Strategic National Stockpile yesterday, and he signed an executive order providing the authority to ensure America is producing critical goods necessary to build up our strategic stockpiles. The president's trip was an example of what he's been saying all along, that America must manufacture, that America must produce here in our interior. Additionally, the president launched Project Airbridge to bring supplies from all over the world to support America's frontline healthcare workers. The administration partnered with the private sector to secure donations and production of PPE and other medical supplies, and President Trump effectively leveraged the Defense Production Act, otherwise known as the DPA, to mobilize our country to manufacture and secure massive amounts of PPE and ventilators. Through Project Airbridge to date, more than 1.4 million N95 respirators have been delivered, as well as 921 million gloves, 17.1 million surgical gowns, and more. The Trump playbook and the whole of America response to this pandemic has far exceeded what this administration inherited. And finally, President Trump took action before the pandemic to anticipate and game plan such scenarios. President Trump streamlined the National Security Council in 2018 by creating a Counter-Proliferation and Biodefense Directorate. This directorate combined NSC experts focused on biological threats under a single and more senior leader, and did away with a confusing organizational chart that required some experts to report to two bosses simultaneously. In short, the NSC retained the same number of experts focused on biological threats that the Obama administration had, but honed them in and focused them more and housed them in a more coherent structure and with a more senior leader. I'd also note that this directorate, which exists today, is the same office that critics allege to this day that President Trump eliminated. I hope in your reporting you are now able to debunk this claim. Recognizing the seriousness of biological threats, President Trump released a series of strategic documents to transform our preparedness for biological incidents, including pandemics. In September of 2018, President Trump released the National Biodefense Strategy. In May of 2019, he released the Global Health Security Strategy. And in September of 2019, he signed an EO to modernize influenza vaccines. His leadership is evident in the early days of this pandemic and in the preparation before that. And these actions I've outlined today, these plans I noted, helped us as we approached what was an unprecedented crisis. It helped us to deploy our resources and to deliver what I believe is one of the best responses we've seen in this country's history. And with that, I'll take questions. John.
You talked about crimson contagion back in August. Did that exercise suggest that early and extensive testing would be critical in response to any pandemic?
I'm not aware of exactly what it revealed with regard to testing. What it basically did was say to us, look, some of the previous iterations of plans have put HHS in the lead. HHS, of course, plays a critical role in our response. But one of the things that was identified is you need a whole of government response that's orchestrated from the highest levels. And for us, what that meant in real time was President Trump immediately saying, hey, we need a task force. We need the vice president leading this. We need the White House at the helm coordinating agencies. And that valuable piece of advice that we garnered from the exercise was able to be deployed in real time. So it was a valuable exercise that we did in August of 2019.
And going forward, will early and extensive testing now be among the recommendations that are put into any future plans?
So we have not outlined a future plan just yet. We're still operating off of the one that was issued fairly recently in January of 2020. I think it's safe to say that, we've learned a lot as we've moved forward and navigated this pandemic, and navigated the deploying of more than 90 million and 95 respirators, 1 billion gloves, this really historic response. I think we've learned that working with the private sector has been very effective. We have an incredible, innovative private sector in this country, and to have a businessman at the helm and President Trump who was able to coordinate that was very effective, and I think will become the playbook for dealing with future pandemics. Kaitlyn?
I have 2 questions. So you replaced the Obama playbook with these 2 you say that you've developed. Is it in there that testing needs to be increased as soon as this is happening, and what about personal protective equipment?
Look, personal protective equipment is very important, and I'm proud of what this administration has done, and I'm very glad that you asked about that, because I have some supply numbers for you today. I actually shortchanged us a little bit there. 92.7 million N95 masks, 133.7 million surgical masks, 22.4 million surgical gowns, 10.5 million face shields, and almost 1 billion gloves. And as you saw at Owens & Minor, our domestic manufacturing has been deployed in this country in a way it never has been before since at least World War II, and will become the future playbook, I believe, for future administrations in navigating a pandemic response.
But sorry, so does it say in that playbook that personal protective gear should be increased, the production of it, as soon as a pandemic is underway, as with coronavirus?
What it says is this, that, look, we need personal protective equipment, and what did this administration do? We gave it. The Obama playbook is online. One of these, I believe, is public. One is public, so you can look through that online. But what we've done is remarkable, and that is exactly what you just asked me. Does it say we need more PPE? Well, we've delivered historic numbers of PPE, 1 billion gloves. We'll continue to do that. We'll continue to fill the stockpile. We're ready for the fall, and this administration has acted in a way that I don't believe, certainly based on what I read in the Obama playbook, would have able to have deployed what this administration has done.
Okay,
Jeff?
So I have a follow-up question. So I was just asking that because it seemed to take so long to get more masks and swabs and whatnot, which they're still dealing with now. But my other question is on Rick Bright. The president said yesterday that he probably should not be working in federal government anymore, but he is now expected to start his new job next week. Does the president still welcome him starting that new position? And can you clarify exactly what that job is?
Well, it's interesting to ask about whether Rick Bright should start in a position, because Rick Bright hasn't showed up for a position. He was transferred to lead a bold new $1 billion testing program. He's not yet shown up for work. He takes a $285,000 salary. That's extraordinary for a federal government salary. And he is still on taxpayer-funded medical leave, so he can work with partisan attorneys to malign this president. So Mr. Bright, he should perhaps show up for the job that he currently has. Jeff?
Why does President Trump choose not to wear a face mask? Does he think it sends the wrong message?
That's his choice. You know, he's tested each and every day. Those of us around him, when I'm in the Oval Office, I wear a face mask around him to protect him. He's very protected. He tests negative daily, and that's his personal choice. And I would note is consistent with the CDC guidelines, which say they recommend, but it's the personal choice of the individual.
But at the very least, to set an example for the American people, Dr. Birx, Dr. Fauci today, they're both tested routinely, but they both had their face mask on in the Rose Garden.
I think he did set an example. He set an example when he said to the West Wing, I want all of you wearing face masks in here. And he noted that, I believe it was 2 days ago. And that is over, above, and beyond what CDC guidelines say. But all of our staffers are wearing face masks, and that was at the direction of the president. I think that's a pretty good example. Yes.
Kayleigh, thanks so much. I want to ask you about the FDA guidance on the Abbott tests. But firstly, you've talked about all of this preparation that the Trump administration did. But then how come on January 2020, the stockpile was as low as it was on supplies like face masks, like N95s?
Yeah, it's a really good question. It's a really important question, and perhaps I should redirect your question to President Obama, who left the stockpile empty, and there was a USA Today fact check of that. He left the cupboards bare, as the president noted, and USA Today said there's no indication that the Obama administration took significant steps to replenish the supply of N95 masks in the strategic national stockpile after it was depleted from repeated crises. So at the H1N1, it was full. At the end of H1N1, it was empty, and President Obama left it empty and took President Trump to refill it.
But your national biodefense strategy came out in September 2018, and the president has been now in office for over three years at this point.
Yeah, well, we refilled that stockpile. We got the N95 masks out. Ventilators, another good example. Not a single American died for lack of a ventilator. 100,000 ventilators in 100 days, 3 times what is produced in the average year, 3 times the amount of N95 respirators our healthcare industry uses. We have delivered. We cleaned up the mess that was very clearly left by President Obama, and we got that out. And I would also note, in terms of fixing the stockpile, it's also fixing domestic supply chains. That was very important. And this president is the president who took on that issue, who said we need to produce here. We can't, as China hoards PPE, we need to have domestic manufacturing. So there was a systemic fix that needed to happen. And President Trump is the first president, in my knowledge, that has really, to this degree, took on that systemic fix.
And then on the EPIC test, I mean, these are the tests that you guys take every day, that we've been given every day. But these recent studies coming out, I mean, numbers like a third of cases may be missed, up to 48% of cases may be missed. Does that give this White House any pause? Are you considering potentially other tests? Does this change the way that you guys are going to move, going forward?
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked that. It's very important. When the FDA gets any information that calls into question a test, they put it out there. It's incumbent upon them to make sure the American people have up-to-date information. Dr. Hahn, I spoke with him this morning. I actually spoke with him several times. He said we continue to recommend the test. Secretary Azar says we have confidence in the test, otherwise it wouldn't be out on the market. That being said, they take any indication of false negatives very seriously. Some of these studies, Secretary Azar says he believes there was user error in them, meaning that the time transporting them might have affected the accuracy of the test. But to that end, what the FDA has said is that any negative test results that are not consistent with the patient's clinical signs, so if you're coughing, you get a negative test, it's an Abbott test, you should consider getting a second test. That's the guidance as of now. Yes.
The president told Maria Bartiromo yesterday that he wasn't interested in talking to Chinese President Xi Jinping right now. Why is that? Why would he not want to talk to him?
He's very frustrated with China, and I'll leave it to the president as to when he does resume speaking with the Chinese leader. But look, China slow-walked this. I've shared with you guys before on human-to-human transmission. It was really important that the world knew of that aspect of the disease, but that information was slow-walked through the WHO. The genetic sequencing, likewise, was not given until a professor in Shanghai did so on his own. The president has repeatedly noted that, why are they letting flights out of China but not into China? These decisions put American lives at risk. Not just American lives, but lives around the globe. We know that this disease came from China, and why that information was not shared, some of the information I just suggested, is really unacceptable. So he's frustrated at this point, and I'll leave it to him.
The president has quite often talked about having a warm relationship with President Xi. Is that now over? Has a chill set in?
Well, I'll leave it to the president as to how to characterize their relationship. But, this is a president who, if anyone knows how to talk to China, it's him. He did get the Phase 1 China deal, $250 billion of purchasing of American products. It was a big deal and a big win for America, and it took President Trump to get that win. Yes.
The president earlier in the Oval Office said that the Pentagon was developing a, quote, super-duper missile. Pentagon was asked about that shortly after the president made his remarks and declined to comment, referring it back to the White House. So I'm wondering if you can say what the president was describing.
Yeah, I would just refer you back to the president's remarks in the Pentagon. I don't have any new information on that at this point. Yes.
Can you clarify, Kayleigh, when did the administration start replenishing the stockpile of PPE? And does that report get into that?
The president immediately, when it was necessary to get more PPE for America's healthcare workers, immediately went into action. And I've listed out for you all of the results of those actions, which have been extraordinary, greatest mobilization of the private sector since World War II. And I would also note, I do have some new information.
Taken before January 2020 regarding PPE and trying to replenish that?
I did talk to Secretary Azar a little bit about this yesterday, and one of the things Secretary Azar said to me is, when we got to the federal government, we were on the brink of, we were in very hostile confrontations with several powers because of the Obama administration's foreign policy, and there were real bioterrorism threats, and that was the immediate threat that the administration focused on in terms of the stockpile. And immediately when it became clear a pandemic was the concern over bioterrorism, we transitioned as quickly as humanly possible and filled the empty cupboards left by President Obama. And I do have, if I can find it in here, some new information on ventilators just to show how extraordinary this administration's effort was on the stockpile, that we've shipped 766 ventilators overseas to our partners because no one here has died for the lack of a ventilator. So we've done so well and overperformed so much. We can say that we've committed over 15,000 ventilators to 40 countries by the end of July because that is American ingenuity. That is the government of President Trump, and that is the unprecedented partnership of this government and the private sector. Yes?
Switching gears for just a moment, also in his interview with Maria Bartiromo the other day, the president suggested that people should be jailed for what he said earlier in the week was a very obvious crime. You're an attorney and the president's spokesperson. Perhaps you could lay out the elements of this crime. What crime was committed and in what way?
I assume you're referring to the Obama administration and the unmasking and...
Obamagate. What is it? What are the elements of that crime?
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked because there hasn't been a lot of journalistic curiosity on this front, and I'm very glad that you asked this question. Look, there were a number of questions raised by the actions of the Obama administration. The Steele dossier, funded by the Democratic National Committee, the opposition political party to the president, was used to attain FISA warrants to listen in on conversations of people within the Trump campaign. There was the unmasking the identity of Michael Flynn, and we know that in a January 5th meeting in the Oval Office with President Obama, Sally Yates from the Department of Justice learned about the unmasking, not from the Department of Justice or from the FBI. She learned about it from President Obama and was stunned and could barely process what she was hearing at the time because she was stunned of his knowledge of that. We know that there was a lot of wrongdoing in the case of Michael Flynn. The FBI notes, for instance, that said, should we quote, get him to lie as they pontificated their strategy. We know that the identity of this 3-decade general was leaked to the press, a criminal leak to the press of his identity in violation of his Fourth Amendment rights. These are very serious questions. They've been ignored by the media for far too long, and I'm very glad that I think that is the second question that I have fielded on Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, because justice does matter. Those questions, they matter.
To be clear, I heard you mention one thing you said was criminal, and that was what?
The one thing that I've said that was criminal? The leaking of his name and the very real questions that have been raised. But if you want to start talking about wrongdoing in the administration, happy to go through Andy McCabe leaking to the Wall Street Journal and then lying about it. Happy to talk about James Clapper lying before Congress, saying the NSA does not monitor phone calls. That was an inaccuracy, to say the least, if not a lie. And John Brennan telling Congress that the bogus Steele dossier played no role in the Russia probe, when in fact we know it did and was the basis of attaining FISA warrants. So there's a lot of mistruths there that were said, many of them under oath. So I would point you to those and the many other real questions that I hope you all will pursue.
So the president's view that those people should be jailed, the people you just mentioned?
I never said that. Those are your words, not mine. But perhaps you should look into it and get me some answers. That is, after all, the job. That is, after all, the job of reporters, to answer the very questions that I've laid out, and I hope you guys will take the time to do it. And I also find it interesting, if we want to start talking about fabrication of crimes, we can litigate that case pretty publicly with James Clapper, who said what President Trump did with Russia pales, that Watergate paled in comparison. We can talk about Eric Swalwell lying and saying President Trump was working on behalf of the Russians. We can talk about Hakeem Jeffries lying and saying the president was a Russian asset. We can talk about Schiff saying there was ample evidence of collusion in plain sight when in fact there was not. We can talk about Mark Warner saying there's enormous amounts of evidence of collusion. We can talk about a CNN historian who said there was a smell of treason in the Trump-Russia probe when in fact for 3 years you all talked about collusion and there was none. And it was a huge injustice, not just to this administration, but to the American people who deserve truth, not the alleging of absolutely false allegations against this president. Yes.
Thank you.
Francis pushed back against the comment by the CEO of Sanofi.
Sorry, 1 second. I can't really. So I'll get to you next. Go ahead.
France has pushed back by a comment by the CEO of Sanofi that the United States would be first in line for a vaccine if that firm develops because of initial funding by BARDA. Does the administration think that the United States should receive the first doses if Sanofi does discover that vaccine?
I haven't spoken to the president about that, so I don't have any announcements on that front. But yes, back there, and then I'll come up to you.
Okay. Thank you, Kayleigh. Two brief questions. First, a follow-up to Steve's question regarding China. 48 hours ago, the Federal Retirement Thrift Investment Board followed the president's suggestion and cut off any investment of federal pensions for civilian and military workers into China on their markets, therefore cutting off funds that would be invested in state-run companies. Will the president now urge private sector businesses, and I think of BlackRock, which is invested in 137 Chinese companies, to follow this example and get out of investing in China?
Well, I can't give any information about what the president will or will not do next, but it's a really important topic, and I would just say that the president's decisive move to halt plans for investing TSP funds into Chinese companies was the right call. It protects our military, federal employees from risky investments, and avoids funding Chinese defense contractors. And this action halts plans to invest military federal employees' retirement funds of $4.5 billion in Chinese equity. So it was an important move by the president, but in terms of future action on this front, I would leave that to the president. Yes.
My other question was, in Turkey recently, there's been talk that President Erdogan would like the assistance of President Trump with the currency in Turkey, which is in very bad condition. Will there be any U.S. support of the Turkish currency, or does he think Mr. Erdogan should apply for an IMF loan?
Yeah, I don't have any information on that front either as to his future actions with regard to Turkish currency. Yes.
Thank you, Kayleigh. So the president has called for transparency in what he calls Obamagate. Is he willing to declassify the transcript of General Flynn's call to Sergei Kislyak so everyone can see what was said on that call?
I've not asked him that. What I know that he would like to see right now is the lost 302. Apparently lost 302. We know 302 is a summary of an interview that the FBI did with Michael Flynn that has apparently gone missing. So we would really be quite curious to see what transpired in that 302 after the FBI pontificated, quote, getting Flynn to lie so that they could get him fired or prosecuted. Yes.
Thank you, Kayleigh. When will the White House open talks with House Speaker Pelosi and Minority Leader Schumer on the HEROES Act? Have there been any informal talks occurring? And does the White House support more aid to state and local governments as part of that package?
So the president has said that he would talk about state and local aid, but it cannot become a pretext for bailing out blue states that have gotten themselves into financial trouble. So while he's open to discussing it, he has no immediate plans to move forward with the phase 4. He said something he's looking at, but he wants to take some time to consider what should be in it. The Pelosi bill has been entirely unacceptable. For instance, one of the things that I found really funny in her bill was she requires that the president appoint a medical supply response coordinator who would serve at as the point of contact for the healthcare system, supply chain officials, and states on medical supplies. I don't know if Speaker Pelosi has just not been paying attention while she's been out in California, and we've been here working, but I happened to be sitting by this so-called medical supply response coordinator on Air Force One yesterday. He's been around for quite some time. His name is Admiral Polovchek. So Polovchek is who's coordinating this, and perhaps she doesn't know that because Admiral P has been doing this for quite some time, but that's just an example of how quite odd the Pelosi bill is, packed full of liberal wish lists, like ensuring that illegal immigrants, for instance, get direct payments because they're not looking at Social Security numbers to verify that taxpayer dollars are going to actual taxpayers. So elements like that are non-starters, and then there's just really curious elements that really suggest if the speaker is even paying attention. Chanel.
Thank you, Kayleigh. But going back to the HEROES Act, the Speaker Pelosi presented it today for a vote, and you have members of her own party coming in and saying this is Washington politics at its worst. Does the White House get a sense that members of the Democrat Party are starting to grow less confident in Pelosi's leadership during this pandemic? Have you been communicating with anybody on the Democrat side?
So I haven't spoken to them directly, but I have seen some of the comments you're talking about, and it certainly would suggest that. I mean, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and what is Nancy Pelosi doing? She's saying she's exploiting the crisis and pushing for mass mail-in voting, even though we know it's more susceptible to voting fraud. I mean, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and this is what she's interested in pushing, instead of talking about real measures like the payroll tax, which would be a tax break for low and middle income Americans. She's interested in removing the threshold for state and local tax deductions, which would essentially be a huge win for billionaires in California and New York. So it's really interesting right now that you have the party that says they're for working Americans saying, let's remove this state and local tax threshold so that millionaires and billionaires get big payouts in states like California and New York. And you have the Republican Party and the party of President Trump saying, let's lower the payroll tax so that low-income Americans who pay more payroll taxes than they do income taxes get a tax break. It's really interesting, the current posture of the two parties. Yes.
Obama. Can I ask a question about Obama's stockpile? Was there at any point any knowledge that when the transition between the Obama administration into the Trump administration, did anybody from the Obama team brief the Trump administration about the depletion of the national stockpile? At one point, the PPE maths went down to below 2%, what the national need was. Did anybody from the Obama administration warn the Trump administration going in?
It's a really good question. Not to my knowledge. To my knowledge, the two things President Obama warned about were North Korea and Michael Flynn. But what I do know is this: the Obama administration wasn't throwing ventilators into the stockpile. They were unmasking Lieutenant General Michael Flynn in the waning days of their administration. Yes.
Thank you, Kayleigh. The president has, on the subject of the payroll tax cut, the president has said that that should be a part of the next stimulus bill, but he's also indicated that there are discussions for more direct payments. So does he favor one or the other, or does he think you can do both?
He hasn't indicated that anything is a condition or a starter or a non-starter. He's floated some ideas that he'd like to see in a phase 4. I mean, at this point, I think he's looking closely at what we need to spend if a phase 4 does occur. These are taxpayer dollars. He wants to move forward wisely, but I haven't heard of any particular thing being a condition, a starter, or a non-starter, other than the fact that the so-called HEROES Act is certainly a non-starter. Yes.
Thank you, Kayleigh. In a previous life as a Harvard Law student, in 2015, you were vocally against the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in favor of same-sex marriage, calling arguments for it farcical blabber. Do you think that's consistent with the president's views?
Look, I'm not up here to give my personal views on anything. What I'd say is that I'm very proud of this administration, which has been fair and equitable and just to all Americans and open to all Americans, as he should be. I think our views are entirely consistent, and I'm not up here to give my views on a Supreme Court case from many years ago. Yes.
Consistent when the president said that he's fine with the decision and considers the matter settled.
I stand behind the president. I stand behind his views. I'm here to represent the president and not to pontificate about Supreme Court cases from long ago. Yes.
President Trump case, I want to get in really quickly just to follow up. There's any day now there's going to be another decision from the Supreme Court related to LGBTQ rights on whether federal civil rights law covers LGBTQ people. Is the administration doing any sort of contingency planning for that decision?
Look, I'm not going to get ahead of the Supreme Court or give a Supreme Court case projection or outcome. It's not my position to do that, so I have no information for you on that at this time. Yes.
President Trump has just tweeted that U.S. is going to donate ventilators to India. Do you know how many numbers of ventilators U.S. is donating to India?
I don't know that, but the President just extolled our great relationship with India. India has been a great partner to us for quite some time, and I'm encouraged to hear about the ventilators to India. It's one of the several countries I noted that will be getting ventilators because this President has done so well on ventilators, 100,000 in 100 days, that we are able to repurpose them and send them around the world. And John.
Recently, Pew Research Center said that most of the Indian Americans tend to vote for the Democrats. Since President has made an outreach to the Indian Americans community in the last 4 years.
I didn't hear the first part of your question. Can you just say that again?
Research survey has recently come out with a report which says that most of the Indian Americans mostly vote for the Democrats, not the Republicans. Do you agree with the assessment?
Look, that would be a question for the campaign, so I'd refer you to the campaign on that Pew poll. Yes.
The president has said before, Kayleigh, that he would like to see 100 million doses of a viable vaccine by the fall, then 300 million by January. Today he didn't mention 100 million by the fall, but he did mention hopefully getting a vaccine by the new year. Is he tempering expectations of what might be possible? Is he still hoping for 100 million doses by the fall?
No, this president is not tempering expectations. In fact, I think we should be very encouraged about what we heard today from Dr. Salawi, that the early data from clinical trials for coronavirus vaccine data makes him confident that we will have a vaccine by the end of 2020. Operation Warp Speed is a great new innovative operation that I think will take us to getting a vaccine, as Dr. Salawi said, in short order. In consultation, he's doing this, of course, with the four-star General Perna is his name, and it's going to be a great effort, and I think by the fall we will see one, as has been predicted. This president wants to see one processed as fast as humanly possible, and I would note that he got us into phase 1 clinical trial faster than Dr. Fauci had ever seen in the history of his career, and that's because this president has really put the fire under the private sector and under the FDA to get 92 emergency use authorizations for testing, get to phase 1 clinical trial faster than ever before, and we can thank President Trump for being at the helm of all of this. Thank you all. I think I got like 2 questions from each of you, so I enjoyed speaking with you all. Have a great weekend, and I like your pink blazer, Caitlin.
Thank you. Can you just tell us more infections at the White House? Have there been any more positive?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to begin by detailing the historic private-public partnership effort launched by the Trump administration to combat the coronavirus. As both a businessman and as president, you'll all remember then candidate Donald Trump, now President Donald Trump, being adamant about bringing manufacturing jobs back to America. President Obama and the Democrats had given up on manufacturing with President Obama's erroneously prediction that Trump would need a magic wand in order to bring back American jobs. Not so. The reality is President Trump revived manufacturing in this country, and he tore up disastrous trade deals that hemorrhaged American jobs, like NAFTA and like the plan that was in work, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Instead, he put in place better trade deals to bring back American jobs and to bring back American manufacturing. And in the battle against the invisible enemy, President Trump took action to shore up our domestic supply chains in order to deliver the necessary PPE and other medical equipment to the states. Speaker Pelosi and House Democrats are currently promoting a $3 trillion liberal wish list among a litany of Democrat priorities immaterial to the coronavirus crisis are embedded in this, and one would require the president to appoint a, quote, medical supplies response coordinator who would, quote, serve as the point of contact for the healthcare system, supply chain officials, and the states on medical supplies. I'm happy to report this individual already exists. This bill ignores reality because the medical supplies official is in existence. He's been working on this since March to deliver to date over billions and more than 1 billion, I should say, pieces of PPE to countries and hospitals across the country. Since March 29th, Rear Admiral John Plavchek, Vice Director for Logistics for the Joint Chiefs, has been on the job as the head of FEMA's Supply Chain Stabilization Task Force. This is a historic partnership with the private sector, and under the leadership of President Trump, FEMA directed the greatest mobilization of the private sector since World War II. Rear Admiral Plavchek and FEMA quickly realized the power of the private sector in addressing the coronavirus, recognizing that the 6 largest private sector medical distributors would have the ability to source, procure, manufacture, and deliver as many as 1 billion pieces of PPE in a single week. That is extraordinary volume by our private sector. And at the direction of President Trump, Rear Admiral Plavchek and FEMA were able to harness this power. Every day at 9 a.m., Rear Admiral Plavchek's team huddles with these 6 large private sector medical distributors, and together they review data compiled by Dr. Birx as well as information provided by the CDC to set priorities and ensure sufficient levels of supplies go down not just to the county level, but to the hospital level. After focusing geographically, Rear Admiral Plavchek and his team orients the data to set point-of-care distribution priorities for public hospitals, VA and DoD facilities, private hospitals, nursing homes, acute care clinics, first responders, and labs. In just 2.5 weeks, Rear Admiral Polovchek and his team were able to combine data streams, utilize supply chain visualization tools from DoD, and input data into the cloud. This system is now available to generate reports for governors showing what their state received from the federal government and commercial partners all the way down to the hospital level, as I noted. And thanks to President Trump and his administration, governors now have visibility as to where their supplies are sent and where they're received. And from March 1st through May 10th, this public-private partnership has led to the delivery, and these are extraordinary numbers, of over 113 million N95 respirator masks, nearly 500 million surgical masks, nearly 18 million face shields, and over 12 billion gloves. That is a lot of PPE, and we thank our private sector partners for engaging in this effort with us. Also, I just wanted to note that earlier today, the President held an hour-long call with thousands of Hispanic community, business, and faith leaders across the country. He recognized the many contributions of the Hispanic community to our country and addressed important issues like how to reopen their businesses and build the greatest economy in history again. And finally, before I take questions, I just wanted to note on a separate note that I wanted to acknowledge the passing of Ravi Zacharias, a renowned Christian apologist who left this world yesterday. Our prayers are with Ravi's family during this time. He meant a lot to a lot of people around this administration. And as my father said, Billy Graham was the great evangelist and Ravi Zacharias was the great apologist. And we are all thinking about him and holding him close to our hearts and his family today. And with that, I'll take questions. John.
Kayleigh, what does the President believe is illegal about the Secretary of State of Michigan sending out absentee ballot applications, and what federal funding is he considering withholding from the state of Michigan as a result?
So, I won't get into exactly what the funding considerations are. I would note that his tweets were meant to alert Secretary Mnuchin and Mr. Vogt about, head of OMB, about his concerns with trillions of dollars going to these states and his noted concerns about a lot of fraud that is potentially at play when you have mass mail-in voting. So with regard to the illegality and legality of it, that's a question for the campaign as to their voting and ballot practices, but I would just note that his tweet was meant to alert OMB. He wanted to be very careful as we send trillions of dollars to states that we keep this important point in mind and we ensure that there's fairness in our voting system and absolute accuracy. Yes,
But the president himself has voted just 2 months ago by a mail-in ballot. There are several Republican states that are also doing these mail-in applications for ballots. And so I'm confused. What is it that he thinks is illegal that's happening in Michigan? He doesn't really specify.
So first, with regard to the president doing a mail-in vote, the president is, after all, the president, which means he's here in Washington. He's unable to cast his vote down in Florida, his state of residence. So for him, that's why he had to do a mail-in vote. But he supports mail-in voting for a reason. When you have a reason that you are unable to be present, there's right now we're very far from November 3rd. I'm glad that you have the prediction tool and you can tell us what will be happening on November 3rd, 2020. I certainly don't, nor does the president.
Primaries coming up, and that's like what's happening in Nevada and whatnot.
I assume you care about fairness and accuracy in our elections. Do you not?
Of course I do. But
Of
there's
course.
not evidence that there is widespread voter fraud.
So there's evidence. You can go look this up on ProPublica. There was a bipartisan consensus on the fact that mass mail-in voting can lead to fraud. There was a 2005 commission by none other than President Carter, who's not a member of the Republican Party, and also James Baker about this, concluding that these ballots, quote, remain the largest source of potential voter fraud. So this is a concern. The president's right to look at this. We want a free and fair election, and that's his concern. Yes, Zeke?
Kayleigh, on this subject and one other on a different one, the president deleted his first tweet, which alleged falsely that the state of Michigan was sending out absentee ballots to every voter. In fact, they sent out absentee ballot requests. Was the president misinformed this morning? And why is he only directing this message toward Michigan, not other states like Georgia and others that are sending similar absentee ballot requests to their citizens?
So the president corrected his tweet, as you noted, and with regard to going state by state and looking at ballots and the way they're distributed, that would be a question for the Trump campaign, and I'd refer you to the campaign on that point.
On the G7, do you have any more details on the timing when the president would like to schedule that here in Washington? And does that mean that travel restrictions that are currently in place on travel from Europe, from China, and other places would potentially be relaxed before that meeting would take place here?
So I won't get into the mechanics of how that would happen. I would note that the president really wants to see the G7 happen here in Washington as we begin not just to reopen the country, but as the world begins to reopen. He'd like to see it happen sometime in June, but as to a particular date, I don't have any announcement on that front or to the mechanisms of how we'd make that work.
Yes. Thanks, Kayleigh. Couple of questions for you. One, does President Trump support the CDC guidelines that were released over the weekend? And if so, why were they released so quietly? Why not talk about them, roll them out here from the podium?
So the CDC guidelines, there was a 60-page document that came out last night that I assume you're referencing. That document, I talked to Dr. Redfield earlier today about it, and much of that was already out there. So Appendixes A, B, C, and D had been out there for a while. Appendix E, he said he thinks got posted sometime late last week. And again, these were his rough estimates he was giving me. Appendix F was being discussed, and there was constructive criticism of it through the task force and the interagency process. So that was refined. And my point in sharing that with you is that the 60-page document was merely an aggregation of a lot of what was already out there. So it's not as if this was new information that we were announcing, but it was more guidance pursuant to our Reopening of America guidance that was issued several weeks ago.
Does the president support the guidelines? Does he think Americans should follow those guidelines, or should they be following the initial guidelines that you rolled out here from the podium?
So the president's been very clear. He supports the Reopening of America guidelines. The CDC guidelines are in concert with those guidelines. He wants to safely reopen this country. It's very important we do so, and it's good to see that most states, I think basically all of them, have plans at this point to reopen, and we're starting to see the safe reopening of several states and Americans getting back to work.
Let me just get your reaction to something. We just got moments ago a statement from the American Nurses Association which says, quote, "The American Nurses Association has not received reports from nurses or other frontline healthcare workers utilizing hydroxychloroquine as a preventative treatment for COVID-19. Why does the president continue to say that many or thousands of frontline workers are using it as a prophylactic?
Well, there is, at Henry Ford Hospital is doing a study on this now where 3,000 frontline workers will be taking hydroxychloroquine to look at its use as a prophylaxis. I believe there's a few hundred or 190 workers in Tampa General Hospital. So this is being used by some. And one thing I want to note with regard to hydroxychloroquine, because I think it's very important that we're as accurate as we can be with our reporting on this. Hydroxychloroquine has been a drug that has been in use for 65 years for lupus, arthritis, and malaria. It has a very good safety profile, but as with any drug and as with any prescription, it should be given by a doctor to a patient in that context, so no one should be taking this without a prescription from their doctor. But that being said, I've seen a lot of apoplectic coverage of hydroxychloroquine. You had Jimmy Kimmel saying the president's, quote, trying to kill himself by taking it. You had Joe Scarborough saying, quote, "This will kill you." Neil Cavuto saying, "What have you got to lose? One thing you have to lose are lives." And you had Chris Cuomo saying the president knows that hydroxychloroquine is not supported by science. He knows it has been flagged by his own people, and he's using it. Well, Cuomo mocked the president for this. And interestingly, I found this out just before coming here. Hydroxychloroquine, of course, is an FDA-approved medication with a long proven track record for safety, and it turns out that Chris Cuomo took a less safe version of it called quinine, which the FDA removed from the market in 2006 because of its serious side effects, including death. So really interesting to have that criticism of the president. And on that note to Chris Cuomo, I'd like to redirect him to his brother, the governor of New York, Governor Cuomo, who has several on-the-record statements about hydroxychloroquine saying, "I'm an optimist, I'm hopeful about the drug, and that's why we'll try it here in New York as soon as we get it. There has been anecdotal evidence that it's promising, that's why we're going ahead." And I have about 8 other quotes from Governor Cuomo, should any of you have interest in that.
You just cited our studies, though. They're trials that are in their early phases. Do you have any evidence that thousands of frontline workers are currently using it because they believe it actually will prevent them from getting COVID-19?
The FDA has approved this for off-label use. You know, this president's a big believer in right-to-try legislation. People who are in their last... There are several studies that have been brought that the president has actually mentioned that I'd refer you to. There was one out of France, a French study involving more than 1,000 patients that found that the vast majority had, quote, good clinical outcomes, and by the vast majority, that was more than 90%. There was an Italian study of more than 65,000 patients that demonstrated only 20 tested positive of those who were taking it prophylactically, and a South Korea study as well. So there are several studies, and if you're someone out there and this is a safe drug to use and your doctor, importantly to underscore that, and your doctor prescribes it for your use as a prophylaxis or after coming into contact with COVID, then it's something you should take if it's prescribed by the doctor and that's your personal medical choice. Yes.
Kayleigh, Governor DeSantis just suggested that the president may be going down to Florida for the SpaceX NASA launch next week. Is that accurate?
So we have no news on scheduling at that front, but if I get news in the future, I will certainly provide that for you. Yes, Jeff.
Kayleigh, how often does the president talk to Director Vogt or Acting Director Vogt from the OMB?
To who?
To the Acting Director of OMB.
Often. He just was in the Oval Office with the president, so they do speak often. I don't have a readout of the president's schedule, but they do speak regularly.
So if he wanted to flag to him his concerns about Michigan, why didn't he just tell him instead of sending a tweet?
Because the president believes in unprecedented transparency, and I'm sure you as a journalist are very eager and excited when you learn about the president's decision-making process in real time, whether that's on Twitter or from me here up at the podium.
You just said that was the reasoning for him expressing
I didn't say that was the
concerns?
reasoning, but I'm saying this is a transparent president, and I think that that's something that you should be lauding rather than questioning as to why he decided to tweet this. Yes.
Apart from President Macron, do you have any other answers from G7 leaders that they are definitely willing to come here?
So I won't get into the president's private conversations and correspondences with world leaders, but we do hope to see this happen. We hope that...
How can you characterize the response as being great, sounds like a good idea, or thinking about it?
So I don't have any information about the response from world leaders, but we certainly hope to see this happen. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Could you clarify, please, President Trump's comments about saying that it was a good idea, it was good that there were so many positive tests for COVID-19, whereas a lot of people look at that and say that this was actually terrible, that we have actually 1/3 of all the cases in the world.
Well, look, I would note this, that the president, what he was saying there is that we are testing. When you have more cases, in order to identify those cases, you have to have tested a high volume of people. So the more you test, the more cases numerically, not necessarily as a % positive, but numerically, you will see just by sheer volume of your testing. And the president's done an extraordinary job on this front. Washington Post surveyed governor's offices and state health departments and found that at least a dozen states have testing capacity that outstrips the supply of patients. That's a very good job done by our federal government in supporting the states. To cite the governor of New York again, quote, "We have more sites and more testing capacity than we're using." So we're testing a lot, and thus we're finding a number of cases, but as we safely reopen, we do have some encouraging numbers on that front, that we continue to see a week-over-week decline, a 15% decline in deaths in just the last week. April 1st to mid-May, 50% decline in new hospitalization and under 25,000 cases today, so we are seeing progress. Yes.
Kayleigh, can you tell us what law specifically the president thinks the Secretary of State in Michigan broke by sending out the applications? And did the Secretary of State in Georgia also break that law by sending out applications for their primary?
Again, I'd reference you to the campaign. These are ballot questions, and I'd reference you to the campaign on that.
He's the president,
That's
and
my
you're
former
his
employer. My
spokesperson.
current employer is the White House. So
Thank you. Yes,
yes.
but that's not a campaign question. That's the president of the United States saying that
it's a campaign
state
question
broke
on
the
ballot
law.
initiatives that you have and absentee ballots. So I would refer you to the campaign on that front. And I would note to you that many of those ballots that are submitted via mail can be fraudulent. I cited to you the bipartisan study. I can read it again. Maybe you weren't paying attention when I read it the first time, so I'll read it again. President Carter, a Democrat, not a Republican, and James Baker concluded that these ballots remained the largest source of potential voter fraud. So if you cast a ballot via mail and you do so fraudulently, that would be an illegal act, and I'd point you to that. And for further, I'd point you to my former employer, which is the Trump campaign.
Is the president concerned
Any other
about fraud in
questions?
Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, Kayleigh. Two questions, if I may. Firstly, on airports. The TSA is reportedly considering setting up temperature checks at airports. Given the numbers of people who can be asymptomatic or sick without a fever, Do you think that's sufficient, and why wasn't more done to have screening at airports sooner, particularly in light of the House oversight investigation that called screening from international hotspots in March limited and stagnant?
So the president is working with TSA, he's working with airlines. We want to ensure that our TSA employees are safe, that those who are traveling are safe, and he has had those conversations, and we are keeping people safe at the TSA and the passengers as well.
Over 500 TSA employees have become sick, and 6 are dead. So again, do you think this has been enough action and soon enough?
We've taken action. We're working with the TSA. We're keeping America's essential workers safe, and we are praying for all of those who have been affected by coronavirus.
On another front, I wanted to ask about the president's son and business partner, Eric Trump. He recently said of coronavirus that, quote, the Democrats are trying to milk this, and predicted it will, quote, magically all of a sudden go away and disappear, and everyone will be able to reopen after the election in November. Do you think Eric Trump's comments are accurate and also appropriate?
I think we all hope coronavirus goes away, and I think as we continue to take the president and his family out of context, we should endeavor to quote them accuracy, and I think we should all hope that the coronavirus goes. We should all hope that the coronavirus goes away. Yes.
Is there a timeline for when UK and European Union citizens and visitors are allowed to come back into the United States, and will all European countries be included, or could it be a case-by-case basis?
So we don't have a timeline on that just yet. I can tell you the president's preeminent concern is keeping Americans safe. His travel restrictions have saved lives, as Dr. Fauci and others have noted. So we don't have an announcement as to when we'll be rolling those back, but his priority, his number one concern is America first and the health and well-being of the nation first. Yes.
Thanks, Kayleigh. A spokesman for Governor Whitmer said that she isn't planning to meet with the president and wasn't given an invitation tomorrow. I was wondering if there's a reason why
that
wouldn't meet
Governor
with her.
Whitmer said
Whitmer in Michigan wasn't extended an invitation to the president's appearance in Michigan tomorrow, and I was wondering if there's a reason why he wasn't going to meet with her like other governors.
I don't think there was a particular reason. It didn't come up, but while on that note, I would point to Governor Whitmer. It sounds like she's curious about an invitation, but she should be quite happy that thanks to this federal government, FEMA obligated more than $216.2 million to Michigan, $8.6 million N95 respirators, 740,018 surgical masks, 311,571 face shields. I should round these up or we'll be here all day. 760,000 gloves, 700 ventilators. The president has done quite a bit for Michigan, and her concern's an invitation, but she should be thanking the president for all the supplies that he's delivered to her state. Yes.
Yes, Kayleigh, the president has made clear that he's concerned about liability issues as companies reopen now. Is the White House engaged with Republican senators about this issue, and would the president sign another bill, another COVID bill, without liability being addressed in that?
So I won't lay out the president's conditions or lack thereof for any upcoming legislation. He has mentioned that it's something that needs to be looked at closely, and he is looking at closely, and he is discussing with members of the Hill about that. But he has made clear in terms of a phase 4 that he wants to be slow as we approach a phase 4 and not rush forward with spending trillions more dollars of taxpayer money. We've done a lot so far, and he'll look at doing more in the future, and liability is definitely something that he's concerned about and working on. Yes. It's right back there.
Oh, one more on G7. Do you think that it would be appropriate to hold a G7 summit in the U.S. while ordinary citizens are still not allowed to travel freely, for example, from Europe?
Yeah, the president wants us to start reopening. Travel restrictions are something that, he wants to make sure American lives are protected before those are lifted. But that being said, I do think it's entirely appropriate, so does the president, to have a G7 here. America's reopening, the world's reopening. And what a show of strength and optimism to have all of the leaders of these countries come together at the White House and pursue business as usual and as we move forward through this pandemic. Is there anyone I haven't gotten to? I guess not. Okay, so we'll do a few more. Yeah, I had a brief answer to your question.
Kayleigh, Susan Rice wrote an op-ed yesterday in the New York Times that said that President Trump has kowtowed to President Xi, and also has said that called his response to the coronavirus classified as a deadly mishandling. What's the White House's response to that?
So you said that came from Susan Rice, was it? Okay, so first I would want to take a moment to address the president's response because the president has had an extraordinary and early response to the coronavirus. I would note, Dr. Birx, the early work of President Trump, both with travel restrictions and quarantine, has bought us the time and space necessary to have this task force be very effective. Dr. Fauci saying that the president's response has been impressive. You can't imagine under any circumstance that anyone could be doing anything more. I can go through the actions. There's a detailed timeline out there of January 6th, Wuhan issuing a travel notice issued on Wuhan when there were 0 cases in the United States. The 17th, 0 reported U.S. cases, and there were public health entry screenings at major U.S. airports. Of course, the infamous travel restrictions that were called xenophobic by Democrats on January 31st. A lot of action in February on developing a test and making sure we were moving forward as speedily as possible on that. Keep in mind, in late February, Pelosi was saying, come to Chinatown, it's very safe, but the president had already taken very early action. And I know you brought up Susan Rice in that context, but I'm going to bring her up in another context that's equally as newsworthy, and that is the email that was declassified from Susan Rice on Inauguration Day, which is so peculiar. It set the scene. It's Inauguration Day. You're moving out of the White House. This is the most powerful building on planet Earth. Susan Rice is moving out, reflecting on her time here, and what is she doing? She's not packing her boxes. She's not being nostalgic about her time in the White House. What she's doing is writing an email where 3 times she writes that President Obama emphasized to conduct the investigation into Michael Flynn by the book, by the book, by the book. She writes it 3 times. As Shakespeare said, thou doth protest too much, Susan Rice. He didn't have the Susan Rice part in there, but I'll add that in. 2, she was asked specifically about the unmasking of Michael Flynn after she discussed it on January 5th in the Oval Office with Obama, after she wrote this email to herself on Inauguration Day. She was asked by a good journalist, Judy Woodruff, about this email and about the unmasking of Michael Flynn, not the email, but the unmasking. She was asked specifically about Nunes's claim specifically. So let me clarify, it was Nunes's claim. And she said, I know nothing about this, so it was a lie. And then Susan Rice, since no one brought it up to me, I will bring it up to you. Her attorney said that this was the first opportunity 3 weeks after this Oval Office meeting that she had to write this email memorializing her Oval Office meeting with Barack Obama discussing Michael Flynn. It was her first opportunity, she said. Interesting, because she had an opportunity in those 3 weeks on January 10th to do a passing of the baton event with none other than Michael Flynn, where she praised him, wished him success, and talked about the great transition into the White House. And then on January 12th, she was able to participate in a story that published on that date in the lifestyle section of the Washington Post. So she never had time to write this email until Inauguration Day as she's rushing out the door, when in fact she had an opportunity to do all of those things. I'll leave that with you. Thank you for bringing up Susan Rice, not in the context that I wished, but for allowing me to share that with you. CVS is planning to open an additional 650 sites. These are encouraging numbers. It's again a testament to our private sector for all that they've done in partnering with the administration and helping to stop the spread of the coronavirus. Also, skilled nursing facilities, there was an announcement that I just want to underscore that $4.9 billion in additional relief funds were distributed to nursing homes and other skilled nursing facilities, and these funds are provided under the CARES Act. So just those 2 items for you this morning, and we'll go ahead and we'll start with questions. John.
China is making sending more overtures that it will crack down on Hong Kong. What's the message from the administration to the Chinese government about changing the special status of Hong Kong?
Yeah, and I know, Jen, you also emailed a question about this morning, so I went directly to the president to get an answer on this, and he said to me that he's displeased with China's efforts and that it's hard to see how Hong Kong can remain a financial hub if China takes over. So
which means what? Would the United States change its relationship with Hong Kong?
So I have no further announcements as to the precise action that the president will be taking, but he did want me to share that with you this morning, this afternoon, I should say. Yes.
Oh, thanks again.
Yep, no problem.
Just over my shoulder, I realize now. We saw a lot of images over the Memorial Day weekend of people gathering in large crowds, not maintaining social distancing. Those images for the Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri was one example we saw all over television news. Does the president have any concerns about those kinds of gatherings? We haven't heard any message from him addressing that specifically.
Well, the president, as he's noted, he wants to see society reopen, wants to see the economy reopen, but we do want to do so safely. And there are institutions that have put into place these social distancing measures, and people are making it cognizant, a part of their everyday lives. For me, for example, I went to Mass this weekend, and people were socially distanced. They were washing their hands. There are ways to do this, and the president would underscore to everyone that we should be taking into account these measures. So yes, everyone, while you go out, let's keep cognizant the recommendations of the CDC, because those in the end are very important to making sure that there is no spread of the virus. And I would just also note one point. I did have some updated numbers for you on reopening and what we're seeing across the country that I think are important. That 42 states are now under 10% in their positivity rate for the virus. Mortality is now equivalent to what we saw at the end of March. That's the lowest level in 2 months. So we are seeing these encouraging signs as we start to reopen. Anyone else? Jeff.
Kayleigh, the president tweeted or retweeted something which seemed to be criticizing Joe Biden for wearing a mask over the weekend. Was that his intention? And if it was, why would he criticize that?
I think, look, the president's excited to see that Joe emerged from the basement. It is a bit peculiar, though, that in his basement, right next to his wife, he's not wearing a mask, but he's wearing one outdoors when he's socially distant. So I think that there was a discrepancy there. He's not shaming anyone. As the president noted himself, he wore this mask in private at the Ford facility, and he said he's open to it if the circumstance mandates it.
The guidance to wear a mask when you're outside, though, not when you're necessarily in your
The
own
guidance
home?
is it's recommended but not required. So it's the personal choice of the individual, but it didn't strike him as a very data-driven decision in that particular incident. Yes, Peter?
Thanks. If we could just do a little housekeeping first. We know Katie Miller tweeted that she's back at work today. Is the White House valet back at work, and has anybody else within the White House complex tested positive for the virus besides those 2 individuals that we learned about a couple weeks ago?
So I don't know about the valet. I haven't inquired about that. No updates as to who's tested positive or not. That's not something I regularly keep tabs on, but Katie Miller is back at work. We're very happy to see her recovered. I spoke to her yesterday. Haven't seen her today, but she did have several negative test results before she re-entered the building.
Would you get back to us and let us know if anybody else, people are worried about the president's safety, the vice president's? Can you let us know that nobody else has tested positive in the 2+ weeks that have now passed since those cases?
I can inquire about it, but it's people's personal medical decision, so I'm not entirely sure that that would be given to me.
Okay, let me follow up that if I can. The president, in a tweet earlier today, said that he's made governors look very good by getting them what he said was unlimited testing. That's not true. You've said that it's not even necessary. So why is the president saying that?
He's saying what he means by that is that the governor's requested a specific amount of testing to reopen, and he indeed has provided that.
So it's not unlimited testing, you would agree?
It's what they asked for in phase 1. It's the full panoply of what every governor asked for that was given to him, given to them. And it's 300 to 400,000 tests per day that we're doing. That's a really good number. I did talk to Admiral Joie before coming out here, and the metric that, if you're to believe the WHO, I don't particularly these days, but they say it's a good barometer of testing is 10% positivity or under. And Admiral Joie shared with me that we're nationally at 7.5%, so we're in a pretty good spot. Is Stephen Miller back? Yes, I just saw him in Outer Oval, so he is back and at work.
Take some time away from the White House, though, for a while?
He did. He did. He self-quarantined with his wife, but they're both back at work and healthy and happy, and we're very happy to see them around.
Glenn Fine at the Pentagon, the top watchdog over at the Pentagon, he submitted his resignation today. Can you say if that was encouraged? Did anyone ask him? And can you talk about the importance about those internal watchdogs that are in our government agencies?
So you said it was Glenn Fine? That's the first that I'm hearing about this. But with regard to the other IGs, I would note that the president's within his authority, his legal and executive authority to appoint new IGs. And he said, I think last week at some point, that it's within the decision-making process of each entity, the State Department, each department, whether to keep their IG or not. And I would note that President Obama has a precedent of firing IGs as well. And there were, in fact, 47 IGs that signed a letter claiming the Obama administration hindered their efforts. So this is not without precedent when it comes to IGs. Yes.
Kayleigh, is it the president's position that the Republican National Convention should go forward no matter what the COVID infection rate is by late August?
The president wants to see the convention take place. He's noted that, and he wants to have a cooperative governor in making that pursuit happen. That being said, of course, we always assess the facts on the ground at any time, but at this moment, the president wants to see this convention take place and sees no reason not to as the nation begins to reopen.
So if there was a significant spike in the cases, he would be open to the idea of a virtual convention and understanding that there couldn't be a traditional convention.
So I won't engage on a hypothetical as to where the cases will be, but I would just note that we assess the facts on a day-by-day basis, and currently we're coming down, and that's really encouraging to see, and we're ready for the convention to take place. Yes.
Yes, has the president seen the letter that Laura Klausottis' husband, widower, sent to Jack Dorsey, Twitter's CEO, saying that his tweets were emotionally traumatic for him and for his wife's family?
I don't know if he's seen the letter, but I do know that our hearts are with Lori's family at this time.
Why is the president making these unfounded allegations? I mean, this is pretty nuts, isn't it? The president's accusing somebody of possible murder. The family is pleading with the president to please stop unfounded conspiracy theories. Why is he doing it?
Well, you know, I would note that the president said this morning that this is not an original Trump thought, and it is not. In fact, 2003 on Don Imus's show, it was Don Imus and Joe Scarborough that joked about killing an intern, joked and laughed about it. So that was, I'm sure, pretty hurtful to Lori's family, and Joe Scarborough himself brought this up with Don Imus, and Joe Scarborough himself can answer it.
He's the president of the United States, and he's accusing somebody of possibly murder. I mean, this is different. He's not a private citizen. He's the president.
Yeah, and Joe Scarborough, if we want to start talking about false accusations, we have quite a few we can go through about Mika asserting,
I'm asking about the president's allegation.
And I'm replying to you and saying this morning, as recently, I believe it was this morning or yesterday, Mika accused the president of being responsible for 100,000 deaths in this country. That's incredibly irresponsible. They've dragged his family through the mud. They've made false accusations that I won't go through, that I would not say from this podium, against the president of the United States, and they should be held to account for their falsehoods. Joe Scarborough should be held to account for saying people will die by taking hydroxychloroquine. Never mind the millions of Americans and people across the world who take it for rheumatoid arthritis and other reasons. There are a litany of false headlines like Mika.
The president spreading a false conspiracy theory that suggests that he's responsible for murder?
I would point you back to Joe Scarborough, who laughed and joked about this item on Don Imus's show. It's Joe Scarborough that has to answer these questions. Stephen.
Thank you. If I could, two questions. John Radcliffe was sworn in as intelligence director today. Has the president decided what's next for Rick Grenell in terms of an appointment?
He hasn't, but Rick Grenell is a very valued member of this administration. He's done extraordinary work at ODNI. He has a great history. We'll see where he goes next, but just know that Rick Grenell has done an excellent job in that position. I expect that John Radcliffe will as he takes over.
And my second question, if I could, I asked the president last week on Capitol Hill about his involvement with FISA reform. And obviously, FISA is something he cares a lot about, but he told me that he had left it up to the senators to figure out. And, you know, it's still ongoing, this process. The House has to pass the legislation that the Senate passed. The senators tried and failed by just one vote to ban the warrantless collection of internet records. So I'm wondering how if you could describe a little more how the president sees himself as part of this debate and whether he might intervene at some point going forward.
Yeah, it's very personal to the president when it comes to FISA. This is an important tool in the intelligence community. He knows that, but he also knows that it was used and abused and politicized. The fact that you had 29 members of the Obama administration, 29 individuals of the intel community and Obama administration unmasking dozens of times, using these tools that are so much power to spy on an American citizen, to listen to their phone calls, to unmask their names. We have a Fourth Amendment in this country. It protects the rights of Americans, but the rights were not protected when it came to President Trump and his administration and Michael Flynn, whose name was leaked in a criminal fashion to the press. FISA was not used appropriately when a Steele dossier full of lies that was, quote, salacious and unverified, in the words of Jim Comey, was used as the basis to get a FISA warrant and attested to as if it were truthful and a reason to spy on Carter Page. These tools were used and abused. The Fourth Amendment rights of several Americans were violated. A political campaign was spied upon. So any FISA concerns the president has halves. They're real, they're personal, and they should be considered as we move forward to reauthorize this valuable tool.
Yeah.
Sure.
If I could, Rick Grenell, as one of his last official acts, at the request of Adam Schiff, declassified transcripts of the phone calls between General Michael Flynn and Sergei Kislyak. Would President Trump encourage John Ratcliffe to facilitate the release of those transcripts?
I haven't spoken to him on that, but this president has released, not the president rather, but this president has overseen an ODNI that has given the American people a lot of information that I think they're entitled to see. And one of the things the president has asked for is, where are the 302s, the summaries of that interview with Michael Flynn? 302s, so the American people understand, these are summaries when you interview an individual, and it's routine that those 302s are given in short order right after the interview is done. It's when your memory is at its best. But in the case of Michael Flynn, those 302s were lost and in fact edited afterwards by corrupt Peter Strzok and Lisa Page. So there's a lot of questions, and this president has encouraged transparency on this issue, and I think it's a great thing.
So in the absence of the 302s, would he encourage the release of the transcripts so that the American people can see exactly what transpired during those conversations?
I haven't asked him that. I'd have to ask him that particular question.
Follow up on John's question?
Yes, let me get a few people in the back, so I want to make sure. Equal opportunity question caller. So yes.
Kayleigh, we're about to cross the 100,000 dead American milestone. What does the White House view as having, by Election Day, what does the White House view as the number of dead Americans where you can say that you successfully defeated this pandemic? Is there a number?
Yeah, every loss of life counts. We say 100,000, but like the president says, one death is something to be mourned. These 100,000 individuals have a face. The president takes this very seriously. It's why he lowered the flag to half-staff for 3 days to remember these men and women. I think, Dr. Birx said it best when she said that in their estimates, they had anywhere between 1.5 and 2.2 million people in the U.S. succumbing to the virus if we didn't shut down the economy. The president made the very hard choice of shutting down the economy, so we avoided that extraordinary number. Every one death is too many. We never want to see a single individual lose their life. But that being said, to be under significantly that high mark shows that the president did everything in his power and helped to make this number as low as humanly possible.
When voters go to the polls in November and they want to judge the president on his response to this pandemic, what is the number of dead Americans that they should tolerate and where they can argue that yes, he successfully defeated the pandemic?
I think you're asking the wrong question. The right question is where did
That's
the data?
I want to ask, Kayleigh, so please don't tell me I'm asking a right
And
or
I
wrong
answered
question.
your question once, but if you ask it twice, it doesn't make it any better of a question. So I'll respond in kind. I've given you one answer. I'll continue to extrapolate upon that he always listened to the science. The president, when Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx said you need to shut down the economy, that was hard for the president. In a typical year, 120,000 people die of suicide and drug overdose. It's in a typical year. And doctors have said when you shut down an economy for an extended period of time, that number gets greater. People don't show up for their cancer diagnoses. There are a litany of results when you close down an economy, but closing down the economy for this amount of time kept us far below the 2.2 million number. And as we start to reopen, we keep in mind the people who are missing their screening appointments, the people who are succumbing to suicide and drug overdose because of economic hardship. This president made the right choice. It was a delicate balance, and he did it exactly as he should, guided by data, and we are far below 2.2 million dead Americans because of the actions of President Trump. You mean?
I'm going to read something really quickly. Timothy Claw Sotis wrote, quote, "Conspiracy theorists, including most recently the President of the United States, continue to spread their vile and misinformation on the platform, disparaging the memory of my wife. Why won't the President give this widower peace and stop tweeting about this conspiracy theory involving his wife? Why can't this widower get peace from the president?"
I've already asked and answered this question, and our hearts are with Lori, and I think the onus is on Joe Scarborough to explain his interaction with Don Imus and his laughing on this very matter on Don Imus's show. Chanel.
The widower is talking specifically about the president. Are you not going to answer that?
Warrants with regards to ex-CIA Chief John Brennan. How willing are you able to go forward and say that he lied to the FBI or obstructed justice in the process of discussing Russian collusion and the Trump family? And on that note, we now have new information showing that Obama himself used foreign intelligence to actually request surveillance on the 5th and 26th floor of the Trump Tower. So to what extent was John Brennan behind that? To what extent can you share with us what you know?
Yeah, John Brennan, of all of the I'll call them bad actors because indeed they were, of the Obama administration, John Brennan probably has the most to answer because it was John Brennan who sat before Congress and said the Steele dossier, paid for by Hillary Clinton, paid for by the DNC, that document played no part of the role in opening the Russia probe, when in fact we know it did, when in fact we know it was the impetus testified before a FISA court for its truthfulness to spy on the Trump campaign. So John Brennan, of all people, probably has more to answer. So too does Samantha Power and Susan Rice, and these individuals who admitted under oath that they, in fact, spoke to foreign leaders and representatives of foreign leaders during their transition, but yet somehow during the Trump transition that was uncalled for. What has been done all throughout history was uncalled for and meriting unmasking and meriting cornering Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. All of these people have really legitimate questions to answer. I think we're slowly getting to the bottom of this, but it's a real travesty and really one of the biggest political scandals in modern history. Yes.
It's about the G7 summit. So the area still has a very high number of cases. Prime Minister Trudeau spoke yesterday with Chancellor Merkel and President Macron. Is the president still confident of being able to organize the event in like 3 weeks? It'd be 3 weeks from now if we stick to the date.
Yeah, it's a really great question and an important one because the G7, the president wants to see this take place as America reopens, as we try to approach a place of normalcy where people go back to work, where people do recreational activities but socially distance while they do it. The president thinks no greater example of reopening in this transition to greatness would be the G7, and the G7 happening here and happening probably more towards the end of June. Robert O'Brien, I believe it was asked about this weekend, and Robert O'Brien said that he's getting a great reception from world leaders who are asked about coming. We will protect world leaders who come here just like we protect people in the White House. So we want to see it happen. We think it will happen, and so far foreign leaders are very much on board with the idea.
Last week of June and here in D.C. or at Camp David?
I don't know if it'll be the last week of June, but towards the end of June, and the goal is for it to be here at the White House. Yep. Yes.
Right. So after the lowering of the flags this past weekend, does the president have any other plans in the works to honor the victims of the virus?
Yeah, I think oh, go ahead.
Sorry, and a larger question is, does he see his role as mourner-in-chief in some way, which would be the traditional role of president?
Yeah, I think he takes that responsibility very seriously. He said that this is the hardest part of his presidency, going through this pandemic. He says so many times that he thinks about many of his friends, some of his friends, I should say, who have perished because of this disease. It's real to him. It's personal to him. It's why he says, one death is too many, and he thinks about it all of the time. So he does see his role as that, comforting the nation, but reopening the country, giving the country hope at this time as we look forward to going back to work and resuming our lives, although in a new reality with new CDC guidelines.
Actions in the works?
I think lowering the flags is a great example, and we have further announcements on that front. I will be sure to share those with you. Yep, Jen.
Thanks. So going back to the Clostudes family, I think is how you pronounce it, the Florida family. They have asked the president, the widower has asked the president in that letter to stop talking about this and for Twitter to take down those tweets. I just wanted to ask you, is the president asking for someone, for law enforcement, to reopen this cold case? Is that what he's intending? Is he going to ask the DOJ to reopen something? What is he asking for when he talks about the cold case?
Yeah, I don't have any future announcements on the president's action, but I would just refer everyone, for those of you who haven't heard it, go back and listen to the Don Imus soundbite. It was very callous, it was very cruel, and I think laughing and joking about the death of an intern is really uncalled for, and I think that's something we can all agree to. Thank you all very much.
Just for clarity, is the president going to stop, Kayleigh? Just for clarity.
That we saw, that I saw, that my staff saw, that the president saw. And the president put out a statement last night that at his request, the FBI and the Department of Justice are already well into an investigation as to the very sad and tragic death in Minnesota of George Floyd. I have asked for this investigation to be expedited and greatly appreciate all of the work done by law enforcement. My heart goes out to George's family and friends. Justice will be served. I can tell you that as I'm briefing you at this moment, the President is receiving a briefing from the Attorney General, Bill Barr, on this, and the Deputy Director of the FBI. So that is ongoing as I begin this briefing. Secondly, I want to transition into some news from SBA and Treasury that was announced that today the U.S. Small Business Administration, in consultation with the U.S. Treasury Department, announced that it is setting aside $10 billion of round 2 funding for the Paycheck Protection Program to be lent exclusively to CDFIs. Those are community development financial institutions. CDFIs work to expand economic opportunity in low-income communities by providing access to financial products and services for local residents and businesses. So we're encouraged to see that. And then finally, before taking your questions, I wanted to address what has been going on Twitter and with social media. I believe it is time to, quote, get the facts about Twitter and other social media platforms targeting their bias against President Trump and conservatives online. If we were to judge the bias of Twitter and its top employees by their own words, the case would be an easy one to make. Twitter's head of site integrity has tweeted that there are, quote, actual Nazis in the White House, and no fact check label was ever applied to this absolutely outrageous, offensive, and false claim made against the White House and its employees. But let's judge Twitter based on their actions, not based on the words of its top employees, and its actions are no better. President Trump recently received a so-called fact check label for a tweet. It was a false fact check and an accurate fact check, but nevertheless, Twitter moved forward with it. Dan Scavino, the deputy chief of staff here, was the first user in the history of Twitter to receive a so-called, quote, manipulated media label for posting a video that played a verbatim clip. It is no coincidence that these two unbelievable interventions by Twitter were targeted against the President of the United States and one of the President's top advisors. This is bias in action. And while big tech is quick to censor the President, quick to censor some of his top employees, they are very reluctant, it seems, to label some of the actions by Chinese officials, some of the misinformation that has been spread by China. For example, to move off of Twitter and move to Google, they created a search engine for the Chinese Communist Party, which blacklisted searches for human rights and allowed for easy surveillance. Facebook and Twitter have both taken paid advertising that spread disinformation about China's mass imprisonment of religious minorities, and Twitter has allowed Chinese officials to use its platforms to spread misinformation about the coronavirus, undermine the pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong, and more. And then back in March, a Chinese official began spreading a conspiracy theory on Twitter, an egregious one, that our U.S. military was responsible for the spread of the coronavirus. And that tweet, that disinformation, it took all the way until today when we raised concerns about it to get a fact check. So they appear to be very hastily eager to censor President Trump and some of his employees, but a little reluctant when it comes to China. It's a bit befuddling. But no one believes in the First Amendment more than the President. The President will take action to ensure that big tech does not stifle free speech and that the rights of all Americans to speak, tweet, and post are protected. And finally, I just want to note one other action of Twitter that I learned just before walking out here, that on the Mueller report, their anti-Trump headlines were anti-Trump by a ratio of 76-1. That's extraordinary, and it's not just bias aimed at President Trump and his employees. It's also aimed at everyday Americans. It's aimed at the movie Unplanned, as Twitter suspended their account and then came up with an excuse in the aftermath. And then just another example, that liberals are allowed to incite violence against the Covington kids, who were in the end proven right, and their video was taken out of context, and yet these individuals were allowed by Twitter to incite violence. It's very disturbing to see. So those are some of the President's concerns, and with that, I will take questions. Jim. That's a very nice tie, Jim, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yesterday, the U.S. hit 100,000 deaths from the coronavirus. That happened at around 6 o'clock yesterday evening. It took until about 9 in the morning for the President to recognize that on Twitter. What took him so long?
Look, the president recognized that landmark before we even hit it. The president, that was, after all, it was the impetus behind him lowering the flag to half-staff. He did that for several days, and that was an acknowledgement of that number approaching, and he acknowledged it in a tweet this morning.
But we hit 100,000 yesterday evening, and it took 13 hours, some odd hours, for him to recognize that and tweet about it.
And far in advance of that benchmark, as I noted, he lowered the flag to half-staff. The president has said, you mentioned 100,000, but the president has said one death is too many. He takes this very seriously. He said before, this is the hardest part of his presidency. It's something that no one wanted to see happen.
And on Twitter, shouldn't the president be fact-checked, especially this president who has made so many false and misleading statements that it has put, fact checkers to work across the world. I mean, he's uttered some 18,000 false or misleading statements, according to the Washington Post. If there's any president out there who should be fact-checked, any political leader out there should be fact-checked, isn't it President Trump? And aren't you trying to silence fact-checking by going after Twitter like this?
Look, well, first I would say I disagree with all, if not almost all, of those assertions that you're making there, because, look, if you're going to get into the fact-checking business, there's no one that should be fact-checked more than the mainstream media that has been continually wrong about a number of things. To give you a list of some of the most egregious ones, that ABC News in December of 2017 falsely reported that Flynn would testify that the president directed him during the campaign to make contact with the Russians. That was false. In 2017, your network, CNN, botched their WikiLeaks email exclusive and were forced to make on-air corrections. CNN's Jim Acosta, another CNN one, dropped a fictional bombshell in 2018, July, claiming that Michael Cohen would tell federal investigators that the president knew of the Trump Tower meeting. And there are many more, not to just put the onus on CNN there. So if anyone needs to be fact-checked, I think it should be the media.
There are news outlets that make mistakes from time to time. We own up to those mistakes. We correct those mistakes.
Not always. I have many you guys haven't owned up to. I could get to.
We do on a regular basis. The president never owns up to any of his false or misleading statements or outright lies. You have pledged in this briefing room to never lie to the American people. Are you saying that the president of the United States has never lied to the public before?
I'm around the president. His intent is always to give truthful information to the American people. And you mentioned that the media apologizes for their mistruths. I mean, I'm sitting here looking at other headlines in the New York Times saying there aren't enough ventilators to cope with the coronavirus. In fact, we had an excess of ventilators we've shipped around the world. Washington Post, U.S. health system is showing why it's not ready for a coronavirus pandemic. We were ready. There's many more I could get to. On the coronavirus specifically, I could spend the time going through these, but I don't think that's what the American people want to hear. Yes.
On the Minnesota case, does the president agree with the firings of the 4 police officers, and does he believe that they should be prosecuted?
I haven't talked to him about that specifically, but let me tell you this, that he was very upset when he saw that video. I was on Air Force One. I don't know if it was the first time he saw it, but he certainly saw it again on Air Force One. He was very upset by it. It was egregious, appalling, tragic, and it prompted him to pick up the phone, or the chief of staff to pick up the phone and say, we need to expedite what was already an FBI investigation. He wants justice to be served. Yes, Jack right there.
Thanks, Kayleigh. Can you give us an update on when the president plans to sign the EO on Twitter and social media? And can you also give us an update on his plans for China and Hong Kong? Is there an order coming on that as well?
So thank you for the question. First, I would note with regard to the timing of the EO, that should be later this afternoon is what we're hoping for, hopefully before 5 p.m. But again, it could change. It's still in the works, but we are getting closer. With regard to Hong Kong, I would just say, reiterate what I said 2 days ago, but I would also say that China's decision to impose a new national security law in Hong Kong lies in direct conflict with its international obligations under the principles of the legally binding UN-registered Sino-British Joint Declaration, and that Secretary Pompeo determined that Hong Kong does not warrant different treatment under U.S. laws because Hong Kong no longer remains sufficiently autonomous from the PRC. And then anything further, I'd refer you to the State Department for now.
Just one more somewhat related. The House recently passed a bill about a minority group in China, the Uyghurs, if I said that correctly. Does the president plan to sign that? And is the White House going to treat bills, or does the White House see any concerns about bills that have been passed by proxy as not being constitutional?
So we would, first, let me say we would encourage Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats and others to come back to the Hill. It's more productive to have those members here. The Senate has convened, the House can do the same, and they can do it in person. But with regard to the Uyghurs, that's a very important question. We haven't received the bill yet, so the president hasn't been able to look through it, and I won't get ahead of him on announcing one way or the other on that, but I would note that the Trump administration continues to take actions to hold the CCP accountable for its highly repressive campaign against the Uyghurs and other religious and ethnic minorities. Paula.
Hey, Kayleigh, thank you. On vaccines, in order to achieve herd immunity, you need about 80% of people to get this vaccine. Currently, only about 50% of Americans say they'll receive it. So will the administration make the vaccine mandatory?
So the vaccine, let me just note that we're working aggressively to get one, and we would like to get one by the end of the year. Everything does not depend on a vaccine. Vaccine's an important component of this, but there are also therapeutics. We're seeing there's not necessarily a tie to reopening and an increase in cases, so that's encouraging. And I would refer you further to Alex Azar, who's made extensive comments on a vaccine and the necessity.
It's clear if you guys will make it mandatory, if you'll use your federal powers, how you'll use them potentially to encourage people to get this vaccine, because if you don't have herd immunity, elderly people, immunocompromised folks, they may not be able to go about their business again.
Yeah, I would have to talk to the president. I haven't talked to him about his views on making it mandatory or not, so I'd have to talk to him and get back to you on that. Yes.
Thank you, Kayleigh. I wanted to ask you a question, first of all, about the comments in your statement that you made. At the conclusion of your comments, in regards to George Floyd, you said that justice will be served. What do you mean by that? Do you mean that those officers who've been fired should be arrested? Do you mean by that those officers who've been fired should be prosecuted? Do you mean that those officers who've been fired should be convicted? What do you mean by justice should be served?
Yeah, I'll leave that to the justice system to work out, but the president...
What do you mean when you say justice will be served?
That's in the president's statement, so I'd refer you back to his statement. But he's being briefed on this right now, and we'll have more announcements as they come. Yes.
Another matter in regards to what you said in your statement, in regards to the executive order, I realize it hasn't come out yet, and I realize we haven't seen the language, but we have seen reports. I work for Fox, and we've seen reports that it relates to the Section 230, the Communications Decency Act. And interestingly enough, former Vice President Joe Biden has also called for the repeal of Section 230. He says that it should be revoked immediately. But as you know, an executive order does not trump the law. An executive order can't, for instance, repeal the law. It can't in any way amend the law. So what would be the intent behind this executive order without getting ahead of what the president intends to sign?
Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of that, but the one thing I will say more broadly, you referenced that section, I think that would be included in what I'm about to say. There are various shields in place that essentially shield some of these social media companies and allow them to censor conservative users, and we're not able to see what happens behind those shields. That section was one of those shields you mentioned, so we're looking at ways to remove those shields to shed some light on what is happening and some of the decision-making behind the scenes. That's generally and broadly the idea, but I won't get ahead on any specific announcements that should come hopefully before 5 p.m. John.
Kayleigh, I want to follow up on Jim's question on fact-checking and Twitter, but first a clarification. Has the president spoken to the family of George Floyd?
Not to my knowledge. If he did, without my knowledge, that could have happened, but not to my knowledge.
Do you know if he intends to, or will you get back to us on that?
I can ask him, and I can get back to you on that.
Okay. Regarding the fact-checking, I mean, the president clearly said things in these tweets that are not true. Do you not acknowledge that?
No, I don't acknowledge that.
He said, for instance, that the governor of California is sending out ballots to millions of people, anyone living in the state, no matter who they are, how they got there. That is not true. California is sending out absentee ballots to registered voters, not to anybody.
Yeah,
that's just not true.
So let me address this in detail on the issue of ballots. And I'm going to lay out some of the president's concerns, and in that I will get to the California example. First, I want to note that there is a Pew study done that shows there's plenty of reason to believe that mass in the mass mail-in system that there is fraud. They estimated that approximately 24 million, 1 out of every 8 voters registered in the U.S. are no longer valid or are significantly inaccurate. So these are people who are on voter registrations that have not been maintained, that have not been kept up. More than 1.8 million have been deceased, they estimated. And then when you look and drill down into some of the examples that we've seen in states, Nevada I read about this last week, and it just really struck me as a perfect example of what the president is concerned about with mail-in ballots and the fraud that can be inherent in that. There were ballots, because Nevada mass mailed them out to voter rolls, that were piling up in apartment complexes, outside of apartment complexes in Las Vegas, sitting around in trash cans. This is how we're protecting ballots. It's extraordinary. Postal workers, one 36-year veteran carrier said she's never seen anything like these influx of absentee ballots. All of the people had moved or died when she set out to deliver on her first delivery route, and this happened just recently. You can go read the articles from last week. She found 65 ballots of people who had moved or died on her second carry, 100, and then as the week progressed, thousands just sitting in crates. I mean, this is extraordinary. This is not how we should be protecting U.S. ballots. In South Carolina, the Democrats sued to force a rush transfer of mail-in voting, and this happened again recently. I think it was last week. And mail-in ballots for South Carolina turned up in Maryland. There's another example of 700 suspicious mail-in ballots in Dallas, and an individual charged with second-degree felony illegal voting, and he's accused of visiting a woman in April to collect her blank absentee ballot, filling it out and forging her signature. I mean, this is extraordinary. And then you go on, there's a New Jersey example of over 3,000 ballots that were seemingly set aside. And going to California, you mentioned, California is one of those states that's notorious for ballot harvesting. And in 2018, the registrar in Orange County said that they reported that his office had people dropping off maybe 100 or 200 ballots at a time. And somehow in LA County, 112% of LA County is registered to vote. So the problem is this: when you don't clean your register and you send out your entire register, auto send out these ballots, they end up in trash cans like in Nevada. They are subject to fraud, and that is extremely troubling.
But Kayleigh, I asked you a very specific question. The president said that California was sending out ballots to everybody in the state. That is a false statement. It is not correct. Will the president correct that, acknowledge that what he said is simply not true?
There is an executive order that was put into place recently by Gavin Newsom that would auto-send to voter rolls, and that would lead to what the president was suggesting.
Yes. Excuse me, Kayleigh, to registered voters, it's not to everybody, it's to registered voters.
Yeah, to everyone, including dead people on the voter rolls, including to the mysterious 112% in LA County. That's not just everyone. That's everyone plus an extra 12%. And if you're not concerned about that, I'm sorry. I mean, the media is very concerned about the security of our elections, but when it comes to mail-in ballots, all of a sudden, the concern for election security just melts away.
But Kayleigh, you yourself have voted by mail.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Research on mail-in ballots, research has shown that, one, it doesn't benefit either party, it increases voter participation, secretaries of state of both parties are still pursuing it, and fraud is not widespread. And so why is the president continuing to tweet about this and to give the impression that there's widespread fraud in the use of mail-in ballots when he himself used a mail-in ballot? The big question is, some are concerned that the president may be laying the groundwork to cast doubt on the election. Is that what he's doing by bringing this up?
Well, I appreciate you bringing up this question, and specifically the component about the president using mail-in ballots. There's an important distinction, and I think it's lost upon a lot of people, but it's important to make, is that the president is okay with mail-in voting so long as you have a reason. He's not okay with mass mail-in voting where you auto-send, as I said, to all of these voter rolls with people who are dead that are subject to fraud. That is the case. I listed off for you, I think, 3 of the 5 examples I gave you were from just this week and last week. So this does happen.
And research has shown, Stanford University did a research study that showed that there wasn't widespread fraud in these vote by mail, and that it didn't benefit either party and increased voter participation. So why would the president be against that?
Yeah, it is subject to both parties. This can hurt both parties. I would note that a bipartisan commission, led in part by President Jimmy Carter, a Democrat, concluded that mail-in ballots, quote, remain the largest source of potential voter fraud. So moving the entire country to that system doesn't make sense, and doing so in a hurried fashion ahead of November, just go look at the Democrat Iowa caucus and how it worked out when they tried to move to a new system.
Trying to
And
lay
then
groundwork to
finally-
cast doubt on the results of the election.
Finally,
is he laying groundwork to try to cast doubt on the results?
No, he's certainly not doing that. And I would finally note there's an additional concern that was very well laid out by the Wall Street Journal editorial board that in 2016, minorities and first-time voters were more likely to have mail-in ballots thrown out. So that is another troubling concern. In fact, 319,000 of those total votes were rejected. Yes.
Thank you. Back in November, President Trump went up to Walter Reed, said it was for phase 1 of his physical. When does he plan to complete phase 2 and release the results to the public?
Yeah, I don't have an update on the physical, but because you asked that, I'll specifically inquire about that today and try to get back
Plan
to
to do
you.
it?
You what?
He does plan to do it?
Yes, he does. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for doing this. I wanted to ask you about, President has completed his 2 weeks of hydroxychloroquine. Have you spoken to him what he's feeling about? Is he feeling better? What's his feedback about that?
I did, and thank you. I know that you emailed me a question to that effect, and I didn't have time to follow up with you via email, but because I saw that, I went into him just before coming out here, and I asked him that, and he said, quote, he's feeling perfect, quote, he's feeling absolutely great after taking this regimen, and quote, he would take it again if he thought that he was exposed. So he is feeling very good, and I also would point folks, there's a very, very well done piece. It's very thorough, with a lot of medical experts laying out about prophylaxis use of hydroxychloroquine by Tina Hessman-Say at sciencenews.org. It's very well done. She talks about the nearly 200 clinical trials around the world, including 28 involving healthcare workers. In fact, at Henry Ford Hospital in Michigan, 3,000 healthcare workers are taking it as part of a trial. And there's some really excellent information there about the use of prophylaxis for this.
Number of Indian Americans doctors have been writing. I have seen some of those letters. They are supporting President taking hydroxychloroquine. Some of them have themselves taking it. Have you seen those too?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's a lot. It's not specific to the president, these doctors, but they just talk in general about what they've seen. For instance, Sarah Lofgren, an infectious disease doctor at the University of Minnesota Medical School in Minneapolis, they're testing hydroxychloroquine there to prevent COVID-19. And she said when used alone, we're not seeing major issues out of the thousands of patients. We're not seeing things that some people are concerned about. And I would just note that it's important, of course, always, if taking hydroxychloroquine, get a prescription from your doctor. Doctors are the ones that need to be prescribing this. But that being said, I think that some of the hyperbole around this drug that has been on the market for 65 years, been approved for use in 3 other maladies, and has been approved for off-label use, when there's a lot of hyperbole about this being unsafe, some of the things I've seen reported out there, there are consequences deterring people from being recruited into actual clinical trials. I have some quotes from a New York epidemiologist and others conducting trials saying they're having trouble recruiting people because some of the myths that are out there. So it's important to note that this drug has been safely used by millions of people for a long time.
One more on China.
Yes.
President yesterday tweeted about he wants to mediate between India and China on the border dispute. China has been behaving very weirdly, very aggressively with its neighbors in the last few weeks, in particular in South China Sea, you must have seen on the Indian border side. What's the message President has to these countries?
Yeah, I'd refer you back to the president's tweet on that one. Yep. Yes, Christian.
Thanks, Kayleigh. We saw reports that before swearing in John Ratcliffe as DNI, Rick Grenell declassified a trove of documents related to the Russia investigation. The president hinted that those could be made public sometime soon. Does the director plan on doing that anytime in the near future?
Yeah, so those, I believe, are under a process of review by the DOJ, so I'll refer to them on that. Yes. Tom, do you have a question? I thought I saw you had your hand raised. No?
Kayleigh.
Kayleigh?
Yeah, back there.
Yes, hi. Thank you. I want to ask you about Russia's recent actions in Libya. The U.S. AFRICOM has been issuing statements recently about U.S. actions there, and in their statements they're saying that Russia is clearly trying to tip the scales in its favor in Libya, just like it did in Syria, by deploying military aircraft likely to provide close air support and offensive fires for the Wagner group that is supporting Libya's LNA fight against the internationally recognized government. What's the White House position on this? And do you agree with the U.S. AFRICOM assessment that the Russian actions in Libya are destabilizing the region?
Yeah, we encourage de-escalation in Libya, and for more, I'd refer you to the DoD. Janelle?
Thank you, Kayleigh. If Joe Scarborough were innocent, couldn't he sue the president for defamation? And then, in turn, couldn't President Trump's attorneys immediately depose Joe Scarborough and allow him to go on under oath and explain how, this 28-year-old woman was found dead by his desk with multiple skull fractures? Would the president welcome a defamation suit from Joe Scarborough?
So on that, I would just refer you back to some of my previous comments that the audio on the Don Imus show was very disturbing, where there was a lot of laughing and joking about this matter that certainly is not a laughing and joking matter.
Do you think that Scarborough has grounds to do so?
So I have no further comments other than to just point back to the Don Imus audio. Who hasn't? Yes. Do you have a question? Yeah.
When were the states first notified that they would have to take the lead in COVID-19 testing? I know the CDC was working on it early on, January, February, there was a problem with the test. When were the states told, hey, you have to prepare and take the lead here in testing your populations?
So I don't have a precise date for you, but I know the way the process went, where the states came up with the plans that they thought they would need to have adequate testing in order to reopen. Those plans were given to us, and Admiral Joie meticulously went through all of those plans, ensured that we had enough supply to shore up those plans that states had, and to make sure that states had enough to safely reopen. So that was how the process went, and the president has done really extraordinary work with testing. 300 to 400,000 tests per day is a pretty good number, a very good number, I would say. More than 15 million done, beating the world in testing numbers, and under 10% positivity is at least the barometer given by the WHO as what's necessary. And nationally, we're at under 10% positivity. In fact, we're at 7.5% positivity rate. So we are doing quite well on testing. Is there anyone who hasn't gotten a question? Because right there.
Yeah, thank you. Has the president heard from his counterparts regarding the G7 summit? Is it actually going to take place in June at the White House?
We do aim for it to take place then. It's gotten positive reception. I inquired about this 2 days ago and was told it's getting very positive reception from world leaders. So we do intend for that to take place here.
I have a call on you. Yeah, perfect.
Thank you. You yourself have been able to vote by mail several times. Do you think anyone with health concerns, who has health concerns about going to the polls, should have that same convenience, that right?
So what I would note again is the distinction between absentee voting and having a reason, and mass mail-out voting, where ballots are sent in a widespread fashion to people who are dead but on voting rolls, and those ballots end up in trash cans. That's a state-by-state consideration. I'll leave it to states to determine what is a valid reason, but there are, if you're an elderly person who's unable to get to
health considerations for a lot of their residents. And if they want to pursue that track, is there anything wrong with that?
Again, you're asking, I assume you're asking with relation to the pandemic that's going on. None of us know where we're going to be in November. I'd first note that. We don't have a crystal ball. But what I would say is that there are real concerns when you don't do in-person voting. And South Carolina is a great example where Democrats literally sued to force rushed mail-in voting. And what happened? You had ballots from South Carolina ending up in Baltimore. That is not a tenable system. And as states start to reopen, and we see people out at beaches in Florida, and we're not seeing these mass spikes, and we see people safely going to restaurants and social distancing and washing their hands and doing all the wonderful mitigation techniques put forward by our experts, they're reopening society, and they're doing so safely. And I think there's a way to continue our great civic duty of showing up and voting in a way that is safe. And the same way it's safe to eat at a restaurant, it's safe to go to a beach, we can vote in a safe fashion. And I think that's something that is good and to be celebrated as we head to November. All right, I think I took everyone's question. Thank you so much, guys. These are crimes that harm innocent American citizens. The First Amendment guarantees the right of the people to peaceably assemble. What we saw last night in Washington and across the country was not that. To that end, President Trump is demanding action to protect American citizens, to protect American businesses. 17,000 National Guard are deployed in 24 states, but according to General Milley, only 2 states have deployed more than 1,000. There are 350,000 National Guard available overall, and for the lawlessness we are seeing, far more needs to be done. Governors across the country must act, deploy the National Guard as it's fit, and protect American communities. As President Trump has said repeatedly, it's very important that we have peaceful protesters and support the right of peaceful protesters, but we cannot allow a situation like what happened in Minneapolis to descend further into lawless anarchy and chaos. And we understand that very well. And with that, I'll take questions. Yes.
To your point, the country is in crisis. There's a global pandemic that has claimed more than 100,000 lives. At least 40 million people are unemployed. There are now protests and racial tension ripping apart many cities. Where is the president? Why has he not delivered an address to the nation, as many of his predecessors have in a time of domestic crisis?
So the president has delivered multiple statements on this. The president, as recently as 48 hours ago, was out talking about what a tragedy the death of George Floyd was, how it has weighed on his heart, and how he encourages peace and lawfulness in our streets and peaceful protests. So he has said that repeatedly. He's made many statements to this effect, but what I would note is continual statements, as he's made day and day and day and day again, they don't stop anarchy. What stops anarchy is action, and that's what the president is working on right now.
To that point about the anarchists, you said this morning that the president is focused right now on rooting out Antifa. George Floyd did not die in Antifa custody. He died in police custody. What's the president doing to reform policing tactics and excessive use of force by police?
Yeah, so it's an important question for sure. And this president, if you look at the actions his DOJ has taken, there's a civil rights investigation into the death of Ahmaud Arbery. There's a civil rights investigation into the death of George Floyd. It is a tragedy what we saw. I mentioned to you that the president was extremely upset when he saw that video. And he continues to, the DOJ continues to pursue those charges. And he's recognized injustices for a long time. Since he was a candidate, he talked about Sandra Bland and what a terrible video that was too. So he recognizes injustices where they are, but at the same time, he also recognizes that we can't allow organized groups like Antifa to commit some of the heinous acts that we've seen. John.
Kayleigh, in his call with the governors, the president said that he had put General Milley in charge of all this. What does that mean?
Yeah, so
Staff in charge of policing American streets, what did he mean?
So I'm not going to get ahead of any actions that will be announced, but what I will say to you is this, that he has had 2 briefings today with Secretary Esper and AG Barr, and General Milley was there, and there will be additional federal assets deployed across the nation. There will be a central command center in conjunction with the state and local governments that will include General Milley, Secretary Esper, and AG Barr, but I won't go any further in announcing what actions.
But can you explain what the president meant when he told the governors, I am put General Milley in charge? What does that mean? Because that sounds like a total break here. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff being in charge of a domestic issue.
And ensuring that, as the president has said, and this has been taken out of context, by the way, that our streets are dominated with a police force and with a National Guard presence, so that, let me explain a little bit about how this works. If there's a peaceful protest, police will form a line. And what we've seen are those lines have been overwhelmed by massive protests that have turned into riots, the peaceful protests to be distinguished from the riots we've seen. And when those lines are overwhelmed, law enforcement gets on the defense. So what the president has said is he wants to dominate the streets with National Guard, with a police presence, and what studies have shown, as General Milley noted, he was in that governor's call, and his points all pertain to the National Guard, and he noted that there are several studies that when there's an overwhelming National Guard presence, it actually de-escalates the situation and causes less civil unrest. So General Milley has really been on point in talking about the National Guard, the effectiveness, and ensuring that they're utilized to great effect across the country.
What's been taken out of context? Because I mean, I have the exact quote. It's a very simple one. He just says that he has put General Milley in charge.
No, I wasn't suggesting that quote was out of context. The dominate. I've seen some networks that have talked about dominating protesters, and I've been around the president all day. Anytime he's used the word dominate, it was with regard to dominating the streets and ensuring that we have peace in our streets. Yes. Yes, Scott.
Thanks. In addition to the tough talk the president has been talking about taking action against looters and some of the violent elements in the protests that we've seen, why isn't he also supplementing that message by calling on these people to remain calm, to go home, to not destroy property, businesses, so on?
Yeah, he has done that repeatedly. Look, he talked about understanding the pain that people are feeling, and he does understand that pain. He's talked several times about the right to peacefully protest, and I've seen some of these peaceful protests, some of these sit-ins, and it's a real shame when you have anarchy and anarchists come in and you have Antifa come in, and it really dilutes the message of the protesters, and it's a legitimate reason they're protesting. So he hates to see Antifa come in and really dampen that message, which has been in many cases peaceful, but has been overtaken and overwhelmed by an organized effort of people from out of state coming in and causing havoc.
Is he traveling on Friday? Is he going to Maine?
He still plans on going to Maine. I haven't heard any other changes to that effect. Yeah. Ouija.
Thank you.
I like your mask. That's really cool.
I have a quick follow-up about police reform. National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien says he does not think there is systemic racism among law enforcement in the U.S. Does President Trump share that view?
Look, I think where the president stands is he does not believe, he fundamentally rejects the idea that these egregious actions of these 4 Minnesota officers are representative of our police force as a whole. Most of our officers in this country are good, hardworking men and women who work every day to police our streets. He's recognized cases of injustice. I noted Sandra Bland back when he was in the primary. I've noted more recently Ahmaud Arbery and then George Floyd. So he recognizes these injustices. He puts a focus on them, but he also recognizes our valiant police officers who have taken to the streets each and every night over the last 6 nights and protected our communities.
And on Antifa, can you explain what the legal authority the president is for designating Antifa as a terrorist organization? And can you also talk about why he does not want to label white supremacist groups that are domestically located as terrorist organizations as well?
So let me address the first part about legal authority. Title 18, Section 2331 allows that the term, it defines domestic terrorism as involving acts dangerous to human life that appear intended to influence the policy of a government, and other elements are laid out, and it allows the Department of Justice, when utilizing this statute, to invoke greater investigatory authority and to invoke harsher penalties. I would note that the Justice Department has in the past used domestic terrorism in consultation with acts of white supremacy or what were racially motivated acts. Like in April 2020, a Florida man pled guilty to threatening an African-American Charlottesville City Council candidate. And at that time, the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force was utilized. Same in the case of February 2020, where it was used in connection to 4 racially motivated violent extremists. And I would also note the president's long history of condemning white supremacy and racism. There is no place in society for these egregious, despicable ideologies. Jen.
Why haven't he designated any white nationalist groups as terrorist organizations?
It has been used. I explained how in this case that domestic terrorism will be used as a way that the crime is prosecuted. It's a prosecutorial method, and it was utilized in the same exact way with regard to white supremacy. Yes.
Kayleigh, on the Minnesota police officers, is he suggesting that they should be charged as well as the officer who's already been charged, the other 3? And also on Antifa, can you explain a little bit about how would he know, or how is he talking about how you would identify members of Antifa? Since they're a very loose organization, it would be very difficult to tell who is part of Antifa.
So first, I was just on the call with the president where he expressed his dismay with those 3 officers who watched. I'll leave it to the state to pursue those charges if they decide to. It was the state that pursued the initial charge, but the president has expressed his complete dismay with those actions. With Antifa, I do think it's important to note that they are a big element of this protest. AG Barr has noted that. Ambassador O'Brien has noted that. We have ample evidence that DOJ has received indicating that Antifa is responsible for that unrest. But as to exactly how Antifa is identified, that would be more of a question for DOJ. Yes.
When you talk about additional federal assets, does the president have authority to deploy forces across the country beyond the National Guard?
He does, and look, we're looking at every tool in the federal toolkit available to us. You know, ideally, this would have been resolved at the state level. The states, after all, have the police power embedded in the 10th Amendment, and it is their responsibility to patrol their streets. But you're right to say that there are many federal authorities, including the one you cited, available to us.
Did you bring this up with the governors in the phone call today?
The focus of the call with the governors was really the National Guard, not that specific tool in the toolkit that you mentioned, but the National Guard and how it should be utilized much stronger than it's currently being utilized. Yes, I will go to, let's see. Jeff.
Okay, thanks. Following up on what John was asking earlier, Governor Whitmer, she said she found the president's call today deeply disturbing, and she said the president told the governors they need to put it down or they would be overridden. So what, I mean, is there a specific authority he's using? Because as you know, Posse Comitatus really prevents the use of the army to put down domestic insurrection of any kind.
Yeah, I don't know why Governor Whitmer would be dismayed at the president telling governors to do their job. It is their responsibility to police their streets. They have the police power embedded in the Constitution. They have quite clearly, many of them, failed to do their job. Look at the scenes we have seen. And it's gotten to the point where today the president has said, enough is enough. You know, there are tools I can use, namely deploying National Guard, many others that Steve cited one, the Insurrection Act. It's one of the tools available. Whether the president decides to pursue that, that's his prerogative. Right now, we're looking at a focus on the National Guard. That's where it currently stands. And, you know, there's a distinction between the National Guard and military forces in the street, I would note. The National Guard are the friends and neighbors in these communities who are used, and as I noted, the study from General Milley, used to great effect when they are deployed. So the focus of the call was the National Guard, encouraging the deployment, far more than the 17,000 out there, and utilizing them this evening, certainly.
Would you like to see 100,000 National Guard on the street or 200,000 right now?
I won't put a number on it. I think it's incumbent on governors to look at the situation. You know, a case in Texas might not merit the same thing as, you know, New York City. So he's encouraging the governors to up those levels, but there's not a specific number that he has in mind. David.
Kayleigh, there is a perception that the president is hiding in the bunker on the racial protest issue. He was literally put in the bunker on Friday night by the Secret Service. I mean, would you agree that he is hiding out on this issue, and is that a good posture to be in?
I would not agree with that at all. Look, I was on the phone with the president at least half a dozen times yesterday, and every time I talked to him, he was telling me about a different action he had taken, whether it was talking to a governor about this or a foreign leader about ventilators. This president has been leading. He met with generals yesterday. He's each and every moment taking another action to try to solve and resolve what we've seen in our streets where the governors have failed. He's stepped in. He's acting. He's hard at work. You've heard from him on this issue any number of times, and he's working because that's the job of the president, is to keep this country safe.
Well, we haven't heard him on camera that much. Is he going to give some kind of speech or a specific event about, you know, all these disturbances in hundreds of cities?
I really think that that's a misnomer in the media. You know, it was really appalling, some of the coverage I saw, like the New York Times yesterday made no mention of the myriad times that the president has spoken on this issue. Instead, in paragraph 14, they made a cursory mention of his remarks at Space Force, most of which, at least half of which, pertain to George Floyd. There was a Washington Post article with an egregious headline about Trump staying silent. He hasn't been silent on this. I have a whole list of his remarks there, and instead, paragraph 23, they note, oh wait, we're contradicting our own headline. The president did in fact make remarks. Contrary to the silent headline, you had Don Lemon on CNN saying at 9:38 p.m. on Saturday night, the president's been silent. Ironically, that comment came 4 hours after the president was quite audibly speaking at this issue. I was there for the remarks, and then you had CNN double down the next day, Sunday afternoon, saying the president was silent. And you know, I don't want to bore you with reading out all of his statements, but it sounds like I should read a few, like the president saying it's a grave tragedy that filled Americans all over the country with horror, anger, and grief, and I stand before you as a friend and ally to every American seeking justice. He said, I understand the pain the people are feeling. I can go on, but I would just be repeating what the president has already said, because make no mistake, this president has not been silent, and at this moment, he is acting to protect this country from the lawlessness we saw just out here in Lafayette Park last night. Yes.
In a particularly egregious act, St. John's Church, Church of the Presidents, was targeted last night. Graffiti all over, set on fire. What is the president's reaction to that, please?
It's hurtful, honestly. I think it's hurtful on a number of levels. Look, the VA was defaced. Literally the word veteran spray painted out of the placard in front of the Department of Veteran Affairs. The Lincoln Memorial defaced. How does that make much sense? The place where the March on Washington began, that momentous occasion in the history of civil rights, that memorial was defaced last night. That doesn't honor the legacy of George Floyd. It doesn't. And certainly not the burning of St. John's Church. Look, St. John's, I think it's important to go through a little bit of this, but Reverend John C. Harper was the St. John's rector many centuries ago, at least decades, centuries and a few decades ago. And here's what he was told. He was told he needed to close St. John's because he couldn't leave it open for the March on Washington because, quote, it might be a bloodbath. But he stood boldly. He stood boldly and he stood on the side of justice. And on the day the March on Washington happened, here's what was sung from that church. One family on earth are we throughout its widest span. Oh, help us everywhere to see the brotherhood of man. And of course, we know that the March on Washington ended with Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. giving that incredible speech, I Have a Dream. And that church, the same church that was burning last night, here is what they said, taking that bold stance to support Martin Luther King. They said this church building is open as it has always been, so all who want to worship here. The ministry of this parish is extended to any who seek it. Our fellowship with one another has no limitations whatsoever. That church supported the bold civil rights moment of the March on Washington, which began at the Lincoln Memorial. That doesn't honor the legacy of George Floyd. It doesn't further the cause. And those are violent anarchists, Antifa, who are taking advantage of the pain of people, the pain of the peaceful protesters. It's inexcusable, and we have to stand as one America against the burning of the church and the defacement of the Lincoln Memorial. Chanel.
Kayleigh, is it possible that D.C. will be placed under martial law in order to protect these national monuments from further destruction? And second, under the Civil Rights Act of '68, will this administration investigate either members of Congress or political organizations who are funding or tied to Antifa moving forward?
Yeah, you know, on Antifa, I think at this point we're pursuing the domestic terrorism angle. That's what the DOJ has decided. And what was your first question was about martial law?
Law to protect national monuments in D.C.
Yes, so I have not heard that discussed. Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you. Can you confirm a phone call earlier today between Presidents Trump and Putin? And if so, considering what the President said to governors later in the day, did he ask President Putin for advice on how to quell unrest in his own country?
I don't have any details on that call. I wasn't a part of it, but I'm not entirely certain what was discussed, but the call did take place. Yes.
Does the President regret using phrases like when the shooting starts, the looting starts, the shooting starts, and phrases like vicious dogs? Is he considering apologizing?
So the President, on the looting point, he was taken wildly out of context. Twitter, it's interesting to watch. I've seen multiple instances of real incitement of violence on Twitter, but they've never penalized those users. Like, for instance, Iran. We've seen horrific tweets from the Iranian regime about the elimination of the Zionist regime, to quote them, and that was never flagged. Interesting that their gut instinct was to flag the President, and they did so in an accurate way. The President very clearly laid out what he meant by that tweet, that looting leads to shooting, and we have seen the unfortunate killing of one person in Minneapolis. There were 7 people shot in a St. Louis riot a few nights ago, and the President clearly laid out what he meant, but it is interesting to watch the gut instinct of Twitter to go ahead and label what the President said as somehow inciting violence, which it absolutely was not. But look, I want to say this. We cannot let violence and we cannot let looting and a few bad actors divide us as an American people. The American spirit is defined by love and mutual acceptance and kindness. And despite the horrific scenes we've seen play throughout the media, there's some things that we haven't seen. And I think it's important for the American people to see them. And Judd, I'm going to call for that soundbite now of some video that I think it's very important for us all to watch.
We want to be with y'all for real. So I took my helmet off and laid the batons down. Yeah. I want to make this a parade, not a protest. Let's walk. Not 1 ounce of damage. Nobody's arrested. Nobody got hurt. This is the way it's supposed to be.
hurt him no more. I love you, man. I love you, man. I know you're doing great today. I wish you out there for one of these kids after looking to that. I love you.
Louisville, a human chain protecting an officer separated from his unit.
We're here with you. All right? Okay? We're all here together, okay?
Across the country, we've seen examples of police protecting protesters and protesters embracing police, and it's been beautiful to watch, though those images have not been played all that often. And I just want to leave you with a quote from Martin Luther King Jr. that we must learn to live together as brothers, or we will perish together as fools. Thank you. Remains healthy. Also, I'd like to congratulate the winners of last night's primary elections. President Trump has now endorsed candidates and has a 64-0 record in congressional, special, and primary election races since the midterms, demonstrating the strength of and support for the president's agenda across the country, as evidenced in the 64 consecutive congressional, special, and primary elections over the past 13 months. So next, I want to transition to talking about some of the things going on around the country. The First Amendment does not give anyone the right to riot. The First Amendment does not give anyone the right to loot. The First Amendment doesn't give anyone the right to burn down buildings. The First Amendment does not give anyone the right to deface property. And it does not give anyone the right to assault private citizens and to assault police officers. The First Amendment, however, does give you the right to peaceably assemble. And the greatest example that we have seen of peaceful protest, an absolute embodiment of the First Amendment, is the March on Washington. On August 28, 1963, 250,000 Americans gathered at the Lincoln Memorial and peacefully made a powerful march and a powerful point that all Americans should be treated equally, that racial discrimination was unacceptable, abhorrent, and that it needed to be rectified. And in the famous I Have a Dream speech by Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, he said this: "We must not allow our creative protest to degenerate into physical violence. Again and again, we must rise to the majestic heights of meeting physical force with soul force." And soul force is exactly what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. met the nation with when he said this: "I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." Important words, important actions from an American hero who contributed to making this nation the greatest on earth. With that in mind, we must remember to recognize the lives lost, the passing of George Floyd, who was killed unjustly in a horrific video that we all have seen. And we must also remember the passing of police captain David Dorn yesterday, who was shot and killed by looters in St. Louis in an absolute tragedy. A retired officer, 77 years old, whose wife was also a police officer herself. Dorn was a hero and an unfortunate casualty in the riots we have seen. Our hearts are with his family. We are all Americans. We must come together. We must unify, and we must have law and order. And with that, I'll take questions. Yes, we do.
I have a couple questions. First on Secretary Esper. CBS News has learned that his remarks this morning were not received well here inside the White House. Had the Secretary ever expressed his views about active duty forces to President Trump before this morning in private? And does the president still have confidence in Secretary Esper?
So not that I'm aware of in terms of expressing his opinion, and I wouldn't get into the private conversations that went on here in the White House. And with regard to whether the president has confidence, I would say if he loses confidence in Secretary Esper, I'm sure you all will be the first to know.
But as of right now, he still does?
As of right now, Secretary Esper is still Secretary Esper, and should the president lose faith, we will all learn about that in the future.
And on policing, Vice President Joe Biden has vowed to set up a police oversight board if he is elected. Is President Trump considering anything comparable or any other specific legislative and policy reforms to address racial disparities in policing?
So there have been various things discussed here in the White House. I don't want to get ahead of the president and as to what he ultimately determines. The president believes that most police officers in this country are good, hardworking people, and he notes that, but he also notes some of the injustices we've seen and the need to make sure that the appropriate use of force is used and that our officers are trained in that capacity.
So he is considering some sort of federal oversight?
There's been discussion of various proposals that we could look at, but no announcements on that front just yet. Jim.
Kayleigh, you mentioned Dr. King. He likely would not have approved of what took place Monday evening across from the White House, as you probably know. If the White House president and his team had to do it all over again, would you have gassed and pummeled protesters to clear the park so the president could have a photo op?
So let me first address no tear gas was used and no rubber bullets were used. So again, no tear gas was used, no rubber bullets were used.
Why are you making that distinction? Chemical agents were used.
Let me back up and
priest who said she was gassed. Others say they were tear gassed in that area.
Well, no one was tear gassed. Let me make that clear. That's been confirmed by DOD and by Park Services as well. So let me go back and address what happened because there's been a lot of misreporting. First, I would note that these protests that were going on, in the morning, AG Barr had determined that we needed to expand the perimeter by 1 block on each side. He was surprised, AG Barr, when he arrived at the White House to see that that perimeter had not been moved. So he said that we needed to get going with moving that perimeter. He told the officers that out there. That was late afternoon. So that decision was made in the morning, first of all. The protesters were told 3 times over loudspeaker that they needed to move. And what happened was it grew increasingly unruly. There were projectiles being thrown at officers. Frozen water bottles were being thrown at officers. Various other projectiles. And the officers had no other choice than in that moment to act and make sure that they were safe and that the perimeter was pushed back because, as we all know, a church was burning in that very area the night before. So the appropriate action was taken. It was burning the night before, which enforced the decision to move the perimeter on each side by a block so that church would no longer be in harm's way by the rioters. But it's absolutely uncalled for to throw bricks, absolutely uncalled for to throw water bottles that are frozen at police officers.
Don't you agree, Kayleigh, that the vast majority of those protesters were doing so peacefully and that many of them did not hear those warnings and were simply just pushed out of the way, just forced out, pummeled out of the way by their fellow Americans, police officers? You sent in members of the military to deal with this. I mean, what do you say to Americans who look at what happened on Monday and find that to be appalling?
Well, let me note that the National Guard was utilized across Washington, D.C. The military was not. There is a distinction, and I would say that it is uncalled for to throw bricks at officers, uncalled for to throw frozen water bottles at officers. And they also had received intelligence that there were calls for violence against police officers, and they found caches of glass bottles, baseball bats, and metal poles hidden along the streets. When an officer is at risk, they have the right to defend themselves. They did so peaceably. There were no fatalities, no severe injuries.
So you do it again.
To protect the lives of officers, they have a right to defend and to protect themselves.
And the White House,
next question. I think Sarah used to always joke about 2-question Tuesday. I think sometimes I get 4 or 5 question Wednesday.
I just want to make sure that people who have a problem with what they saw Monday have a chance to have that addressed. And, I mean, what do you say to Americans who are just outraged by what they saw? And for the president to go and have a photo op in front of a church.
What I would say is this: officers have a right to defend themselves. And I've watched a lot of your coverage. I've watched a lot of the nation's coverage, and let's go through some of the things that happen when officers don't defend and protect themselves. In St. Louis, 4 police officers were shot. In Las Vegas, an officer was shot in the head and is on life support. In New York, a cop was beat up by people. In Providence, 4 to 5 police officers and state troopers were injured. And in Ashbury Park, New Jersey, a police officer was injured. Police officers are out on the front lines. They're defending and protecting you as you come into this building each and every day, Jim. We owe them honor. We owe them respect. And when they are under attack, they have the ability to defend themselves. Zeke.
First on Secretary Esper's comments, is the president presently considering invoking the Insurrection Act, or is that completely off the table at this point?
So it's a very good question. The president has the sole authority to invoke the Insurrection Act. It is definitely a tool within his power. This president has one singular aim, and it is protecting America's streets. We cannot have burning churches. We cannot have police officers who are shot. We cannot have businesses that are looted and destroyed. The Insurrection Act is a tool available. The president has the sole authority, and if needed, he will use it. But at this time, he's relying on surging the streets with National Guard. It's worked to great effect here in D.C. and in Minnesota as well.
And Kayleigh, back to that incident on Monday, are you saying that all the officers who were at that protest, clearing that largely peaceful protest, were acting appropriately? There were well-documented incidents of one case, one member of law enforcement bashing a camera of an Australian journalist. This isn't about the journalists. This is about the other peaceful protesters there as well. Did every officer in that protest, was that protest cleared in a way that the White House believes was entirely appropriate? So that should be the model for the rest of the country.
I think U.S. Park Services, when having bricks thrown at them and frozen water bottles, had the right to act. They acted with the appropriate level of force to protect themselves and to protect the average citizenry and to protect the peaceful protesters who were among them as well. Kristen.
They were protecting the peaceful protesters by firing various chemical agents and walking through them with batons.
Well, it wasn't tear gas, I would note, and what they used was a way to target those who were being violent. They used the minimal force that they could to ensure that situation was safe, to ensure St. John's Church would not burn a second night in a row, and to ensure that no officers were injured in the manner that I listed off, that several officers have been injured and shot at in the course of these riots. Kristen.
Thank you, Kayleigh. I have a question about the decision-making process before going to the church on Monday night. The president said on Fox Radio this morning that he never told anyone to push the protesters out. The defense secretary, he said something similar. So who at the White House did know, or was this a unilateral decision by the Attorney General?
The Attorney General decided that morning to expand the perimeter, and that was a decision made long before the church discussion was ever under consideration. When the president gives an order, people act. It's not as if he's walked through each and every detail of how a plan goes about. He says, I want to go to the church. He goes to the church, and everyone executes the plan in the order that the president puts into place. So the president is absolutely right in what he said.
So was the plan still for President Trump to walk out there, even if the protesters were still there?
You know, I'm not aware of the determinations that Secret Service had as they arranged for the president to walk out there, but I would just note again that the decision to expand the perimeter was a decision made in the morning by Attorney General Barr.
Okay, and just one question about the coronavirus, because we're still in the middle of the pandemic. Dr. Fauci, he said in an interview on Monday that his contact with President Trump had dramatically decreased, and so had the frequency of the coronavirus task force meetings. Is that accurate, and if so, why?
There was a coronavirus task force briefing just yesterday. We are constantly, as an administration, monitoring the coronavirus to protect the safety and well-being of the American people. Right now, we all saw that church burn. We all saw some of the violence in the streets, and the president has had several meeting after meeting with AG Barr, Secretary Esper, General Milley, to make sure that our streets are peaceful and under control, while also monitoring the coronavirus and what we're seeing develop there. Mario.
Thanks, Kayleigh. I'm quite confused. I mean, if the protests were peaceful on Monday, why did you all clear the area, and whose decision was to clear it later in the day? If Attorney General Barr wanted it cleared earlier in the day, why did it take so long for it to be cleared?
Yeah, you know, he ordered it to be cleared Monday morning. It didn't happen when he arrived, so he immediately instructed the officers to ensure that it was moved back a block. As we all saw Sunday night, it was not a peaceful protest. It was, in fact, a riot with a church burning in Washington, D.C. The president made sure that Washington, D.C. was secure Monday night, and part of that involved moving the perimeter back to ensure that St. John's Church was protected.
But that's quite a gap between the morning and then the evening when you all walked over there. Why was there such a gap?
Look, again, that's a question for AG Barr, who made the order to question for the officers who were on the ground at the time why that wasn't deployed right away. But when AG Barr came to the White House, I think it was early afternoon, he noticed that it hadn't been cleared, gave the order for it to be cleared, and that action took place.
Why did the president feel it was important to go walk over there through the park into the church?
It was extremely important. Look, the president wanted to send a very powerful message that we will not be overcome by looting, by rioting, by burning. This is not what defines America. And going and standing by St. John's Church was a very important moment. And I would note that through all of time, we've seen presidents and leaders across the world who have had leadership moments and very powerful symbols that were important for a nation to see at any given time to show a message of resilience and determination. Like Churchill, we saw him inspecting the bombing damage. It sent a powerful message of leadership to the British people. And George W. Bush throwing out the ceremonial first pitch after 9/11. And Jimmy Carter putting on a sweater to encourage energy savings. And George H.W. Bush signing the Americans with Disabilities Act, flanked by 2 disabled Americans. And for this president, it was powerful and important to send a message that the rioters, the looters, the anarchists, they will not prevail, that burning churches are not what America's about. And that moment, holding the Bible up, is something that has been widely hailed by Franklin Graham and others, and it was a very important symbol for the American people to see that we will get through this through unity and through faith.
Separately, the president, you said he had his results of his physical. We know that he did part of the physical late last year, I think it was. When did he have the rest of it done?
I'm not aware of an exact date. I will ask Dr. Connolly for you on that, but I know it was fairly recently. Yes. I will go to Brett.
Thanks, Kayleigh. The White House has spent a lot of time talking about how the protests have taken place and how people are protesting or shouldn't be protesting. But what is the White House doing to address the underlying causes that have led to these protests?
Look, the president's done a lot. The president expedited the review, the FBI review of the George Floyd case. He swiftly ensured there was a civil rights investigation into George Floyd's death. Ahmaud Arbery, there's another investigation there on the part of DOJ. He's recognized what an injustice this was innumerable times, including in his national remarks that he gave on Saturday. So this president has done everything in his power to send a powerful message that these injustices will not be tolerated.
But does the White House or the president, have they reached out to any of these protesters to try and start a dialogue about specific reforms they'd like to see, or does the president plan to do that moving forward?
Look, the president has looked at some various, not legislative necessarily, but tools that we could use to ensure that law enforcement uses the appropriate level of force. No discussions or announcements there on that front. But I will say that we're taking a hard look at this, but that the president recognizes that our police officers are valiant heroes. The vast majority are good, hardworking people who love this country and who love the American citizenry that they protect.
Thanks, Kayleigh. Former Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein testified today on the Hill that he didn't read the FISA applications, and he didn't even prepare the scope memo that started the Mueller probe. Given that Rosenstein appears to be deeply involved in Crossfire Hurricane and that he actually picked FBI Director Christopher Wray, isn't it time that the Trump administration appoints someone else other than Wray for FBI Director?
Look, I have no announcements on that front, but what I will say with regard to the Rosenstein testimony is he said there was no there, and he now agrees with that text by Peter Strzok, who, obviously had no information of Russian collusion, but nevertheless strung us through this investigation. And you have Rosenstein, who, again, it's quite befuddling, said he wouldn't have signed off on the Carter Page FISA warrant that has his name on it. His name's signed on a FISA warrant to spy on the Trump campaign, that he wouldn't have signed off on that. Not only that, he wasn't sure that he read every page of it. It's a pretty grave thing to spy on an American citizen, to violate their Fourth Amendment rights, to not have a basis to do so, and to rely on a Russian dossier full of lies as the justification. So it's really astonishing to hear from him that he's not sure he read every page of that warrant, but I suppose it's encouraging to hear with his 2020 hindsight that he wouldn't have signed off on it, though I'm sure that's of no comfort to Carter Page.
Well, the president has expressed his disappointment in Wray in the past, so where does he stand now? Does he have confidence in Wray today?
At this moment, the president, as the FBI director, much like the Secretary of Defense is the FBI director, is the Secretary of Defense. If the president decides he no longer has confidence, you guys will be the first to know.
One more on New York, if it's okay. Sure. So yesterday, New York Governor Cuomo made a pretty big statement saying that he he might relieve Mayor de Blasio, of his duties. Has there been any talk with Governor Cuomo about sending in the National Guard troops to New York, or is there any plan right now to send National Guard to New York?
The president will do whatever is necessary to protect America's streets. He has made that clear, and he has several tools. That is one of them, sending in the National Guard. He does have the ability to federalize the National Guard should he choose to do that. But I would note, and I'm very glad you brought up New York, the very clear-cut cases of D.C. and New York. D.C. was in chaos on Sunday night when you saw the burning of the church, when Mayor Bowser did not set the curfew, as she had it at 11 p.m. The president said this is unacceptable. He's always preferred devolving to the states. They have the police power. It's their responsibility to protect the streets. But when the president saw that on Sunday night, he took action immediately. He surged the National Guard, encouraged states to accept their National Guard. He went on and on with several various actions. He gave a very powerful speech saying, if you don't act, I will. He noted that the military would be on hand should it be necessary. His bold action, his swift action, made D.C. a much different story Monday night. And contrasting the images of D.C. on Monday night and New York on Monday night, where there was rampant looting, where we saw Macy's department store looted, Coach store looted, violence in the streets. New York acted in a way that was inappropriate. They didn't deploy the National Guard. They set an 11 p.m. curfew, even after they saw the disastrous results of Mayor Bowser's 11 p.m. curfew. And the president said, I will call Antifa a domestic terrorist group. What was New York doing? New York was arresting people on burglary charges and then releasing 500 individuals after they had arrested them. So the weak-kneed policies of New York stand in stark contrast to the law and order policies of this president that has succeeded in securing this city, as we've seen the last two nights. Next, we'll go to Lachlan.
Thank you, Kayleigh. Putting aside the conduct of individual officers, does the president believe that there's a systemic bias in American law enforcement against African Americans?
The president believes that there are injustices, and he has pointed them out, and he has not hesitated in pointing out injustices, going back to his time as a primary candidate when he called Sandra Bland and the use of force against her in the video that we all saw terrible. He did not hesitate when he saw the video of George Floyd. He was really upset by that video, as I noted. We've got the civil rights investigation into Ahmaud Arbery. He points out injustices, but he also notes this, that our police officers are good people. I've seen them out there on the streets protecting people. I've played the videos for you of the police embracing protesters, standing with the protesters. They're good, hardworking people. They protect our streets. That is what law enforcement is about. But at the same time, the president will note and he will call out injustices. And this is a president who's not hesitated in doing that when the time was right.
Individual actions, but does he believe that the problem is systemic and endemic to American law enforcement?
The president believes there are some examples of injustices. He calls them out. This is a president who, when Democrats for so many years talked about criminal justice reform and the disparities, the racial disparities in sentencing, President Obama didn't do that. Guess who fixed that? It was President Trump with the First Step Act, who engaged in sentencing reform and who really rectified some of the disparities we saw there. So, I think Democrats, others, Republicans should hail this president for calling out injustices when he sees them, either in a case-by-case basis or in the form of the First Step Act, where he noted the disparity in sentencing reforms. Josh.
There's been a number of explanations on the clearing the park. One, that there was an attempt to enforce curfew. Another, that there was violent protesters from the park police. DOJ saying that it was previously going to be done anyway. Can you explain to us what the reason from the White House's perspective was for clearing the park? Why the White House wanted it done?
So it wasn't the White House. As I said, it was A.G. Barr who expanded it was A.G. Barr who said the perimeter needed to be expanded 1 block each way because we were not going to see the church burn another night. I've already gone through in meticulous detail with my friend Jim here how it came about that perimeter was eventually moved, and I'm not going to repeat myself again.
That would have been done anyway, even if it would not have been violent protesters, that would have happened?
No, there were 3 announcements. So if the protesters had remained peaceful and had moved the perimeter as they were instructed to do, not 1, not 2, but 3 times via loudspeaker, it would have looked different. But when bricks are thrown, rest assured, officers will protect themselves. Chanel.
You said the president said today that he went down to the basement to inspect it. over the weekend. What was the point of the inspection? What was he looking for?
Look, I won't go further than what the president has said because those are security matters, and I won't engage on that kind of discussion. Yes, Chanel.
Kayleigh, so going back to Rosenstein, what is the president's response to the fact that neither Rosenstein nor Christopher Wray seem willing to take responsibility for the illegal wiretapping that took place on the Trump campaign? I also have a question on the Insurrection Act.
Yeah, I would say, look, the president is dismayed. This happened to the president's campaign. A Republican campaign was spied on by a Democratic presidency, a Democratic administration, based on a dossier paid for by his opponent, Hillary Clinton, and the DNC. This is absolutely extraordinary. It is the biggest political scandal that we've seen, and the lack of journalistic curiosity on this front is appalling when you have multiple instances of people who were saying one thing under oath from the Obama administration and saying another thing in public, that they had direct evidence of Russian collusion. I mean, that's extraordinary. Adam Schiff, I've got direct evidence, when in fact we know there was none in the Mueller report after spending millions of taxpayer dollars, totally and completely exonerated President Trump. It was a travesty, and we hope to get to the bottom of this because it should never be done again in American politics to any president of either political party.
Insurrection Act, Secretary Esper this morning said that he opposes it. The last time it was used was 1992. How close is the White House to actually using the Insurrection Act? Is that a last resort measure, or is this a real possibility at this moment?
Well, if you've noticed, the president has been going down a line of progression, and the first point was allow governors to do their job, allow mayors like Bill de Blasio to do their job, the police power, which is embedded in the 10th Amendment of this Constitution. That's how this country is supposed to work. Governor Cuomo is supposed to ensure that his state is protected. Mayor de Blasio is supposed to ensure that New York City is protected. They failed at their job. There was looting all across New York City. There were fires burning here in D.C. when Mayor Bowser was in control. So this president on Monday took definitive action with that speech saying, if necessary, the military is here. You must surge the National Guard. He took action, and he shored up and made sure that D.C. remained peaceful. So this president has gone and said the National Guard is the next step. That seemed to be working here in New York, in D.C. We'll see if it continues to work. But rest assured, he has the sole authority to invoke the Insurrection Act, and if necessary, he will do so to protect American citizens. One thing I really want to note, and I think it's so important to go back to this because I haven't seen a ton of coverage of it other than in a few places. And I started the briefing with this, and it's important. I just want to circle back and note Captain David Dorn, who lost his life in St. Louis, and he was killed by a looter. He served 38 years in the St. Louis Police Department. His wife, Ann, is a sergeant with the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department. He is a hero. I also want to note, because there have been 45 officers lost in the line of duty this year, and my heart breaks for them. And as a new mom myself, my heart particularly breaks for two women in particular who I was reading about their stories today. Officer Breanne Leath of the Indianapolis Police Department. On April 9th, 2020, she was shot and killed. She survived by her 3-year-old son, her sister, and her parents. She was a National Guard veteran, and my heart breaks for the family of Officer Leath. And Officer Tiffany Victoria Enriquez of the Honolulu Police Department on January 19th, 2020. Officer Enriquez was shot and killed as well, leaving 3 daughters, 1 grandson, and she was a U.S. Air Force Reserve veteran. These are our heroes. Thank you so much to our officers who are protecting our streets. Many have been shot, some have been killed. It's a travesty, and let us stand with law enforcement and recognize the huge contribution that they have made to our society and continue to do so each and every day. Thank you so much, guys. Toward the positive side, and in fact, the greatest number of jobs created in a single month on record. That is extraordinary. 225,000 manufacturing jobs, 464,000 construction jobs, and 1.2 million leisure and hospitality jobs were all added in May. Beyond that, the number of workers who reported being on temporary layoffs decreased by 2.7 million in May. And more than that, and this was a great number that was pointed out to me today by the CEA, 300,000 jobs were created for Black Americans in particular. That's in May, and that was a 1.7% increase, so very encouraging numbers there from the CEA that they highlighted for me, BLS numbers that they highlighted. May's jump in average weekly hours also is an encouraging sign, because increasing hours is a sign that employers need to hire more workers to meet demand. For all private sector employees, average weekly hours increased by 0.5% to 34.7 hours, the highest level since the series began in 2006. 73% of small businesses are open. That is up from the 52% right before the April jobs report reference period. Also, workplace visits are up roughly 40% from its pandemic low. The stock market is absolutely soaring. We saw with the S&P that it had its greatest 50-day rally in history. The Dow, likewise, is also booming. The markets clearly have confidence in President Trump, the jobs president who created the hottest economy in modern history once and will do it again. Also, commentators and economists have noted how great this jobs report was. Yesterday, we saw Mohamed El-Erian, the chief economic advisor at Allianz, say this will go down in history as the biggest positive data shock for the markets and the economy, and you saw how surprised the markets were. They surged on Friday, capping a strong week with the NASDAQ closing at a record high. He said it was also very surprising to the economists. Not a single one thought that we would create jobs. Everybody expected the unemployment rate would go up. It did not. Also, senior economic correspondent at the New York Times, Neil Irwin, noted that we have to think that the May employment numbers count as a strong win for PPP supporters. Obviously, the president signed that into law and has been a big cheerleader of the PPP. Typical economists missed it by 10 million, as I noted at the top of the briefing. 10 million. That's bigger than the entire state of Michigan nearly, and that's how much economists were off. Why is this happening? Well, it's happening because America has taken note of the fact that we have a president who ushered in the hottest economy in modern history, record low unemployment for Black Americans, for Hispanic Americans, for the disabled, for our veterans. Paychecks were beginning to rise under the President Donald Trump economy. We have the great jobs creator in office, and America clearly has confidence in this president. You have a president who fundamentally understands how to put this country back to work, and we saw that in action with the Friday jobs report. And with that, I'll take questions.
Okay.
So I'll start with John.
Kayleigh, what's the president's thinking on this growing movement to either defund or dismantle police forces across the country, and what reforms does the president think would be appropriate in the wake of the George Floyd killing?
Yeah, it's a really good question. The president is appalled by the defund the police movement. The fact that you have sitting congresswomen wanting to defund the police, notably Rashida Tlaib, notably Biden advisor AOC Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a former Clinton and Eric Holder spokesperson Brian Fallon, wanting to defund our police across this country, it is extraordinary. And when you think the left has gone far, and they couldn't possibly go farther, because we all remember the defund ICE movement. They want to defund immigration and custom enforcement, and now they want to defund the police. This is extraordinary. This is rolling back the protective layers that protect Americans in their homes and in their places of business. He's appalled by it, and it's remarkable to hear this coming from today's Democrat Party. As for solutions, he's talking through a number of proposals, no announcements on that, but he definitely, as he's noted, recognizes the horrid injustice done to George Floyd and is taking a look at various proposals.
Does the president agree with any of the mayors across the country who are saying, I think we could take some of the money from policing and put it toward other programs that could be effective in community development, which could lead to the potential for a lesser need for policing?
Well, let's be clear. If the mayor of LA wants to defund police, take money away from police, Mayor de Blasio, the mayor of New York, wants to take money away from police, that means cutting of police. That means reducing police departments. That means defunding police departments, if not getting rid of them entirely. No, he does not agree with that, and the rest of America does not agree with that.
I have two questions for you. As you are going over your reforms and what you think is needed Does the president feel that there is systemic racism in law enforcement?
The president's been very clear there are injustices in society. I've noted several for you that he's pointed out as a Republican primary candidate, noting the Sandra Bland video was absolutely horrible, noting George Floyd. There's a civil rights investigation into that. He definitely believes there are instances of racism, but look, he believes our law enforcement are the best in the world. He believes that by and large they are good people. The 750 who were injured defending this country from rioters and Antifa in the streets, as to be distinguished from the peaceful protesters, those 750 officers who were hurt defending our country were heroes, as was David Dorn, a police officer who lost his life, and Patrick Underwood, who also lost his life in the last week or so.
He doesn't think that there is systemic racism in law enforcement.
He believes most of our police officers are good, hardworking people, and there's a lot of evidence of that, and he has great faith in our police department.
Okay, well, my second question, does he still believe that NFL players who kneel as a form of protest against police brutality should be fired?
The president is very much against kneeling in general. The president has made clear for years that kneeling is tied to our national anthem, that it does not respect our military men and women across this country. He's not a fan of the kneeling movement. He's made that very clear, particularly because he thinks it's disrespectful to our military, as the kneeling originated at the kneeling during the national anthem.
Do you think they should be fired?
I have no comments on that. He is against the kneeling movement, though, as he's noted on Twitter as recently as a few days ago.
Say yes, he does still think they should be fired?
I have no information on that, and I have not talked to him about that.
Is there anything in the Democrats' Policing Act that the administration supports?
Yeah, that legislation, first of all, the text of it hasn't even been given to us. I've not talked with the president about that yet. He hasn't reviewed it yet. He's looking at a number of proposals, but there are some non-starters in there, I would say, particularly on the immunity issue. You had A.G. Barr saying this weekend he was asked about reduced immunity, and he said, I don't think we need to reduce immunity to go after the bad cops, because that would result certainly in police pulling back, which is not advisable. So he hasn't reviewed the legislation, but A.G. Barr, as a member of the administration, noted this prior to the proposal coming out.
Does the administration support the banning of the use of chokeholds?
Look, the president, again, hasn't reviewed this piece of legislation. The president is looking at what's a state issue, what's a federal issue right now. He's currently reviewing proposals, actually, on this very topic about police reform, so I'll leave it to him and not get ahead of him on that. But certainly we believe that the appropriate amount of force should be used in any police interaction with an individual.
But 2 weeks after all of this civil unrest, why does the White House not have a plan? The president said on Friday that his plan for combating racism is a strong economy. How does that work?
Look, that's an important part of combating racism, is making sure that there's equal opportunity for Black Americans in this country. This president, you know, we hear a lot of words from Democrats about criminal justice reform, that they wanted this. Well, they got it with President Trump reducing racial sentencing disparities via the First Step Act. You know, Democrats talk about economic opportunity for Black Americans and people in vulnerable communities, and this president has done that with opportunity zones. It was a good start in more than 900 places, creating private investment to help people get on their feet to start businesses in this country. HBCUs, record funding. This president has repeatedly, through his actions, stood up for the Black community, and a big piece of that is absolutely economic reform. And I'd finally note on the point of economic reform, the USMCA, these trade deals, the TPP, making sure that didn't take place, that directly advantaged hardworking men and women in Detroit who wanted their auto jobs. So his reformation with trade, and also opportunity zones is helping to ensure that Americans of all races have the same opportunity in the economic playing
You're
field.
saying he will eventually have a police reform plan.
He's looking at various proposals, so I won't get ahead of him. No announcements on that front, but he has been looking at them over the last few days. Yes. Yes.
Kayleigh, there are reports that the administration is going to be pulling troops from Germany. Can you say how many and when and where are they going?
Yeah, what I would say on that is, first, we have no announcements at this time. I know there's reporting out there, but as of this moment, there are no announcements. The president's continually reassessing the best posture for the United States military forces and our presence overseas. I mean, we remain committed to working with our strong allies.
Will he consult Angela Merkel before making a final decision?
I'll leave that to the president. Again, no announcements at this time.
And just one final, the new Lafayette Square fencing, do you have any indication on when that might be removed or taken down, since the protests have become more peaceful, and who makes that decision?
Yeah, I don't have any announcements with regard to the fencing. That's not something that's in White House control in terms of securing the perimeter. But what I would say is the president has recognized that the protests have largely been peaceful. Why have they been peaceful? It's because of the actions taken by this administration. If you'll notice, Minneapolis was in chaos until the National Guard came in, and then it was secure. You had outside here in Lafayette Park, I noted the 750 law enforcement officers that were injured across the country. Well, 1/5 of those were in D.C. and the vast majority in Lafayette Park. And once the National Guard came in, D.C. was secure. That Monday decision by the president of encouraging governors to surge the National Guard made the difference. And the president's recognized now that the protests are peaceful. He's recommended a winding down of the National Guard, very peaceful protest over the weekend. So with regard to the security of the building, not a decision for the White House, would refer you to Secret Service and Park Services on that. But the president has recognized the peaceful protesting and is encouraged by that.
Yes, Jen.
Kayleigh, on Hong Kong, can you say when will the administration revoke Hong Kong's trade status? And also, do you think that that move would be the only thing the administration does? Is there something else planned? And do you think that China will listen? Are you seeing any signs of China relenting on Hong Kong?
Yeah, we haven't seen any updates from China thus far. No announcements with regard to the timing of that, but the president has been very clear that China has replaced its promise of one country, two systems with one country, one system, which is what led the administration to make the announcement that it would begin eliminating policy exemptions that were given to Hong Kong, the special treatment that they once had.
Kayleigh?
Yes, Steve.
Is there any, a week after what we saw in Lafayette Park last Monday night, are there any people here in this building who believe that, or does the president believe that perhaps things went the way they shouldn't have gone? Is there any regret on the part of the president or anyone here about how people were treated, people who were peacefully protesting, and how they were rushed out so violently?
No, there's no regrets on the part of this White House because, look, I'd note that many of those decisions were not made here within the White House. It was A.G. Barr who made the decision to move the perimeter. Monday night, Park Police also had made that decision independently when they saw all of the violence in Lafayette Square. And before these protesters were moved by Park Police and they issued that tactical order, there were 3 loud warnings. And as I believe it was A.G. Barr on Face the Nation noted, that some of those protesters moved back and adhered to the warning, but others of those protesters started hurling objects, and that was unacceptable. And Park Police acted as they felt they needed to at that time in response, and we stand by those actions.
The country and the world saw this violent clash between people who were otherwise peacefully protesting, but really the president is not sorry for the way things went?
No, the president is sorry about the fact that Antifa wreaked havoc in our streets and the failure of some members of the media to note that. Like CNN's Chris Cuomo said, show me where it says protesters are supposed to be peaceful. Well, I'd point him to the First Amendment where it says that you have the right to, quote, peaceably assemble. He should go back and read the Constitution. There are many others out there, like Don Lemon, saying that rioting is a mechanism to restructure our country. Burning down St. John's, using a pick to literally like carve out, as we saw in that video, concrete from the sidewalk to hurl at officers, that's not peacefully protesting. The actions of the rioters were not in keeping with the First Amendment. And I think the media needs to recognize there's a discernment between the peaceful protesters, many of whom I've seen, and the rioters. And yes, America will act against rioters. And yes, under President Trump, he will not allow burning buildings, 150 federal buildings to be defaced, and 750 law enforcement officers to be injured in our country.
Can I ask you one more about the president?
Yes, Ryan. I like the blue suit.
Oh, thank
That's
you.
a really snazzy look. Yeah.
Just to follow up on that, you do know that the burning of St. John's happened on Sunday nights, and a lot of the violence that you're talking about, that happened on Sunday night. What he was asking about was Monday, when, as anyone who's down there knows, it was almost exclusively peaceful, especially in the moments before the chemical munitions were used on those protesters. So do you just want to clarify that about the burning of St. John's? Because that happened on a different day.
Yeah, the burning of St. John's is what prompted the decision to move the perimeter. It's what prompted Park Police to say that evening, the perimeter must be moved. It's what prompted, yes, it's what prompted A.G. Barr to agree with that decision on Monday morning that the perimeter needed to be moved. But when you hurl objects at Park Police, when you don't move, after 3 orders are given, Park Police acted appropriately. When the shield of Park Police was batted down, when one person tried to grab a Park Police officer's weapon. That's not peaceful by any definition of the word.
And one question on
Yeah.
the area in front of the White House is now officially known as Black Lives Matter Plaza. Does the president agree with that decision?
I haven't talked to him about it. I haven't mentioned that to him. Yes.
Kayleigh, does he agree in general the way that Mitt Romney stated over the weekend he does with the core message of Black Lives Matter?
Yeah, Mitt Romney can say 3 words outside on Pennsylvania Avenue, but I would note this, that President Trump won 8% of the black vote. Mitt Romney won 2% of the black vote. I believe President Trump, people across the country recognize that while Mitt Romney has a lot of words, notably he said that 47% of the nation is dependent upon government, believes they are victims, believes that the government has a responsibility to care for them. Those were Mitt Romney's words not too long ago. The president takes great offense to those words. That's not America. Guess what America is? It's when given opportunity via a Trump opportunity zone, belief that Americans of all races can rise to the occasion and achieve, belief in HBCUs and giving record funding to HBCUs, because we need to enable education in our country and school choice. Those kind of actions on the part of the president stand in stark contrast with the very empty words of Senator Romney. Yes.
Thank you, Kayleigh. As you have noted, the president has talked about the protest, he's talked about the death of George Floyd, but he still hasn't given a formal address to the nation. Why is that, and are there plans for him to do that anytime soon?
So the president has addressed the nation on this. I know several media outlets chose not to cover it, but when he was down in Florida last Saturday, he said, and I have the whole thing here, as he said many times, the death of George Floyd on the streets of Minneapolis was a grave tragedy. It should never, ever have happened. He spent several minutes going through this. In fact, half of his speech saying, I understand the pain that people are feeling. We support the right of peaceful protesters. We hear their pleas. And he went on and on and on. He said on Monday, I am your president of law and order and an ally of peaceful protesters. So he has said it. Some in the media have chosen not to cover it. Those words are out there and they're documented. Yes. Ebony. Yeah.
Thank you. Obviously, we're hearing a very optimistic message from the president about the jobs numbers and the stock market recovery. But in an executive order on Thursday night, the president said that he had determined that without intervention, the U.S. faced the likelihood of a long economic recovery with persistent high unemployment. I'm just wondering why we're hearing 2 messages from the president and how the American people are supposed to feel about the economy for the rest of the year.
Yeah, well, the president sees Friday as a great stride toward what he ultimately wants, which is this rearing economy that we had where paychecks were growing and at the fastest for low-income workers. We were at a very good place before he chose to stop the economy to save 2.1 million lives potentially. So he took the action that was necessary at the time. He wants to get us back to that place we were at. He's the one who can do it. He's noted there's going to be a time of recovery. He thinks that Q4 will be good. Next year will be great. Monday was a great, an unexpected note that the market believes in this president, that employers believe in this president, that they believe they can open their doors in the Trump economy. So it was a note of a great first step of progress, but rest assured there are many more steps that we have to take to get back to the hottest economy in modern history, but we will get there under President Trump. Yes.
Sure, okay. Sticking with the economy, New York City began reopening its economy today after a very long lockdown. Does President Trump think we need another coronavirus stimulus package? And if so, what would he want to see in it before he signs it?
Yeah, he's remained open to a phase 4. There was some discussion about this. There was a meeting last week at the White House about that, actually. So won't get ahead of him, but he has said there are several things he wants. Payroll tax holiday was one of them because that directly advantages low-income workers. Several other things that he would like to see in the package. Won't get ahead of him, but he's certainly still open to a phase 4. But it can't be, as he's noted, just state and local bailouts for blue states that have run their states into the ground because of decades of Democrat policies.
Chanel. Thank you, Kayleigh. Would President Trump support an actual increase in police funding to help offset some of the damage that could be waged on departments that are defunded across the country?
Yeah, so again, that would be getting ahead of the president on that exact proposal, but he's been very clear he does not support defunding the police in any way, shape, or form. He noted, in fact, just a little bit ago to me that we have seen violent crime come down in this country. And why, at the time when violent crime's coming down, why would we defund the police, who are in large part responsible for helping America to get to a place where our streets are safe? So I would point you to that and before getting ahead of the president on a specific policy.
Yeah, can I ask a follow-up to that?
Louis.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about defunding the police movement, what's going on. How does it impact the crime scenario here?
You said, sorry, I didn't hear the last
The
phrase.
defunding the police, how does it impact the crime scenario here? The crime rates are going up. Do you think that will impact the crime?
Yeah, absolutely. Here? Look, our police officers are the ones who are defending this country and making sure that we have law and order in our streets, and there's no more evidence of that than just taking a look at the raw numbers. Our police are described as the blue line in American society between peace and chaos, between order and anarchy, and that thin blue line has done quite a bit. Just looking at 2018 numbers, murder arrests 11,970, robbery arrests 88,130, aggravated assault 395,800, violent crime arrests 495,900. That's police officers who are doing the arresting. You eliminate police officers, you will have chaos, crime, and anarchy in the streets, and that's something that's unacceptable to the president.
Do you think this
Frank?
is political in nature? The
Sorry?
entire movement is political in nature? Is politically motivated, this movement?
This movement, what the president believes is, look, when you look at, I would just take at their own words, Black Lives Matter DC, and Black Lives Matter DC said Black Lives Matter means defund the police. So if that's what the movement means, of course the president stands against defunding the police. All Black Lives Matter, including the life of David Dorn, who perished in the last week and a half, including Patrick Underwood, who also lost his life this week. All Black Lives Matter, but in terms of the movement Black Lives Matter, they define themselves as defund the police, and that's something this president stands against. Frank.
Yes. Blacks are disproportionately arrested and disproportionately incarcerated in this country, and when they return to society, they are often denied the right to vote, sometimes for the rest of their lives. Is the president concerned about this disparity, and does the president favor restoring the rights of all those who complete their sentences so that they can participate in the 2020 election?
So I haven't spoken to him on that issue specifically, but what I would note is your question does edge on the notion of criminal justice reform. Obviously someone who's wrongfully incarcerated, that we need to address that situation, and the president has with the First Step Act, a great piece of legislation that says pregnant women can't be shackled when they're having their baby in jail. These are basic common sense human decency reforms that the president put in place. The sentencing disparities that are at play because of the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994, that crime bill which has been derided, and rightfully so, by civil rights leaders, this president helped in part to rectify that. And I'd note that the First Step Act, the beneficiaries, more than 90% have been Black Americans. So this is a president who's always stood on the side of justice, but I have not spoken to him about that specifically. Is there anyone who I haven't gotten to?
Could you ask him about that?
Emily.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question on behalf of myself and then one from a colleague who couldn't be here.
Sure.
So many complaints were made against Derek Chauvin prior to the death of George Floyd. And I was wondering if President Trump believes that disciplinary records and complaints against police, as well as police personnel files, should be accessible to the public. States have differing laws on this, but should there be a minimum national standard on police transparency with respect to these complaints and records?
Yes, it's a good question, but again, it would get to what the president's going to propose going forward, so I won't address that or get ahead of that. But the particular incidents you referenced of George Floyd, it was egregious, and that needs to be looked at and is being looked at, not just at the state level, but at the level of the DOJ as well.
Thank you. And from a colleague, does President Trump urge Prince Andrew to comply with his Department of Justice's request for an interview in the case against Jeffrey Epstein?
I haven't spoken to him about that, so I would not get ahead of him on that. John.
Kayleigh, a couple of questions on coronavirus, if I could. Is there any thought being given to returning to
if not a daily coronavirus briefing, frequent coronavirus briefings. And on the reopenings, the president said some weeks back that he would continue to monitor the situation and that if any states were doing things that he didn't think were appropriate, he would step in to intervene. Has the president, in any of these reopenings, particularly as coronavirus cases are increasing, which could be due in part due to increased testing, is he seeing anything that gives him concern?
So I would note this. First, Dr. Birx sent me some new information before coming out here that new cases have stabilized, and many of the new cases are being identified through proactive monitoring and finding asymptomatic cases. Today, we saw the lowest new mortality report since the end of March, less than 500, and testing continues to expand with over 20 million done and more than 6% of Americans being tested, and in 7 states, nearly 10% of the population. So we are heading in a positive direction even as we begin to safely reopen.
But again, has the president seen anything that causes him concern?
I would note again the encouraging signs put forward by Dr. Birx. He's seen the country safely reopen, and I would also just note some of the media contradictions here, certainly not referring to you specifically, John, but just a little more broadly, that there isn't an outcry about social distancing among the protests. And I mean, I saw one network with footage of the Ozarks and complaining about social distancing in the Ozarks, and then seamlessly transitioning into protest footage and not suggesting that there was a problem with the lack of social distancing. So I think we have to be very consistent here. And one note that I really wanted to get in, should have weaved it in earlier, but I think it's important, is just there's so much focus on our police officers right now. There are absolute cases of injustices. Our heart breaks for those cases, but I just want to note some of the great things our police have done last year alone. In Alaska, retired cop Kim Castro jumped in freezing water to help victims to safety after a plane crash. In Idaho, a woman said, "He saved my son's life," commenting on a cop who saved her disabled son. In Maine, a detective was killed while helping a motorist. In Rhode Island, a baby who was choking was saved by an officer. In Maryland, an officer was hailed for intervening in an active shooting incident. In North Carolina, police thwarted a mass shooting. In Ohio, police took down a mass shooter at a bar. In Wisconsin, a terminally ill girl was visited by 40 officers and canines. In New York, Officers Bies and Officer Roman of the NYPD responded to an incident involving a homeless man. They bought him new glasses, a haircut, and a new suit, and they helped him to find a job. In Detroit, Michigan, an officer helped a homeless man struggling to shave in the streets. In Virginia, officers could be seen playing with little girls, playing dolls with them on the street. And in Arizona, Charlie called 911 asking for a Happy Meal mistakenly, and police delivered. This is who our great law enforcement officers are, and we should remember that. Thank you so much. American public, directly from the president. It has been suggested that we should rename as many as 10 of our legendary military bases, such as Fort Bragg in North Carolina, Fort Hood in Texas, Fort Benning in Georgia, and the list goes on. These monumental and very powerful bases have become part of a great American heritage and a history of winning, victory, and freedom. The United States of America trained and deployed our heroes here and won 2 world wars. Therefore, my administration will not even consider the renaming of these magnificent and fabled military installations. Our history as the greatest nation in the world will not be tampered with. Respect our military. So that was directly from the president. We spent some time working on that, and I wanted to deliver that to you. Also, I wanted to take us through a few other things relating to the coronavirus. First, the coronavirus task force briefing was held yesterday. I was in it, and there was some very good news that I'd like to share with you. I don't know if you all saw, there were 2 studies that came out, very strong studies in the journal Nature. And in Europe, which had a very similar epidemic profile to the United States, 3.1 million lives were saved due to mitigation and the efforts taken by the European governments. And as Dr. Birx noted to me, she sent this to me just before I walked out here, she said it suggests that the United States also prevented over 3 million deaths, thanks to the efforts of President Trump and the American people. Another study found that the shutdown efforts prevented 50 million additional coronavirus cases. So those are 2 very encouraging studies underscoring the work of the American people. Also, the Washington Post noted that these 2 reports use completely different methods to reach similar conclusions. They suggest that the aggressive and unprecedented shutdowns were effective at halting the exponential spread of the novel coronavirus. So thank you, Washington Post, for that good reporting. The Department of Agriculture, Secretary Sonny Perdue, also had some very good news in the task force briefing I was at yesterday. America's meatpacking facilities, at one time it looked like they were going to need to close. That was unacceptable to the administration. So we took action. The coronavirus task force took action. And now I'm pleased to report that these meatpacking facilities are operating at 95% capacity compared to 2019. We have beef operating at 98% capacity, pork at 95%, and poultry at 98%. Throughout America's extraordinary efforts to slow the spread, President Trump ensured that the meat supply chain stayed functional and robust by directing these meatpacking facilities to safely operate in accordance with the CDC and OSHA guidelines. His efforts secured America's continual access to a steady food supply chain. And then finally, and very importantly, I have some great data points to share on coronavirus testing capacity in minority communities. Admiral Brett Joie shared this with me yesterday and last night as well. He said that when we look at testing sites, President Trump's public-private partnership with retail companies has proven quite successful. Testing sites are operating in 49 states, with 70% of these sites located in communities with moderate to high social vulnerabilities. And social vulnerability takes into account race, ethnicity, housing and economics, language barriers, and other factors. Also, federally qualified health centers, their FQHCs, serve 29 million patients in 12,000 communities across the nation. They provide care to 1 in 5 of those uninsured, 1 in 5 of rural Americans, 1 in 3 of individuals below the poverty line, and more than 1.3 million homeless men and women, and nearly 1 million migrant agricultural workers. And 92% of these FQHCs now offer COVID tests, and we've awarded them $583 million to 1,385 of these facilities. And finally, I promised my last announcement. The HHS Office of Minority Health issued a competitive funding opportunity to build a strategic network of national, state, territory, tribal, local, and community-based organizations that deliver vital health information and support linkages to services for racial and ethnic minorities. And this announcement, this network is scheduled to be awarded at the end of June and is expected to reach at least 40 million individuals from racial and ethnic minorities. These updates, I was told by Brett Joie, were received very well at the Senate hearings. And we thank the Vice President, Mike Pence, for doing an amazing job leading our coronavirus task force, and to President Trump, who has led in bringing America through the coronavirus pandemic. And with that, I'll take questions. Kristen.
Kayleigh, thank you so much. Does the president regret tweeting out a baseless conspiracy theory about a 75-year-old protester on the morning of George Floyd's funeral?
The president was asking questions about an interaction in a video clip he saw, and the president has the right to ask those questions.
But does he regret tweeting out this protester was assaulted?
The president does not regret standing up for law enforcement men and women across this country. And let me say this, and just give you a little bit about the mindset behind the president's tweet. Look, we're living in a moment that is, it seems to be reflexively anti-police officer. And it's unacceptable to the president. In this tweet that he sent out, he was in no way condoning violence. He was not passing judgment on these two officers in particular. But what he was saying is this: when we see a brief snippet of a video, it's incumbent upon reporters and those who are surveying the situation to ask questions. Rather,
upon the president to have facts before he tweets anything out. He's the president of the United States.
The president did have facts before he tweeted it out that undergirded his questions.
Baseless conspiracy theory.
It's not a baseless conspiracy. No, not at all. I won't acknowledge that, because look, let's contrast this to the George Floyd situation, which that horrific video that we all saw. Every single police officer that I saw across the country came out and said, this is an inexcusable action, and I condemn this police officer. In this case, there were 57 police officers who said, I resign in protest over the way these two officers were handled. And the president says, those law enforcement officers have a right to be heard.
But does the president
John.
think that anything justifies that 75-year-old man being pushed down to the ground like we all saw
The
in
president
video?
does not condone violence. He wants to see the appropriate amount of police force used in any given situation, including this one, but he believes that the officers have a right to be
And very
heard.
quickly, George Floyd's brother is here testifying. Has the White House invited him here to meet with the president?
The president has repeatedly acknowledged George Floyd, his passing, the egregiousness of that atrocity, and has called the family by phone, as he did last week. Yes.
The president has got an event tomorrow in Dallas at a church in which he'll meet with faith leaders. He'll also meet with law enforcement officials, small business owners. The theme is a plan for holistic revitalization and recovery. Will the president be announcing any policy in regards to police reform tomorrow, and what might that policy form?
Yeah, so that's a very important question. And as it stands currently, the president has spent the last 10 days quietly and diligently working on proposals to address the issues that the protesters have raised across the country, legitimate issues. And that body of work, I'm told, is reaching its final edits, and we hope to produce it for you in the coming days. I can't promise you it's tomorrow, but in the coming days, we look to deliver that.
So what then will tomorrow be about? Will it be a listening session as he had on Monday with law enforcement, or might there actually be some concrete policy proposals?
Yeah, it will be a round.
It could at least be done at the executive level.
It will be a roundtable, much like what you saw with law enforcement officers earlier in the week.
And if I could just stay on that theme for a second, in terms of reform ideas that the president could support, Democrats have floated some in the House. Senate Republicans, led by Tim Scott, are working on others, things like banning chokeholds, banning no-knock warrants, independent process to investigate misconduct. Could the president support issues like that?
So again, don't want to get ahead of the announcements. What I would say is each issue is being looked at as to what would make a difference. Everything that you've suggested has certain ramifications, so he has to look at each of these in great detail as he's done over the last few days. And I would just note one thing that AG Barr said was that in the Democrat bill, they talked about needing to reduce immunity to go after bad cops, but that would result in police pulling back. So that is one thing that is a non-starter.
So is that, it's called qualified immunity.
Yes.
Is that a red line for the president?
That's a non-starter in the Democrat legislation. Yes, John?
Does the president believe there's a problem with institutional racism in this country and institutional racism in law enforcement?
Look, I've answered this question. I think this is the fourth time I've been asked it, and I've said each and every time, there are injustices that we have seen. Clearly, that tape of George Floyd was inexcusable, gut-wrenching, difficult to watch, and it was really a beautiful funeral yesterday, all the great testimonies to his life. We recognize those injustices. Sandra Bland, another example. But this president knows fundamentally that most police officers in this country are good, that the 750 men and women that have been injured, that David Dorn, the police officer who was killed, and Patrick Underwood, the law enforcement officer who was killed, are emblematic of what police in this country stand for. That is the best, that is the brightest, and that is our domestic heroes. Yes.
The reason why I'm asking it now is, does he believe that action needs to be taken to fundamentally change the way law enforcement is done in this country, to make fundamental changes so that there isn't the kind of disparities that we see along racial lines?
Well, the president's looking at various proposals, and I would say this president has done a whole lot more than Democrats have ever done when it comes to rectifying injustices, where you had the crime bill of the 90s, which created great racial disparities in our justice system, and President Trump rectified some of those with the First Step Act. So President Trump's about action, and he's shown that, and he recognizes injustices and acts promptly when he sees them. Yes.
Thanks,
Does
Kayleigh.
the president agree with the recent announcements from the Marines and Navy about their policies banning the display of the Confederate flag?
So I haven't spoken to him on that specific one. He does, as I noted at the top of this briefing, fervently stand against the renaming of our forts, these great American fortresses where literally some of these men and women who lost their lives as they went out to Europe and Afghanistan and Iraq and all across this world to win world wars on behalf of freedom. A lot of times the very last place they saw was one of these forts. And to suggest that these forts were somehow inherently racist and their names need to be changed is a complete disrespect to the men and women who the last bit of American land they saw before they went overseas and lost their lives were these forts.
Just one follow-up.
Yes, Jim.
So an ex-judge appointed to review the Flynn case said the Justice Department has engaged in highly irregular conduct. to benefit a political ally of the president, and he urged the presiding judge in the case to deny attempt by the government to dismiss the charges. What is the White House reaction?
That's the first I'm hearing of that. I'd point you to DOJ on that. Jeff.
Thanks, Kayleigh. Congressional Republicans, including Congresswoman Liz Cheney, have criticized the president's decision to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Germany. Some saying that it will embolden Russia if the United States does that. Did the president make that decision to punish Chancellor Merkel for deciding not to come to the G7 in June?
Look, I have no announcement on that front, and he never makes decisions to punish certain world leaders. He acts in the best interest of the United States. Yes.
Follow up on another issue on Kristen's with regard to the tweet. One of the things that the president said in his tweet was that the gentleman fell harder than he was pushed. How does that work in terms of physics?
Look, the president raised several questions based on a report he saw. He has a right to ask those questions, and where he stands is squarely with law enforcement. He was making no judgments, not condoning violence, not saying what happened in this case with these two officers was right or wrong, but he's standing back and saying we need to ask questions before we destroy lives and convict people in the court of public opinion. Yes.
Thanks, Kelly. Two questions on the economy. First of all, both the chair of the Federal Reserve and Steve Mnuchin said today the U.S. will definitely need another round of stimulus. How urgent is that for the president? I mean, how soon do we expect him to meet with Democrats to discuss the next legislation?
Yeah, it's a good question. He met on a potential Phase 4 policy last week. It was a very promising discussion with his economic advisors. So that's in the works as to when and if we see that, but it is a topic of discussion. He was encouraged by the jobs report. We were supposed to lose 7.5 million jobs. We ended up gaining 2.5 million, a swing by 10 million. It was described to me as one of the, by one famed economist, as one of the worst miscalculations of economists in history, to be off by 10 million. That's the size of Michigan. So the president's encouraged because what we're seeing is a belief in the Trump economy and the Trump presidency. What we're seeing is the market soar. We're seeing the S&P have its best 50-day track record in history because they believe in a president that has free market policies that got us to the hottest economy in modern history and will get us there again. Yes.
The Federal Reserve today offered a pretty grim economic outlook, saying unemployment is going to be elevated for years. And also this week, we heard from the National Bureau of Economics research saying that the U.S. officially entered a recession. What is the White House response to that?
We believe that next month's jobs report will be robust. The president has been clear that Q4, he expects Q3 to be a transition period, Q4 to be robust, and next year to be a very hot year. And I would note that those in the prediction business, they were off by 10 million. That's not too good. So I'd go back and look at some of the models that were off and how extraordinary the jobs report was last time, including 300,000 new jobs for Black Americans. Yes.
Thank you so much. The president met with Mitch McConnell today, we understand. Can you kind of fill us in on what that discussion was about? Any updates?
So I have no announcements on that front. Those were his private meetings, so no announcements out of that.
Can I just add to Jonathan's question? You know, a lot of people are concerned that there is, you mentioned justice disparities. There's a lot of concern of some Americans that police officers treat Black individuals and people of color differently than white individuals. Does the president share those specific concerns?
Here's what he's concerned about. He's concerned about what and I've told you he's addressed injustices with Sandra Bland and George Floyd and has repeatedly acknowledged that. But here is, in addition to that, his concern, put very well by New York's Police Benevolent Association President Mike O'Meara. Our legislators are failing us. Our press is vilifying us. He's saying us as police officers, stop treating us like animals and thugs. We've been vilified, and it's disgusting. When you have a sitting congressman, Ilhan Omar, calling cops cancer, what do you think that leads to? The AP reported on a shooting in front of a police department today in California. Let's stop vilifying our officers. Let's recognize injustice where we see it, but recognize all of us in here are safe because of our police officers doing their job each and every day.
I understand that, but there are concerns among many Americans that people of color are not treated the same by police, and that is what many of the protests have been about. Does the president share those specific concerns?
The president believes most of our police officers are good, hardworking men and women, like David Dorn, who was killed among these riots, like Patrick Underwood, who was killed among these riots. Those are our police officers. They are our best. They are our brightest. They are absolute places of injustice. We're addressing those. We're looking at legislative proposals and EOs, and what ultimately is determined, we'll see in the coming days as to what will work as a policy prescription. But stop vilifying our officers, because they deserve better than that. They're out there, they're working hard, 750 injured just in the last week and a half, and we need to recognize that. Yes.
Back on the Buffalo protester, is the president disappointed that more Republicans have not lined up to support the questions he asked, to use your characterization of it, which many people also characterize it as a conspiracy theory? And secondly, has the president reached out either to the injured gentleman or to the police officers involved?
So first of all, President Trump, I would say, he's not focused on what Republicans are saying or not saying on the Hill. He's focused on making changes. As I said, he's been diligently hard at work the last 10 days, and that is where his focus squarely lies at the moment. Yes.
Thanks, Kayleigh. And has he reached out to either the gentleman or the...
Not that I'm aware of, no. Not that I'm aware of. Hello. Yes.
You started this briefing reading off some statistics about success of mitigation efforts on the spread of COVID, but we're now seeing a spike in cases in more than a dozen states and increased hospitalizations in a lot of those as well. So, and many public health experts attribute these spikes to Memorial Day weekend gatherings and other aspects of the reopening process before these mass protests. So why is President Trump continuing to urge reopening given this trend, and should we be slowing down a little bit on the reopening process as we see cases spike?
First, let me know as it pertains to Memorial Day. A week ago today, the Vice President's team told me, I wasn't in task force that day, but that it was said that in fact that there was no linkage to Memorial Day as being some point of spurring wild outbreaks and rises across the nation. What I would say though, I talked to Dr. Birx and she said what we've seen is that in general, April averaged out to be about 30,000 cases a day. May was about 25,000 cases a day. Currently, we're at around 20,000 cases a day. And you've got to look in a nuanced way at each of these states. Like, for instance, Texas is one of the places where they're saying we're seeing a steady slope, not a huge rise, but part of it's due to the fact that they're testing in long-term care facilities and in prisons, and the more testing you do, the more cases you identify.
Can I ask a follow-up? President Trump is planning to restart campaign rallies within the next few weeks. What sort of precautions is he going to be taking at his rallies for the safety of the rallygoers?
So we have no rallies announced just yet. You're right about the 2-week timeline that was put forward. But we will ensure that everyone who goes is safe, but no specific announcements on that front. And I would direct you to the campaign for more information on that. Yes.
Yes, thanks for taking my question. Owen Jensen with EWTN News. We've seen thousands of people in the streets protesting, exercising their constitutional right. Those, of course, doing it peacefully. At the same time, churches, in many cases, told to limit their gatherings, in some cases to 10 or no more. Does the president see a double standard there, constitutionally speaking? And if, can you explain, please?
There are absolute double standards that we've seen, and that's why the Justice Department set up a task force, if you will, or a group to look at civil liberties as during coronavirus shutdowns. I read about one case where you had an allowance of outside gathering and protest, but indoor churches could not gather, even with socially distanced protocols. He absolutely sees an issue. There have been several cases pointed to where people attending church in their cars were targeted by law enforcement officers. So that's unacceptable. People should be allowed to worship. We have a First Amendment in this country. There's a way to safely do it. I went to Mass and was able to safely attend distance from people, and there were appropriate protocols that were taken in that case, and that's what we hope to see, as the president made eminently clear a few weeks ago.
Not too long ago, he asked for all churches to reopen. Is he happy with the progress or no?
He's happy with the progress. I've seen, in fact, that very week, a church that I visited reopened, a church down the road from me. So I think he gave a lot of courage to the faith community to reopen, to do so safely. And look, here we are, I think 4 weeks later, and we haven't been hearing about rampant outbreaks in places of worship. The First Amendment's a beautiful thing. People have a right to go to church or mosque or synagogue. Yes.
Yes, hi, Kelly, thanks. Still on COVID, the president seems pretty unconcerned so far about November and the COVID situation, whether people are going to be afraid to go to polls or whether there's going to be a lot of delays because of the COVID. He recently said it's a long way off, I think meaning that the pandemic will have died down by then, essentially. But given that it hasn't actually gone away, people are obviously still dying every day and there are some spikes, and it's not that far away, 5 months. Are any measures being taken at all to guarantee that this election is going to go smoothly and everyone who wants to vote can vote?
Yeah, well, I've not seen much criticism of the protest and socially distance and mitigation efforts.
About the election, not
I think
protest.
there's a way to safely vote if you can safely protest, and that's what the president would like to see. There's a way to safely vote. There's a way to safely go to church, and you're asking a hypothetical about something 5 months from now at a time, ironically, when the media hasn't expressed much outrage about a lack of mitigation efforts taken by some of the protesters.
Just wondering about the election. That's what everyone
Raquel.
cares about.
Thank you so much, Kayleigh. Two questions. First, is the president concerned the protest could lead to another outbreak of coronavirus? And a second question, President Trump said that he does not believe the death toll in coronavirus cases figures from some countries. Does he trust the figure from Brazil? Is the White House concerned that the Brazilian government is hiding information about COVID-19?
So I haven't spoken to him about the Brazil numbers, but I have heard him on several cases, probably at least 5, mention that he'd seen what's going on in Brazil, and he was hurt to see how many people have been affected by COVID down there. So he has mentioned Brazil specifically. I believe he even sent some ventilators to Brazil because we had such an overflow of ventilators here because America really, under the leadership of President Trump, snapped into action and shored up what was supposed to be a ventilator shortage and delivered, this administration delivered. So I would just note that he's mentioned great concern for the people of Brazil.
Kayleigh, just the first question that I asked, is the president concerned the protests could lead to another outbreak of coronavirus?
Now we're monitoring that. Right now we're encouraged to see that cases have declined month over month, but the vice president, as I walked out here, said the task force is well aware of monitoring individual situations in particular states. Niels.
Kayleigh, thank you. Going back to where you started with the statement about renaming the military bases, if Congress were to send over, say, the defense authorization with language that were to rename one of these bases for someone who, say, was a general who won the Civil War, would the president veto the defense authorization?
The president will not be signing legislation that renames America's forts. It's important to note, Fort Bragg, for example, it's one of the largest military installations. It's home to tens of thousands of brave American soldiers. And when you think of Fort Bragg, we think of the brave soldiers that deployed from there. We think of all 5 World War II airborne divisions, the 82nd, the 101st, the 11th, the 13th, and the 17th, all trained at Fort Bragg. The 555th Parachute Infantry Battalion. This was the first black parachute battalion trained at this fort. We must recognize the sacrifices made by these men and women, some of whom saw Fort Bragg for the last time before they went overseas. We've got to think of the Fort Bragg soldiers that have led humanitarian operations like in Hurricane Katrina and the earthquake in Haiti. We've got to honor what has happened there, not rename it. So that is an absolute non-starter for the president. And I would also note...
One more question on that.
Yeah, John.
One more question on that. General David Petraeus is one of those people who went through Fort Bragg a number of times, even though his first command was at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. He penned a quite lengthy and detailed editorial about the reasons why those bases should be renamed, saying it's ironic that American soldiers and Marines are being trained at bases named for people who fought against the Union back in the Civil War, that many of the people for whom these bases are named were leaders held in questionable regard, but who were elevated during the Lost Cause movement. He goes on to say, we do not live in a country to which Braxton Bragg, Henry L. Bang, or Robert E. Lee can serve as an inspiration. What does the White House say to that particular point of view?
Fort Bragg is known for the heroes within it that trained there, that deployed from there, and it's an insult to say to the men and women who left there the last thing they saw on American soil before going overseas, and in some cases losing their lives, to tell them that what they left was inherently a racist institution because of a name. That's unacceptable to the president, and rightfully so. And I would also note, where do you draw the line here? I'm told that no longer can you find on HBO Gone with the Wind because somehow that is now offensive. Where do you draw the line? Should George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and James Madison be erased from history? What about FDR and because of internment camps? Should he be erased from history, or Lyndon Johnson, who has a history of documented racist statements? And finally, what about people that are alleged by the media to be segregationists? NBC tells us Joe Biden didn't just compromise with segregationists, he fought for their causes in schools, experts say. CNN tells us letters from Joe Biden reveal how he sought support of segregationists in the fight against busing. Washington Post tells us that Biden's tough talk on 1970s schools desegregation plans could get him new scrutiny, and there are several more where that came from. So I'll leave you with the question, should we then rename the Biden Welcome Center? Thanks very much, guys.
One more on George Floyd, Kayleigh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to join you today. So 5 years ago today, 9 innocent parishioners of a historically black church were killed during an evening Bible study in Charleston, South Carolina. We all remember that tragedy, and this was a despicable act of evil that happened 5 years ago today. So we remember that somber day at that Charleston church as our hearts still break for the victims and our prayers go out to the families. Yesterday, President Trump led and brought our nation together behind real, meaningful, substantial change to ensure that we have safe streets and safe policing. Part of that was having an incentive structure to implement the highest professional standards in our police departments through an accreditation process. This accreditation entails making sure you have de-escalation practices in place, use of force tactics in place. Part of that is prohibiting chokeholds, except in the event where lethal force is used. It also incentivizes information sharing and makes sure that if you have an officer who's had multiple uses of excessive force, that information is sent to a national database. And then finally, another prong of this was having co-responders who are co-responder who is an expert in this process will go along. Solutions. And today sides here. This is about America coming together. This is about human decency, and this is about justice. And when we see injustices, we recognize them. As President Trump said yesterday, all children deserve equal opportunity because we are all made equal by God. That is so true. First, let me point out that I have sat across from a police officer family that lost read it here to close.
Well, whoever's running the audio at the White House today is probably fired after this. We have multiple errors for all the networks. It's not just us. The audio is bad everywhere. I'm Joe Seals here at the RSBN studio, awaiting good audio from the press briefing room at the White House. We'll keep it here just to make certain that, yes, definitely not us. Fox News just cut away from it. So it's an audio problem for the entire media. So whoever...
federal investigation, it's just...
Still bad. Whoever did that audio setup today needs to be fired, probably. It's a big deal. So we'll listen in.
And not the same for millions of Black Americans.
So I think you're comparing two things that it's not accurate to compare on the level of the number of attorneys looking into. First, we all know that this administration was dragged for years through a bogus investigation founded upon a dossier full of lies funded by Hillary Clinton and the Democrats. It was an injustice to the American people who elected President Trump as President of the United States, who was then bogged down by an investigation, which ended up with two words: no collusion. That's the first part of your question. But as to the second part, this president's taken real, tangible, concrete action on the issue of policing. We saw that yesterday. Guess who hasn't led? Democrats. They've engaged in meaningless symbolism as we saw them, kneeling for minutes on end. But this president isn't about gestures. It's not about symbolism. It's about action. It's about making sure someone like George Floyd never dies in that manner ever again in this country. First of all, this executive order addresses the issue at hand, and I thought my colleague Jerron Smith handled this really well yesterday when he said this about the executive order on this very question. From you, he said a lot of people want to make it about race, but it's about communities and individuals. You're trying to fix something that you can't really fix the heart of people, but you can fix individual pieces that deal with the real problem, which is access to opportunity. You can fix schools and remedy the disparities we see in schooling. You can fix policing to the degree we can at the federal level to incentivize good behavior and fair practices. You can fix the economy as President Trump has done. He brought about the lowest economic employment rate for African American individuals and paychecks going up prior to this pandemic when we had to artificially shut down the economy. You can fix the individual pieces, but it's up to our country to change hearts. Yes.
Does the president talked about chokeholds yesterday. The bill that's been unveiled by the Republicans, Senator Scott and Republicans, does not ban chokeholds. Does he think it should?
The president is fully in support of the Scott bill. They are working closely on that, and our EO puts an end to that or incentivizes through the accreditation process to put an end to chokeholds unless there is lethal force used. We fully support the Scott bill and every element of it, and one thing I would note about the Scott bill is for years we've tried to make lynching a federal crime in this country, and the Scott bill does it. It's a great bill. It's more great action from Republicans, and we hope we can have bipartisan support on that.
But to be clear, the executive order does not ban chokeholds. Like, you can't do that, I don't believe, through an executive order. And it still does not ban chokeholds. Do you think, or the president think, that chokeholds simply should be banned?
So what I have from the Justice Act here is that this will also end the practice of utilizing chokeholds, and I would underscore the executive order does that through an incentivizing process. So we've done what we can, and we'll continue to do more, and we'll continue to work with the Scott bill, and there might be amendments to it, there might not, but we want to see this come to fruition. Yes.
It doesn't actually ban the practice. It encourages, but it does not actually ban the practice.
Yes, well, that is we're incentivizing to ban chokeholds unless in the case of where lethal force is used. That's the process that we're using, and I'll tell you this, it's a much better process than the Democrats, who so far have offered nothing, except a lot of bad ideas about this that would ultimately, I would note, defund the police department. Yes.
Kayleigh, in the last day, 96 people in Tulsa have contracted the coronavirus. Wondering about this rally coming up on Saturday. Will the president or the White House take responsibility if people get sick and catch the coronavirus at this rally on Saturday?
So the campaign has taken certain measures to make sure this is a safe rally, temperature checks, hand sanitizers, and masks, so we are taking precautions.
But you're not requiring people to wear masks.
They will be given a mask. It's up to them whether to make that decision. CDC guidelines are recommended but not required.
And CDC guidelines suggest that people practice social distancing. You're not going to be able to practice social distancing in a rally with thousands of people. So aren't you, in essence, bringing people to a rally where they won't be abiding by those guidelines?
It's the personal choice of individuals as to what to do, but if we want to talk about internal coherence, I believe that the media needs to work on internal coherence. This wonderful New York Post story, I don't think Stephen Nelson's here, but good job to the New York Post, highlights the hypocrisy of the media where this is okay, protesting. This is not okay, Trump rallies. It's really remarkable, and I think the American people have taken notice when, for instance, NBC tweets at 4:05 p.m., On June 14th, Rally for Black Trans Lives draws packed crowd to Brooklyn Museum Plaza, seeming to be lauding the protest. And then less than an hour and a half later, they say President Trump plans to rally, but health experts are questioning that decision. CBS had a similar, logically inconsistent tweet.
Protesters protesting against injustice, against racism and police brutality. This is a rally, a political rally. They're not going to be demonstrating for any kind of cause other than coronavirus and get sick. As
Jim,
you know, you've been to these rallies.
So have you, by the way.
Go to the rallies. I've been to them.
Yes.
Are elderly, probably had pre-existing conditions that might put them at risk for serious complications if they catch this virus.
So first, let me know, you've been to rallies, these Trump rallies. We do rally in support of something. We rally in support of the president who got us the lowest number of black unemployment in the history of our country and paychecks going up. We rally that HBCU funding for historically black colleges and universities is permanent because of President Trump. We rally, but to say no, because you, Jim, you suggested that we don't rally on behalf of anything. So let me note one more thing. We rally on behalf of criminal justice reform and the First Step Back, which President Obama and Vice President Biden talked about, but we did. And I would note this, if we want to talk about the efficacy of what we're doing, 1,300 health experts signed a letter about the protest saying, we do not condemn these gatherings, we support them as vital. So you have the health experts on one side saying this, and then all of a sudden a Trump rally is different. And I've taken 5 of your questions, work on your internal cohesion, and get back to me. Yes. Answered 5 of your questions, and last, I said to you we are taking precautions. I said to you we're taking precautions. Mask, hand sanitizer, Zeke.
Kayleigh, so for attendees at this rally, the campaign required them to sign a waiver to waive them of liability, acknowledging that there's an assumed risk with going to that rally. Does not the president have some responsibility himself to ensure to set an example of preventing war gatherings, ensuring that the narrative people around the world follow his example and
Again, if you're just joining us, the audio problem you're hearing is not exclusive to us here at Right Side. All media are having these issues. Some of them are not even showing the briefing. So whoever did this messed up big time, whether it be accidental or intentional, but we'll listen in anyway.
Whether to go to the rally or whether not to go to the rally. But I would note that this concern for the rallies has been largely absent when it came to the protesters. People really note when CBS says thousands participate in a rally and a silent march for black trans lives, and then this is more than an hour and a half later, President Trump moving ahead with the rally, serious risk of spreading coronavirus. It's really inconsistent. The media seems to not be interested in health so much as ideology behind certain events. So, for instance, you go and the lockdown protesters were widely condemned by the media who were protesting the lockdown, but then all of a sudden this protest for Black Lives Matter is lauded. It makes no sense. Ideology is driving the line of questioning in many of these cases, when it should be, if you're focused on science, you should be out there asking these same questions about the protest.
Does the president want attendees overall on Saturday 4 or 5 days later to make sure that they didn't get the virus there? Who should they inform if they do come down with the virus after that?
It's a personal decision as to whether they want to get tested after, but I'd note testing capability is thanks to President Trump. 23.7 million people tested in this country so far. That's an extraordinary number. So testing's out there and available if someone chooses to do that. Jen.
Has the White House been monitoring this outbreak of violence between Indian and Chinese troops and White House
So the president is aware of it. We're monitoring the situation between Indian and Chinese forces along the line of actual control in eastern Ladakh. So we've seen that the Indian Army statement that 20 Indian soldiers died as a result of the confrontation today, and we extend our deepest condolences on that. Jen. The coronavirus task force, they're meeting today. I would first point that out. They meet regularly and they monitor the whole country. So they don't zone in on a Trump rally, they zone in on the whole country and analyze it through a database lens. They look at the entirety of the country. That would include the state of Oklahoma, but they look at all 50 states in close consultation with governors. It's something that's being looked at, of course, at phase 4. No announcements on what those elements would be, and wouldn't want to get out ahead of the president. But I would note that this economy is robust and growing and coming back stronger than anyone could think from this because of the president. I mean, you look at retail sales surging 17.7%, unemployment insurance weekly claims falling. We have the fastest growth rate in American history in the third quarter. So we artificially shut down the economy, but we have a robust recovery happening and taking place, and that's thanks to President Trump. And there are a lot of good metrics, like applications skyrocketing, small businesses now opening at about 80%, Apple Mobility Index, that's practically pre-pandemic levels. So there's more work to be done. Phase 4 will address that should it take place. But we are encouraged by what we're seeing, that the Donald Trump economy is coming back because ultimately investors and business owners have faith in this president. Yes. Jeff.
Thank you. You mentioned testing just now. The president has also both been tweeting and saying publicly on Monday that if the country just stopped testing, that there would be no, or virtually no cases left. That doesn't make sense. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, it's entirely logical. When you do more testing, you identify more cases. Countries that don't do as much testing don't identify the same number of cases. I mean, it's pretty logical, exactly what he said.
Okay, so it's about identifying that. Because he seemed to suggest that if we weren't testing, then those cases wouldn't exist. Is that...
No, that was not at all what he was saying. He was saying when you test, you end up identifying more cases, and we've tested 23.7 million people, positivity rate of 5.9%. So we are in a good place when it comes to testing. Yes.
Same lines, the vice president today wrote an op-ed, I believe, in the Wall Street Journal, playing down the prospects of a second wave. Is the White House just confident that there's not going to be a second wave of the coronavirus?
The White House is confident that we have enough testing to identify asymptomatic individuals, that we have therapeutics that are promising, that we are working on a vaccine with Project Warp Speed that we hope will be there by the end of the year and we think will be, and we have a robust public-private partnership that has shored up America's supply chain. So we are in a good place, and that's what the Vice President was noting. John.
Thanks a lot, Kayleigh. Two subjects. The first question has to do with the lawsuit that was filed against John Bolton, the former National Security Advisor, by the Department of Justice yesterday. The DOJ did not file a lawsuit against Simon, nor did it file an injunction against the publisher. Why not? Do you still expect this book to hit bookstores, to be on Amazon, to be available for people to read on the 23rd of this month?
So that, as to why they went down that particular path, that's a question for DOJ. But what I would note is this book is full of classified information, which is inexcusable. Former National Security Advisor John Bolton should know all too well that it's unacceptable to have highly classified information from the government of the United States in a book that will be published. It's unacceptable. It has not gone through the review process, and that's where we currently stand. And I'd refer you back to Barr's comment on this, which is we don't believe that Bolton went through that process. It hasn't been completed, the process, and therefore he is in violation of that agreement. That was part of his quote from Monday.
On the other subject, the executive order the president signed yesterday during that event, in his comments, he acknowledged that there are indeed bad police officers. Is the president opposed to the idea of removing qualified immunity for police officers, even bad police officers?
Yeah, so qualified immunity, let me note, is a total and complete non-starter. What qualified immunity would do is it would really enable the police in this country to do their job. That's in the Democrat bill, and I'd argue this, Democrats, they say defund the police, defund the police. We hear that from Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez and Congresswoman Omar and others. Well, what does the Democrat bill do? By removing qualified immunity, what you're essentially doing is not allowing police to do their job. There would be be a decrease in policing in this country. Our streets would not be safe. What President Trump has done is worked with law enforcement to improve law enforcement, to ensure that the bad cops that exist are pushed out of the system. The overwhelming majority of cops are good, so we've got to address the handful that are bad, and that's what the president's order has done. But taking away qualified immunity would make the streets of this country a whole lot less secure. Just look at what happened when we didn't have ample law enforcement out on Lafayette Square. A church burned and multiple officers injured.
So how do you handle the situation, Kayleigh, of a bad police officer hiding behind the shield of qualified immunity?
Look, I would note that also the court has litigated this pretty strongly. It's been adjudicated. The Harlow court, in that decision, Harlow, the Supreme Court, talked about achieving a balance between allowing victims to hold officials accountable while also minimizing the social cost to the whole, the cost of police officers, for example, pulling back. So the Supreme Court has litigated this for decades and has approached what they think is the appropriate balance with qualified immunity. And I think it would go a long way just doing what the president did yesterday, having that national database of offenders, so we ensure that a police officer doesn't leave one department and then go to another. Francesca.
Thank you, Kayleigh. You outlined the White House's position on qualified immunity, defunding the police, but you also said earlier that the Democratic bill is full of bad ideas. What are the other quote-unquote bad ideas besides those two that the president would not sign a policing bill if they wound up in the final version?
So one of the things the bill does is it undermines due process. The Democrat bill would undermine the due process rights of every officer by making pending and unsubstantial allegations available to the public, causing reputational damage based on allegations alone. That's a really good example, because what our database does is once a claim has been adjudicated, we know something was done wrong, it goes into a database that remains private. It protects privacy of the officers, but it is utilized to ensure that officer does not get to go to another department. What the Democrat bill would do is someone submits an allegation, well, we're going to violate the due process rights of this officer and put it into a system. We have to balance everything in this situation, making sure our good, hardworking, overwhelmingly good police officers are able to do their job, but ensuring that we do not have victims like the victims I heard about yesterday and the excruciating, painful, devastating stories of their sisters, of their mothers, and of their fathers.
Sorry, one other question on that and something else. So you're saying those are the three? That's it?
There's a number of things, but those are the ones that I've listed out so far. But there's a number of problems.
And on the president's rallies, he has also said that he has rallies on the books in North Carolina and also Florida, two states that have seen recent spikes in coronavirus. Who told the president that it would be safe to have rallies in states that are seeing spikes right now?
We are confident that there are embers out there that exist that will be able to put out those embers. Florida has a great governor. He's done a great job so far. We work closely with Governor DeSantis, and we believe that we will be at a safe place.
Who said it was safe?
Yes.
Kayleigh, Justice Gorsuch's decision from the Supreme Court this week against anti-LGBT discrimination was focused on employment civil rights law, but also the implications on housing, health care. How does the president want to see this implemented? Does he want it implemented as extensively or as narrowly as possible?
So what the president says is he's read the decision, they've ruled, we live with the decision, and we live with the decision of the Supreme Court. So that's where he stands currently. And in terms of how it's implemented, DOJ will lead the multi-agency effort to help provide certainty to the regulated parties.
I understand DOJ's role, but the president also has the opportunity to express his opinion and to lead, much like President Obama in 2013, said he hoped the marriage decision from the Supreme Court would be implemented as extensively as possible. What is President Trump's view on the appropriate scope of the Gorsuch decision?
So DOJ will be guiding that entirely, so I will leave that to DOJ.
And finally, will the president have any conversations with DOJ about the implementation of the Gorsuch decision?
Not that I'm aware of. He might have had one I don't know about, but not that I'm aware of.
Question: does the president think that the Bostock decision is a win for civil rights?
Sorry?
Does the president think the Gorsuch decision is a win for civil rights?
So one thing I would say, I haven't not talked to the president about that personally, but one thing I wanted to read was from the Kavanaugh dissent. There were some real concerns that this was a complete distortion of how we do statutory interpretation. And Kavanaugh lays that out very nicely. But one thing Justice Kavanaugh did say, and I thought it was a very powerful quote, is notwithstanding my concern about the court's transgression of the Constitution's separation of powers, which was a grave concern as the separation of powers point that the DOJ argued in court, it is appropriate to acknowledge the important victory achieved today by gay and lesbian Americans. So I thought that was a very good quote from Justice Kavanaugh. Yes. Alexandra.
Thank you. On the plan to reduce U.S. troops in Germany, is there a timeline you can share with us? And could this decision, this plan, be changed or softened if Berlin agreed to increase its defense spending?
So the president addressed our presence, American troop presence in Germany, and he said we're bringing that number down from 52,000, about what it's at now, to 25,000. And the rationale for that, he articulated, was that Germany is very delinquent in their payments to NATO. They're paying 1%. They're supposed to be at 2%, and even 2% is low. It should be much more than that. Mike,
would he change his plan if Germany agreed to increase?
I wouldn't get ahead of the president on making that decision. Michael.
Hi, thanks, Kayleigh. I have one question, and then I have two quick questions from colleagues who have sent to me as the pool person. So on my question, back when 2 White House officials were tested positive for COVID, we all reported on an email that went out to West Wing employees instructing them that masks were mandatory to be worn in the West Wing at all times, with the exception of being when they were sitting at their desks alone. Obviously, none of the White House people that I've seen today have been wearing masks at all. Has that been rescinded? Has that instruction to West Wing employees been rescinded formally, or is it just still in place but nobody's paying attention to it? Or
masks are recommended but not required. Excuse me. As I said.
Two quick questions.
I want to get to everyone in the room. So
these are from people who can't be in the room because of the restrictions. So
I understand, but I want to make sure I get to everyone in the room, and then we can come back. Okay. So, Rob.
Can I just get a clarification on your equivalence between protests in the streets and rallying on Saturday? Is it the White House position that outdoor events carry the same risk as indoor events?
It's our position that the media should not be making decisions about their guidelines to us about social distancing based on political ideology or what they think is the worthiness of the cause.
My point is there are good scientific reasons for treating the two events differently. One is outdoors and one is indoors.
Right, and there's not good logical reason for this. So that's the one thing I would keep going back to.
And could I also ask,
yes, Owen.
Anything about the Secretary of State's trip to Hawaii to meet his Chinese counterpart?
So I have no information on that. But Owen. Yes.
Blake. Different mask.
Oh, sorry, Blake. They stepped you in.
No worries, no worries.
Good to see you, Blake.
You too. A couple on the economic front. Earlier this month in Maine, the president was talking about Maine lobster, and he said the following. He said, if the European Union doesn't drop that tariff immediately, we're going to put a tariff on their cars, which will be equivalent. Can you give us an update on that? What is the status of potential tariffs on EU autos?
I haven't inquired about that today, but I will inquire about that, and I'll try to get back to you before 5 if that works.
And secondly, an infrastructure bill. Can you just sort of give us a broad outline of what the administration wants to see? Is that a reauthorization of the highway bill that comes up at the end of the year? Is that added on to a potential phase 4 stimulus? What does the administration, what does the White House want as it relates to
I don't want to get ahead of the administration on our official plans for that. Infrastructure is something we've talked about for a long time, and it's something that we think that we could find common ground on, but it's up to Democrats to really come to us and make that happen. It's been mentioned as potentially a phase 4, but that's not in stone, but that has been mentioned. No formalized plans, though, on where infrastructure stands.
Is that $1 trillion? Is it $1 trillion?
We don't have a number on that right now. Yes.
On the Tulsa rally, can you give us a sense of which health experts the campaign and the White House consulted before deciding to hold it? Did anyone talk to the CDC about whether it would be a good idea?
Look, we are taking every single safety precaution that we can. And again, I would note this is probably question number 10 on rallies. And while we appreciate the great concern for our rally goers, you should exhibit that same concern for the protesters who are out there who are not socially distancing in many cases and not wearing masks. Chanel.
Thank you, Kayleigh. Going back to the international front on China and India, you just mentioned that the administration is monitoring the situation, but the president has mentioned that he would be willing to mediate. the conflict between China and India now. If you were to do so, what does that look like? Does that look like a one-on-one conversation? Does that mean bringing the two leaders together? Has the president indicated what mediation looks like for China and India?
So again, no formal plans on that beyond what I already said, and expressing our absolute condolences to the Indian soldiers that died as a result of today's confrontation. We extend our deepest condolences there. And I would note just that during the phone call on June 2nd of this year that President Trump had with Prime Minister Modi, they did discuss the situation on the India-China border.
On the relationship between President Trump and President Xi, the Chinese forces have been moving thousands of troops to that region. That it doesn't seem like that region is going to see de-escalation anytime soon. If you were to characterize President Trump's relationship with President Xi today, would you venture into that realm?
I would just say what the president has said before, that he is really appalled at the fact that the coronavirus came out of China. They weren't allowing flights into China, but were allowing flights out. They slow-walked information. The WHO seemed to partner with China in slow-walking that information about asymptomatic spread. So that is an appalling state of events, and the president is very upset by that action of China, or inaction in some cases, I should say. Thank you all very much. I hope you have a great rest of the day, and I hope we start seeing more consistent headlines. Thanks very much. Yesterday that the CBO predicted that in the third quarter we will get plus 20% GDP. They've predicted in Q4 we will be at plus 20% GDP. And top economist Ed Hyman says that in Q1 of 2021 he's predicting plus 5 in GDP, and this would put GDP above its 2019 peak. That's right. So pre-coronavirus numbers, should those predictions pan out, we are back and we will be booming. Finally, we are encouraged that we continue to gather positive data on a number of therapeutics. Heparin, dexamethasone, or steroids, as it's more commonly known, convalescent plasma, and remdesivir have all shown promise in treating coronavirus. Preliminary findings in a large UK-based recovery trial found that when steroids were used, there was a 30% reduction in death for coronavirus patients on ventilators. The FDA is reviewing this recovery trial data now. Additionally, on convalescent plasma, there is more encouraging news. In partnership with Mayo Clinic, the Trump administration moved very quickly on this therapy in its earliest days, recognizing that it showed promise. Though through the FDA, Mayo Clinic, and the administration's work in our hand-in-hand partnership, we've found that this treatment is very promising. This has shown that the administration has left no stone unturned in looking at every possible treatment at the very earliest stages. The lead investigator of this Mayo Clinic study, Dr. Michael Joyner, summed up his work in saying that convalescent plasma, quote, continues to look promising, end quote, noting the, quote, excellent news of this study, which covered a diverse population of patients. About 20% were African American, nearly 35% Hispanic, 5% Asian, and 40% women. Prior experience with respiratory viruses and some data that have emerged globally suggests that convalescent plasma has the potential to lessen the severity or shorten the length of the illness caused by COVID-19. The results from Mayo underscore that promise. As you can see, the Trump administration and the FDA led on identifying convalescent plasma as a therapeutic, and the results are encouraging. Finally, I wanted to share some words from President Trump. Juneteenth reminds us of both the unimaginable injustice of slavery and the incomparable joy that must have attended emancipation. It is both a remembrance of a blight on our history and a celebration of our nation's unsurpassed ability to triumph over darkness. That ability is rooted in the fundamental goodness of America and the truths upon which we as a nation declared an end to our status as the subjects of a monarch and emerged as a free and independent people. Those truths that all men are created equal by the hand of God, endowed by our Creator with the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And with that, I'll take questions. Mario.
Thank you, Kayleigh. I'm wondering, given what we're seeing in markets, and they're a little bit jittery given a rise in cases, any reason why the coronavirus task force hasn't been coming out to update us? Will they? And then also, have they been consulted on the rally for tomorrow?
So the coronavirus task force meets regularly. They're constantly reviewing data. They're constantly working with governors to ensure that we have safe reopenings across the nation. As for coronavirus task force briefings, those happened in the very early days of COVID-19 and the pandemic. We were making major decisions on travel bans, major decisions on supplies and PPE and therapeutics. It was very important that those decisions be shared with the nation. Now we're in a more regular routine where when we see a spike or an ember, as the president calls them, we're able to quickly go and put it out, and we have that system in place. We don't have regular updates for you other than the updates I give you as news merits, and I'm regularly in consultation with Dr. Birx and the others. Yes, Steve.
Kayleigh, two questions for you. First, on the president's tweet this morning regarding the Tulsa rally, when he said, what did he mean when he said any protesters wouldn't be treated like they were in New York, Seattle, and Minneapolis? Is the president indicating that the right to peaceably assemble should not apply to his rally?
No, that's not at all what he was saying. What the president was noting is that there were inexcusable scenes that we saw play out in New York and Seattle and Minneapolis, and that we would not see Tulsa, Oklahoma look that way. As the Mayor Bynum noted, individuals from organized groups who have been involved in destructive and violent behavior in other states are planning to travel to the city of Tulsa for the purposes of causing unrest in and around the rally, and that was an unacceptable proposition. We will not see things like what we saw in Minnesota, where rioters lit an AutoZone on fire, or also in Minnesota, where protesters torched a police precinct, or in Seattle, where they've now set up a place called CHOP. They've taken over a part of the city, anarchists have, or the pillaging or the ambushing of two NYPD police officers who were on looting watch. One was stabbed in the neck and then shot two other officers who later arrived on the scene. So those kinds of scenes are unacceptable, and we will not see that in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
He doesn't mean all protesters?
No, what he was meaning are violent protesters, anarchists, looters, the kind of lawlessness that we saw play out before President Trump came in with the National Guard and calmed our streets with law and order.
And just the second question, sorry, on DACA, the president again tweeted this morning that he was going to move ahead with trying to end that program. What is the time frame on that? When should we expect to see something from the Department of Homeland Security on that? And why is the president doing that, even when he's conceded that he believes that the immigrants who were brought here as children on no fault of their own should be taken care of?
So first, one note on DACA. One thing I would say about yesterday's ruling is that really this was a situation where you had all of the justices saying that President Trump was essentially right on the law on DACA. You had the majority, and the majority opinion, quote, "The dispute before the court is not whether DHS may rescind DACA. All parties agree that it may be rescinded. The dispute is instead primarily about the procedure the agency followed in doing so." So in other words, President Trump was right on the law here. It was unlawful the way President Obama went about this, but as for the way forward, I just was in and was speaking with the president and the chief of staff about this, and we're looking at documents currently, and we're going to move forward in a responsible way and cure some of the remedies and the unlawfulness that we see with the previous memo that brought DACA into place, but we want to find a compassionate way to do this. So that's the notes I have as to how we'll be moving forward. Kristen.
Thank you, Kayleigh. Now that we're about 24 hours away from this rally tomorrow in Tulsa, you have the World Health Organization director saying that the world is in a new and dangerous phase in terms of COVID cases. You have cases rising in Oklahoma. You have the Tulsa mayor declaring a civil emergency. Given all of this together, are there any discussions, any reservations within the West Wing about going forward with this indoor rally tomorrow in a state where COVID cases are on the rise?
Well, first, let me note about the civil emergency. Bynum declared a civil emergency after law enforcement informed the mayor about the individuals from the organized groups that I just noted who are intent on engaging in destruction. But with regard to Oklahoma, I would refer you to Governor Stitt's comments. He said yesterday we went to phase 3 on June 1st, so we're 56 days into our reopening plan, and currently we have under 200 people in the hospital across Oklahoma, and he welcomed the president and his supporters for coming.
I guess my question is, behind the scenes, are there any White House officials, just expressing a bit of reservation about going forward 24 hours out?
So we are all on board with going to Oklahoma. We're taking appropriate measures like hand sanitizing and temperature checks and masks being provided at the door. But I'd also note to you from the governor of Oklahoma that he says that most of the cases he's seeing are in the 18 to 35 group, where they're seeing a slight increase, and they are asymptomatic individuals, a lot of what they're seeing. And in addition to that, I would also just note that he said that this slight increase was expected as they began to safely reopen 56 days prior. Jen, yes, so hopefully I'll limit you to 20 questions today. How about that?
Thanks, Kayleigh. Will any White House officials be at the rally tomorrow?
There will be several White House officials at the rally tomorrow.
Will those officials, or will you be there, for example?
I will be there.
Will you and other White House officials be wearing masks at the rally?
It's a personal choice. I won't be wearing a mask. I can't speak for my colleagues.
And why won't you wear a mask? Is it sort of a personal political statement? Is it because the president would be disappointed in you if you don't wear a mask?
It's a personal decision. I'm tested regularly. I feel that it's safe for me not to be wearing a mask, and I'm in compliance with CDC guidelines, which are recommended but not required.
And if I can ask you about last night, the president tweeted out some fake videos, one of which was labeled manipulated media by Twitter. Why is the president sharing fake videos on Twitter about two toddlers who are obviously showing a lot of love for one another? It seems as though he's exploiting children to make some sort of crass political point. Why is he sharing fake videos?
He was making a point about CNN specifically. He was making a point that CNN has regularly taken him out of context, that in 2019, CNN misleadingly aired a clip from one viewpoint repeatedly to falsely accuse the Covington boys of being, quote, students in MAGA gear harassing a Native American elder. That's a harassing video, a misleading video about children that had really grave consequences for their future.
So you're saying it's okay to exploit two toddlers hugging one another on a sidewalk to make some sort of political point. As you know, the president has described members of the press as fake news during the course of this administration. When you share fake videos like that, doesn't that make you fake news?
I think the president was making a satirical point that was quite funny if you go and actually watch the video. I think he was making a satire. The point is it was a play on CNN repeatedly taking the president out of context. Like the time when you guys had a chyron that read, "Trump slams some illegal immigrants, they're animals." Well, guess what? The people he called animals were MS-13 illegal immigrants who regularly mutilate people in this country. Those things are entirely misleading.
You don't mind me pointing out the president has referred to some Mexican immigrants as rapists. He has tried to pass a Muslim ban in this country. He has described black NFL players as sons of bitches if they take a knee during a football game.
That's an absurd attempt to justify the misleading headlines that are regularly on your network. Like I was just walking in, watching CNN as they lauded the quote rallies in the streets.
Are you saying that the president
gotta let me finish, Jim. This isn't a cable news segment. I'm answering your question right now from the White House podium. When I walk out of here, when I walk out here, Jim, and I see on your network celebratory headlines about the rallies and the protests outside, and you actually said protests and rallies. So in light of a protest, if these gatherings happen in light of a protest or a rally, as you say, that rally is to be condoned, but not the president's rally. I mean, it's appalling. You have one person on your network saying that this is a celebration in the streets, a carnival-like atmosphere. There's a guy with a sign that says free hugs. It's beautiful what's happening in the streets. There is music. People are hugging. You celebrate hugging in the context of a protest, but in a Trump rally where we celebrate historic low African-American unemployment, criminal justice reform, HBCUs, that rally is not allowed because guess what, Jim? It doesn't fit the ideological agenda of CNN. Peter Alexander.
Let me ask if I can, Kayleigh, why does the president keep hiring people who are dumb as a rock, overrated, way over their heads, wacko, and incompetent?
So the president makes hiring decisions based on the fact that he likes to have countervailing viewpoints. I spoke to him this morning about the hiring of John Bolton in particular. And he said, I like to counterbalance my own opinion with individuals that oftentimes have the very opposite opinion of my own. He likes the model of having a team of rivals, like what we saw in President Lincoln's administration. I've been a part of that. I often see rigorous debate, and the president uses his gut and makes the best decision as to how to move forward. So that's what goes into his hiring practices, and I think the team of rivals with President Lincoln worked quite well.
There's obviously value in hiring a team of rivals. It's worked well in the past, but then if you're going to hire rivals, why hire rivals who are dumb as a rock, overrated, way over their heads, wacko, and incompetent? How does that help?
Well,
the
sometimes
president
those
govern the
rivals
country?
prove those labels to be true, and that's particularly true in the true in the case of John Bolton, who repeatedly praised the president, then turned. He's been widely criticized by the New York Times for his book. I think John Bolton has proven himself to have those labels as true.
Let me follow up just on Juneteenth, Kayleigh, it's important. If I can follow up quickly, just on Juneteenth, if I may.
We're not going to get to everyone in the room. The 20 question rule applies to everyone. Yes.
Okay. So I'll take the 20 questions if it applies to everyone. Then I've only done 2 so far. For my third one, I'd like to ask, does the president support Juneteenth as a federal holiday? And yesterday, in an interview with the Wall Street Journal this week, the president was speaking about Juneteenth, and he said that nobody had ever heard of Juneteenth. What does that say about the president's relationship to the black community if he would say that when millions of African Americans in this country commemorate it each year?
Well, look, what I would say is this president's routinely commemorated Juneteenth. The president, what he said is...
You said he learned about it this week.
No, he did not say that. As Secretary Carson emphasized, I talked to the president about the Juneteenth event. I was pleasantly surprised about how much he knew about it, the whole history of it. He did not just learn about Juneteenth this week. That's simply not true. And as to Juneteenth, there were a lot of people who didn't know what Juneteenth was, and Google searches prove that. And you can see, I looked at the chart on Google searches on Juneteenth, and this year, they went like this, and that's thanks to President Trump. Yes.
I wanted to ask if the White House is planning to issue an executive order in the coming days to suspend visas for foreign workers, and any detail you can provide in terms of what types of visas, for how long that would last, etc.
So I have no announcements on that front today. I'm aware of the reporting, but no announcements.
Okay. Could I follow up quickly and ask if the president plans to take any health precautions at the rally tomorrow?
We are administering hand sanitizer, masks to those who are in attendance should they decide to wear them, and we are taking temperature checks. Danny.
Hi, Kayleigh. Arizona is seeing surging coronavirus cases, as well as Texas and Florida. Does the president think that they should all keep doing what they're doing, or is he concerned about this rise in cases and how to stop that?
This is a state-led reopening with the assistance of the federal government and our medical experts, so we're regularly consulting with each state. It's their decision as to whether they remain their reopening processes, but we're very confident that they will be able to get it under control. We've had CDC deploy teams to 4 states, and when we see these spikes in cases, a lot of times, and we're able to isolate them and stop the spread further. So with the help of the federal government, these states should be able to safely continue reopening, though it is their decision whether to do so.
And what does the president think of his niece, Mary Trump's new book that's coming out?
Yeah, so on the Mary Trump book, what I would say is this. I haven't seen the book. The president hasn't seen the book, so I'm not going to sit here and speculate about what it may say or what it may not say. David.
Yeah, given all the hoo-ha over Tulsa, I mean, isn't the president taking a big risk this weekend? Because if things go south on Saturday, isn't that going to make it harder for him to schedule rallies in the future?
Look, I think that we are confident that we can operate safely in Tulsa. As I noted at the beginning of this, Governor Stitt said under 200 people are in hospitals across Oklahoma. Most of those, a lot of those, between the ages of 18 and 35. So we're confident that we can do this safely, and we're very much looking forward to going to Oklahoma.
Why don't y'all schedule more rallies? Are y'all waiting to see how things turn out on Saturday?
That would be a question for the campaign. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Kayleigh. 2 quick questions. In an interview on NPR on Tuesday, Dr. Fauci said he hasn't spoken to the president in, quote, 2 weeks. Why have they gone so long without talking, and is this still a priority for the president, the virus?
Absolutely, it's still a priority. It's why the task force meets regularly. The president is given that information. The vice president has been leading on the task force, and the president ultimately makes the decisions and is constantly kept up to date with the latest numbers.
And then the second question, obviously, the president is very against violent protest. He's spoken out specifically against anti-fascists who've been responsible for some of this violence. But in terms of his personal ideology, is the president an anti-fascist?
The president is absolutely anti-fascist. What he's against also is lawlessness. He's against anarchy. He's against what we've seen in our streets. He's against the fact that you have in a city block in Seattle, multiple city blocks taken over by anarchists. It's amazing. You have the Seattle Police Chief Carmen Best saying, quote, "Our 911 response times have tripled in the area. They've gone from just over 5 minutes to about 18 minutes. There have been rapes, robberies, and all sorts of violent acts that have been occurring." He's against fascism. He's against anarchism. And he is for rule of law and the American way. Kristen.
Thanks, Kayleigh. The EU nations are starting to ease their travel restrictions between their own borders. Is the president planning on rolling back the EU travel restrictions? He said back in May that he'll probably ease them out sometime in the future.
The president knows that the travel restrictions were a very important component to saving lives. Almost 3 million could have perished, and those travel restrictions were instrumental in taking early action and saving American lives. He monitors the data constantly. No plans now as to lifting those, but it's ultimately the decision of the president. He's guided by data and the safety and health of the American people.
And then on China, they just announced that during the negotiations with Secretary Pompeo, they're going to accelerate their ag buys. They weren't meeting the phase 1 ag buys. Does this mean anything for a potential phase 2 deal? Obviously, this stalled the coronavirus, but
I have no announcements on that front. I haven't spoken to the president on that specific matter. Yes.
Back to DACA, if you would, please. After the Supreme Court decision the other day, the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops issued a statement. I'll just read it briefly. Next, we urge the President, President Trump, to strongly reconsider terminating DACA. Immigrant communities are really hurting now amidst COVID-19, and moving forward with this action needlessly places many families into further anxiety and chaos. Will the President consider the bishop's appeal in this?
Well, the president said to me, "I'm going to take care of DACA far better than the Democrats ever did." The Democrats had 2.5 years to make a deal on DACA. They didn't do it. He wants to take care of these individuals, but it needs to be done in a lawful way, and it needs to be done in accordance with assuring that our border is safe, that it's protected, that we have an end to lawless immigration and MS-13 and the havoc that we've seen wreaked in this country. So he's for a measured response, and he's offered deals to Democrats previously that have been rejected. So Democrats really seem to be using the DACA recipients as pawns, and that is despicable. Emily.
Thank you, Kayleigh. Given that the campaign had attendees of the rally on Saturday sign a waiver to indemnify the campaign if they should get sick with the coronavirus, would the president consider starting or contributing to a fund for the sick or the bereaved if we see a spike in cases come out of the rally Saturday?
I think that's a hypothetical, and that's a speculative question.
Yes. Thank you, Kayleigh. Looking towards the election, we know that the Biden campaign is pushing back on adding any additional debates to this schedule. How many debates would the president be willing to participate in?
Yeah, so the president talked about this yesterday. The president is happy to debate when given the opportunity. Right now there are 3 debates, and he's happy with that, but certainly if others were proposed, he'd be willing to look at them, and he very much looks forward to those debates. One thing I would note, and I think it's just very important, especially as we go into the weekend and we begin to look at some of the news coverage out there, is that I would encourage all of you to cover the protest in the same way that you covered the rally goers. It's really quite something when you look at this extraordinary video by Media Research Center and Newsbusters, where you have multiple hosts on MSNBC, CNN, and CBS boasting about the, quote, massive crowd. I mean massive. Tens of thousands of people, thousands and thousands, up to 200,000 people, they exuberantly exclaim. But then they have grave concerns about the size of the Trump rallies. You have MSNBC contributors saying social justice over social distancing. But when the president looks to celebrate the accomplishments for minority and communities in this country, our rallies are derided as breeding grounds for coronavirus, while Lawrence O'Donnell celebrates arm-in-arm protests. So I really think that we should have internal consistency here in the way we cover large crowds. We should be guided by science, not cherry-picking science, as I see all too often on the airwaves, especially from CNN.
Stay safe. Happy Father's Day to all.
Thank you.
And healthy.
hour this Saturday, absolutely inexcusable, with 24 people shot on Saturday alone. And then in Democrat-run Seattle, we've seen the autonomous zone, otherwise known as CHOP, C-H-O-P. One person was shot and killed in this autonomous zone run by radical anarchists. And also, we saw another shooting there yesterday as well. And Democrat mayor of the city called CHOP, quote, the summer of love. But it has been nothing of the sort, clearly, with 2 individuals shot, 1 person shot and killed. It is the responsibility of governors to protect their states, to police their streets. The police power rests at the state level. And we expect mayors to step up and to do their job, and governors to step up and do their job in the mold of President Trump, who secured D.C. It will only hurt the vulnerable citizens of American cities the most. It's sad and it is shameful. And with that, I'll take questions. Yes.
Kayleigh, thank you. Has the president actually directed officials to slow down the rate of coronavirus testing?
No, he has not directed that. And in fact, I would note that first, we continue to test about 500,000 per day, about 500,000 people per day. $1.8 billion is invested in NIH to find new testing capabilities. Any suggestion that testing has been curtailed is not rooted in fact. And yeah, I would just note the extraordinary efforts of this administration. More than, at this point, 26.7 million tests, and we should be north of that.
When he said Saturday that he told his people to slow it down, what did he mean by that?
The president was trying to expose what the media oftentimes does, is they ignore the fact that the United States has more cases because we have more testing. We are leading the world in testing, and he was pointing that out, that it's a fact that the media readily ignores.
What he's saying that he told his people to slow down testing is not true?
It was a comment that he made in jest. It's a comment that he made in passing, specifically with regard to the media coverage, and pointing out the fact that the media never acknowledges that we have more cases, because when you test more people, you find more cases.
Is it appropriate to joke about coronavirus when 120,000 people have died?
He was not joking about coronavirus. I just said he was joking about the media and their failure to understand the fact that when you test more, you also find more cases.
Kayleigh, thanks so much. To follow up on that, has the president ever delayed the allocation of federal funding that's already been dedicated to national testing?
No, on the contrary, the president has led the way to make us the leading country in the world on testing. In fact, the FDA has authorized 144 tests under EUA's emergency use authorizations. These include 122 molecular tests, 21 antibody tests, 1 antigen test, and the president has led the way in making us the world's leader with regard to testing.
The administration sitting on about $14 billion of funds that have been approved but not yet allocated.
Well, I just mentioned the $1.8 billion at NIH that's there, and we're exploring new testing. We're leading the world in testing, and we will continue to do so.
I have a question of my own. Last July, President Trump declared himself the least racist person there is anywhere in the world. Why does he use racist phrases like the Kung flu?
The president doesn't. What the president does do is point to the fact that the origin of the virus is China. It's a fair thing to point out, as China tries to ridiculously rewrite history, ridiculously blame the coronavirus on American soldiers. This is what China's trying to do. And what President Trump is saying, no, China, I will label this virus for its place of origin.
That's what he's saying by using the racist phrase Kung flu?
He is linking it to its place of origin.
What does he have to say to Asian Americans who are deeply offended and worried that his use will lead to further attacks of discrimination?
So the president has said very clearly it's important that we totally protect our Asian community in the U.S. and all around the world. They're amazing people, and the spreading of the virus is not their fault in any way, shape, or form. They're working closely with us to get rid of it. We will prevail together. It's very important. So it's not a discussion about Asian Americans, who the president values and prizes as citizens of this great country. It is an indictment of China for letting this virus get here. And I would also point out that the media blames President Trump for using the terms China virus and Wuhan virus when they themselves have used these very terms. The New York Times called it the Chinese coronavirus, Reuters the Chinese virus, CNN the Chinese coronavirus on January 20th, Washington Post January 21st, Chinese coronavirus, and I have more than a dozen other examples.
Category, Kayleigh. Kung flu is extremely offensive to many people in the Asian American community. To be clear, are you saying the White House does not believe it is racist?
To be clear, I think the media is trying to play games with the terminology of this virus, where the focus should be on the fact that China let this out of their country. The same phrase that the media roundly now condemns has been used by the media. I can go more examples. Wuhan virus, CNN said on January 22nd, and we can go on and on and on. So while the media wants to focus on nomenclature, the president's going to focus on action. Yes.
Kayleigh, the President and the Attorney General over the weekend offered different explanations behind the firing of Jeffrey Berman, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Can you clarify now why Berman was dismissed and if it was at the President's request?
Well, I think that they were very much in sync this weekend, the Attorney General and the President, and here's what happened. The President held Mr. Clayton in very high regard, wanted to nominate him to this position in SDNY to keep him in the government as he returns to New York. Barr was working on a smooth transition, and when Berman chose to respond in the way that he did, he came to the President, and the President agreed and fired this individual, Mr. Berman, as Mr. Clayton now will, in time, get to that position.
Why was Mr. Berman being dismissed in the first place?
Because Mr. Clayton wanted to go back to New York City. We wanted to keep him in government, and therefore he was given the position at SDNY.
But why did the President, I have two questions, but why did the President say he wasn't involved in the firing of Jeff Berman when the Attorney General said the President was the one who fired him?
Because the Attorney General was taking the lead on this matter. He did come to the President and report to him when Mr. Berman decided not to leave, and at that point is when the President agreed with the decision of the Attorney General and to fire Mr. Berman and to promote Mr. Clayton.
So he was involved in it then?
He was involved in a sign-off capacity. He was not, AG Barr was leading the way, but in a sign-off capacity, yes, the President was.
So my second question on testing is, you said the President made that comment in jest about having people slow down the testing. The Vice President just said that it was made in passing. Pierre Navarro said it was tongue-in-cheek. But when the President himself was just asked by a reporter like an hour ago, he did not say that he was just joking when he said that he told officials to slow down the testing.
The President instead used that opportunity to extol the fact that we've done more than 25 million tests, that we're finding more people because we're doing more testing. And I would note that what the Vice President said and Peter Navarro, whether it's in jest, in passing, or tongue-in-cheek, those are all synonymous.
Well, why is that funny?
Justin.
And I just want to note, to follow up on BJ, you don't even have to answer this. The media has never called it the Kung flu. Calling it the Chinese coronavirus and calling it the Kung flu are very different things.
The media and your network specifically,
called it the Kung flu.
The media and your network specifically have repeatedly used the term China virus and Wuhan virus, and then gone on to deride the President as somehow using a term that they themselves have never used. So we can go through CNN's history. I'd be more than happy to go through CNN's history. On February 9th, you guys talked about the Wuhan coronavirus. On January 23rd, you guys talked about the Wuhan coronavirus. On January 22nd, the Wuhan virus. I can write it all out for you and detail it for you in an email.
Kayleigh,
Yes,
you've got
Justin.
to admit that. It is not the same thing as calling it the Kung flu.
I first want to just follow on what you're just talking about with Berman. So obviously the President made the decision to nominate Clayton for the job, and that led to the sort of kerfuffle that we saw over the weekend. But there's this decision to remove Berman from the post before Clayton was nominated, or before Clayton was either nominated or, more importantly, confirmed. And so I think the question is, why did you take the acting U.S. Attorney out of his job before there was a Senate-confirmed replacement?
Because there's an intent to put Clayton there, and so there will be an interim individual, an acting attorney, as we work to get Mr. Clayton in that position.
Yeah, but I guess the question is, why didn't he continue in his position until Clayton was confirmed?
Because we are hopeful that Clayton will be confirmed. We're not leaving him there. We're putting an interim person in place. No investigation will be affected by this, as was made clear by Attorney General Barr.
All right, then,
Yes,
sorry,
Steve.
I wanted to ask about the President over the weekend said that he didn't impose sanctions on China over the Uyghur internment camps because he was worried about his ability to negotiate the trade deal. But since the trade deal was signed in January, China, as you mentioned earlier, not only has acted in ways that you frustrated with on coronavirus, but the President has announced their behavior in Hong Kong, and they've failed to live up to many of the tenets of the trade deal itself.
at the same time, the president signed an executive order on international religious liberty. So I'm wondering when, if ever, is the president actually going to sanction Chinese officials under either the original legislation or the legislation he signed last week?
So I'll get an update for you on that, but what I will say so far is, and you noted this in your question, that he signed legislation to hold China accountable for the treatment, for their treatment of the Uyghurs and other minorities in China. But he also previously has imposed visa restrictions on Chinese officials for roles in China's treatment of Uyghurs and other minorities. He's blacklisted companies that were complicit in China's treatment. He has taken strong action, but I will get back to you on that. Yes, Steve.
Is the president happy with the size of the crowd in Tulsa?
The president was very pleased with the rally. I was with him, and I just have to say, these media reports that he was somehow furious on the plane, there is no grounding in fact to that. I was with him on Marine One on the way there, on Marine One after. He was very, very pleased with how the rally went, and the media reporting on this prompted me to go around and ask some of my colleagues if they saw something different. And I spoke with Dan Scavino, who was in the Beast with the president right after the rally, and said he was very energized, having been around the American people. So he's quite pleased with how the rally went. And even a political pundit wrote to him that it was one of the all-time great speeches they'd ever heard. We saw him expose his own humanity when he described the wonderful West Point story. The speech made his message so clear and compelling that no one could possibly have missed it, and it was so great to be out of the swamp and in the country. And those comments are how the president feels too.
And are you going to make any changes to these events, like have more outdoor events where people aren't clumped together, or what's been contemplated?
So on the note of future rallies, I'd refer you to the campaign. Yes.
Thanks so much, Kayleigh. I wanted to ask on the coronavirus, who is the most senior person at this time who is focused full-time on coronavirus with no other duties, simply coronavirus? Who would that person be, and what type of authority does this person have to spend U.S. resources?
So in the Trump administration, we're quite good at doing two things at once. We're expected to do many things at one time. The vice president is continuing to lead the task force. They meet regularly. Dr. Fauci is there. Dr. Birx is there. Dr. Redfield is there. They're regularly talking to governors. They had a governor's call today. The president is regularly briefed about the state of coronavirus and is regularly involved in decision making as we move forward.
Is there a specific person who is focused on this full time with no other duties?
A lot of people are focused on this full
time. The most senior person, who would
that
be?
Dr. Redfield, Dr. Birx, Dr. Fauci, all of our experts are involved. The vice president leads the task force each and every day, but we do many things at once in this administration, and we've done quite a good job with coronavirus. And it's we're pleased to see that it's a tragedy anytime a life is lost to coronavirus, but we are pleased to see that yesterday, for the first time, there were under 300 fatalities. So we are trending in the right direction. We're aware when there arises here and there, and those embers, we are equipped to go in, to handle, to put out, and to save as many lives as possible. And thanks to President Trump, could have lost 3 million lives, but we lost far fewer because President Trump took action early. Yes.
Kayleigh, two on Venezuela, but first I just wanted to follow up very quickly on Weisha's question and Caitlin's follow-up. Does the president regret using the term Kung Flu, regardless of the fact that media organizations, including my own, had early on described the virus as the Wuhan virus? That is a different thing than saying Kung Flu. Does the president regret using that term?
The president never regrets putting the onus back on China, pointing out that China is responsible for this, and in the process standing up for U.S. troops who are being blamed by China in a campaign of misinformation.
And on Venezuela, who does the president consider to be the legitimate leader of Venezuela? And is he still interested in any form in meeting with President Nicolás Maduro?
Yeah, I'm very glad you asked this question. The president tweeted today that unlike the radical left, I will always stand against socialism and with the people of Venezuela. My administration has always stood on the side of freedom and liberty and against the oppressive Maduro regime. Nothing has changed. He continues to recognize Juan Guaido as the leader of Venezuela.
Does he reject the characterization in John Bolton's book that he once said it would be cool to invade Venezuela?
John Bolton has completely discredited himself. Multiple senior administration officials are on the record exposing his lies, and even the media seems to have taken note of John Bolton and how ridiculous some of the things he said. The reviews that his book has gotten have been rightly right on in the media. The media has said that this book is exceedingly tedious and slightly unhinged, bloated with self-importance. That was the New York Times. The New Yorker said he takes an inflated view of himself and a willingness to blame others for just about everything. The Federalist talked about the numerous serious factual flaws which have been underlined as being false by Pompeo, Lighthizer, and others who have all come out and said that this book is full of mistruths about themselves and about others in this administration, and certainly about the president.
Does he claim that that was untrue then?
Yes.
Kayleigh,
Yes.
thank you very much. I wanted to go back to the SDNY and Berman. Was Jeffrey Berman fired because of investigations that he had overseen into President Trump's associates, including Rudy Giuliani and Michael Cohen? Was he fired because he had overseen those investigations?
No, he was not. And as I noted earlier, and AG Barr noted, this will not disrupt the cases being handled by the district, which will proceed as normal.
But is the president of the White House not at least concerned about the appearance of impropriety in the firing, given that those cases were being handled in his office?
The administration has very clearly outlined the reason that he is leaving, and it is because Mr. Clayton will be moved into that role. Morgan.
Thanks, Kayleigh. Is the White House concerned about the fact that coronavirus cases are now rising on a national basis after having plateaued, and does that require any new federal action?
I think it's a very important question you're asking, and what I would note is the fatality numbers. We're pleased to see that number coming down. I would also point out that Dr. Birx said to me that a higher number of these cases are less severe cases per positive than at the beginning of this pandemic, because what's happening is because of our extraordinary work with testing, we're able to identify cases in the community before they develop symptoms and are in a hospital. So instead of identifying cases in hospitals, we're identifying them in the community, which is a really good and positive development, and we are equipped to handle when we see these embers that have occurred. Yamish.
Hi, thanks, Kayleigh. I have two quick questions. The first is on the president has attacked the move to remove Confederate statues across the country. He said that it was an assault on, quote, our heritage. What does the White House and the president say to Americans who find it offensive to glorify people who owned other Americans, including enslaved African Americans?
So I would note on statues that what we're seeing across the country is really quite confusing, because you're seeing statues defaced, like Gandhi's statue defaced and Ulysses S. Grant's statues defaced, and abolitionist Matthias Baldwin's statue defaced. At the same time, we're being told that George Washington's statue needs to come down and Thomas Jefferson's statue needs to come down. Where do you draw the line, from Gandhi all the way to George Washington? And it seems the American people very much agree with the president on this, on not bringing down these statues. Less than a third of those polled, according to Morning Consult, think these statues should be taken down. 61% oppose it, according to Marist. 62% according to Marist. So I would point that out, and I would say that when people watch these statue defacements and the beheading of some of these statues like Christopher Columbus, where do you draw the line? Because apparently the line goes all the way to Gandhi.
So this week, yes. And then my second question is, going back to the issue of Kung Flu, I spoke to Kellyanne Conway in March. She said that it was highly offensive and wrong to use that term. Does the president agree with Kellyanne Conway, or is he now saying that that term is not highly offensive and wrong? Because again, that was Kellyanne Conway's own words saying Kung Flu is wrong.
The president does not believe it's offensive to note that this virus came from China, and to stand up for our U.S. military, who China is making an active effort to completely defame, and that is unacceptable to the president.
You're okay with, again, just to go back to what I said to Kellyanne, as I said to Kellyanne Conway, she said that it was wrong and offensive. Are you saying that she was wrong to say that?
Chanel.
Are you saying that she was wrong to say
On
that?
John Bolton and his book, if he goes unprosecuted, does the administration feel that this would set, or does it fear that this would set a precedent or embolden public servants to violate their oaths to this nation for political purposes?
Absolutely, that's a concern. Look, the information in John Bolton's book was classified information as confirmed by the most senior national security and intelligence officials. And look, you have NSA Director Nakasone saying that this could cause permanent loss of a valuable source, intelligence source, and damage to the U.S. intelligence system. DNI Radcliffe saying virtually the same. You have another government official saying the unauthorized disclosure of this information could reasonably be expected to enable foreign threat actors. This is the serious seriousness with which we look at this book and the NSC looks at this book as they scan it for classified information. There's real damage that can be done. And for what? For self-promotion and publicity of a failed NSA director.
On Venezuela also,
Yeah.
could I ask about Maduro and Guaido? Why has President Trump seemed to have lost confidence in Juan Guaido?
He has not lost confidence at all, and that tweet that I read to you very clearly says that the president put out this morning. We stand with the Venezuelan people in their fight for freedom, and I would also note how tough this president has been on Maduro by recognizing Juan Guaido, and when you compare that to the Obama-Biden administration, you had the former Vice President Joe Biden who actually met with the Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro and complimented his hair. According to Yahoo News, if I had your hair, I'd be president of the United States, the former vice president said. And also the Obama State Department helped stabilize the Maduro regime by blocking sanctions, according to a 2017 Miami Herald report. So when you compare the actions of this president, we've stood against socialism and on the side of freedom. And finally, one thing that I just want to point out that was handed to me, wow, a whopping 7.7 million total viewers tuned into Fox News to watch the rally on Saturday night. Big numbers. Thanks so much, guys. The DOJ has arrested over 100 anarchists for rioting and destruction of federal property. The DOJ has also charged 4 men in federal court for attempting to tear down the statue of Andrew Jackson in Lafayette Square. The FBI has over 200 open domestic terrorism investigations ongoing. AG Barr has created a task force on violent anti-government extremists led by the U.S. Attorney's Office in New Jersey and the U.S. Attorney's Office in northern Texas. With 200 Trump-appointed judges confirmed, the rule of law will be upheld. Democrats at all levels, federal, state, and local, have done nothing. Senate Democrats blocked bipartisan police reform. Minnesota's Democrat governor failed to urgently deploy the National Guard. It took President Trump for that to eventually happen, his suggestion and the ultimate descendants into chaos there in Minneapolis. 3 Democrat Minneapolis council members voted to abolish the police while they themselves were getting a private security detail. That's quite rich. Democrat mayor of Seattle called the CHOP zone, the autonomous zone, the summer of love. It is anything but that, with 1 dead, multiple shootings, and desperate pleas for help unanswered by business owners and others. 11 people were shot in 12 hours this weekend in the Democrat-run New York City, and 61 people were shot in Democrat-run Chicago, and 15 fatally killed. A Democrat state, a Democrat city. President Trump stands against defunding our brave police officers, caving to mob rule, and cancel culture which seeks to erase our history. Let's be clear. The rampant destruction of statues is not a part of any ideology, but this anarchy is aided by failed Democrat leadership. And as President Trump has tweeted, these statues, quote, are great works of art, but all represent our history and heritage, both the good and the bad. It is important for us to understand and remember, even in turbulent and difficult times, and to learn from them. So let's stand for law and order, for peace in our streets, and against anarchy. This is President Trump's vision for the future. And with that, I'll take questions.
Kristen.
Thank you, Kayleigh. I know you said that President Trump was never briefed on these reports about the Russian bounties and whatnot, but can you say that he was briefed today?
Look, I'll say this, that the U.S. receives thousands of reports a day on intelligence, and they are subject to strict scrutiny. While the White House does not routinely comment on alleged intelligence or internal deliberations, the CIA director, NSA, National Security Advisor, and the Chief of Staff can all confirm that neither the President nor the Vice President were briefed on the alleged Russian bounty intelligence.
But has he been since briefed, since all of these reports came out?
So let me back up and say this, that there is no consensus within the intelligence community on these allegations, and in effect, there are dissenting opinions from some in the intelligence community with regards to the veracity of what's being reported, and the veracity of the underlying allegations continue to be evaluated.
And one more question, if I could. Is he upset that this intelligence was reportedly shared with the British government, but not him?
I have no further comment on that other than to just point you back to the two assertions that I made previously. Kristen.
Thank you, Kayleigh. How could the president not be briefed on the Russia bounty story? Was he out of the loop by his own intelligence community?
No, as I noted, there was not a consensus among the intelligence community, and in fact, there were dissenting opinions within the intelligence community, and it would not be elevated to the president until it was verified.
President Trump tweeted overnight, "Intel just spoke to me." What specifically does that mean? Who spoke to him? Did that person, in fact, give the president a full briefing in that conversation?
So I have no further details on the president's private correspondence.
Tell us who's coming to the White House today and who's going to brief those lawmakers.
So what I can tell you about that is that last night the Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, called both Senator McConnell and Congressman Hoyer and said that he would be briefing 8 members from the committees of jurisdiction. So there was a bipartisan invitation extended, but no further details other than that.
Is that briefing going to happen today, Kayleigh?
Yes, it was ongoing at the time when I came out here, or at least it had started, I think, 30 minutes prior to me coming out here.
But they're going to come to the White House. I just want to be clear about what's happening. Members of Congress have come or coming to the White House?
Yes. Caitlin.
Okay, I have 2 questions. One, isn't it concerning that there was even a hint of credibility to this report that the Russians were offering to pay Taliban-linked militants to kill American troops, and the president was not told about it? Has the National Security Advisor or anyone explained why they didn't think it rose to the level that the commander-in-chief should find out about it?
So intelligence is verified before it reaches the President of the United States, and in this case it was not verified. I would note this though, when the president, there's no stronger advocate for our servicemen and women than President Trump. He never hesitates to act when there is a threat to our servicemen and women. For example, in Syria in 2018, when dozens of Russian mercenaries were killed in retaliatory defensive U.S.-led strikes. So when our adversaries have directly targeted U.S. or coalition partners, the president has not hesitated to act, but this was not briefed up to the president because it was not, in fact, verified.
So I understand it has to be verified, but not everything in his daily briefings or in the presidential daily brief that's the written document is airtight. They let the president know about what they are hearing. That's why it's intelligence. So why would that not have been something that rose to that level if, we're sharing it with other countries?
The National Security Council and the intelligence community constantly evaluate intelligence reports, and they brief the president as necessary.
Okay, so my other question is, if this does be borne out to where the president believes that it is true, what is he going to do to hold Russia accountable? And is he still going to invite Vladimir Putin to the G7, G8, whatever he's thinking of having in the fall?
I won't speculate on whether this intelligence is verified or not verified, and I won't get ahead of the president on further actions, but I would just point out that
officials are not disputing that this is not true.
There are dissenting opinions within the intelligence community, and I can confirm with you right now that there's no consensus within the intelligence community on these allegations. And further, I would just point out, I won't get ahead of the president on actions, but with regard to Russia, this president has been extremely strong on Russia, imposing sanctions on hundreds of Russian individuals, expelling dozens of diplomats, closing 2 Russian consulates, withdrawing from an INF treaty, and several other actions.
In the intelligence community.
I have no further notifications for you other than to tell you there's no consensus and there are dissenting opinions from some within the intelligence community.
You don't think this report is true?
I'm telling you this, that there's no consensus in the intelligence community and that the dissenting opinions from some in the intelligence community exist. Darlene.
Thank you, Kayleigh. I wanted to go back to the tweet the president tweeted yesterday and then removed. This morning you said that he didn't hear the phrase white power in the portion of the video, and that when it was signaled to him that that was there, he took the tweet down. So does the president retweet other people's tweets and videos without knowing the full contents of what he's retweeting?
No, he did not hear that particular phrase when he tweeted out the video. And
listen to the video before retweeting it?
He did, and he did not hear that particular phrase.
Also, given your opening, do you have any comment on Mississippi taking steps to remove the Confederate emblem from the state flag?
I would say that that's a decision for Mississippi to make, and it's commendable that they took this action in a lawful manner and took the appropriate steps rather than trying to tear down statues and monuments.
Thanks, Kayleigh. One follow-up on the Russia and then one on another issue. Does the president have a specific message for Moscow given these reports?
A specific message for Moscow? No, because he has not been briefed on the matter. As I noted, there's no consensus among the intelligence community, and there are, in fact, dissenting opinions.
All right. And on a separate issue, Jacksonville, Florida today apparently is issuing a mask order. That, of course, is where at least part of the RNC will be held later this summer. Has the president's thinking about wearing a mask changed at all, given that order and given the increased coronavirus cases in Texas, Florida, Arizona, and elsewhere?
So I talked to the president before coming out here. It's his choice to wear a mask. It's the personal choice of any individual as to whether to wear a mask or not. He encourages people to make whatever decision is best for their safety, but he did say to me he has no problem with masks and to do whatever your local jurisdiction requests of you. Yes.
Thanks, Kayleigh. There have been reports that some American service members actually were killed as a result of this Russian bounty. What information do you have on that?
Look, again, I'm pointing you back to the fact that there's no consensus within the intelligence community. And I would also note that for those of you that are always taking the New York Times at their word, they erroneously reported that the president was briefed on this. He was not briefed on this, and neither was the vice president. So before buying into full-fledged a narrative from the New York Times that falsely stated something about the president, that you would wait for the facts to come out. And note, once again, there's no consensus in the intel community, and in fact, there are dissenting opinions from some within it.
But
yeah. So you say that he wasn't briefed. Does that mean it wasn't in the PDB either?
He was not personally briefed on the matter. That is all I can share with you today, is that both the CIA director, the national security advisor, and the chief of staff can all confirm neither the president or the vice president was briefed.
Okay, I have a coronavirus question as well, please. Secretary Azar said that the window is closing. This is, cases are on the rise. This is a very serious time. Obviously, the vice president held a briefing on Friday. What is the president's message to the American people, and why aren't we seeing him publicly talk to the public, encourage them to do things to stay safe?
I would note that there was a whole coronavirus task force briefing on Friday where all of these questions that the American public had were addressed. We're encouraged to see that fatalities are coming down, that this Sunday, I believe, we had our lowest fatality rate since I believe it was March 22nd, so late March. What that signals to us is we're catching people in the communities. The people who are being infected tend to be those, as Vice President Pence has noted, half of those testing positive are under the age of 35. This means we're catching people in their communities. We're aware that there are embers that need to be put out, but these signs of decreasing fatality, increased and enhanced therapeutics that we've identified, 4 of them, dexamethasone, convalescent plasma, and remdesivir, and one other, that they are working. Remdesivir in particular reduces hospital time by 1/3. So these things make us uniquely equipped to handle the increase in cases that we've seen. Yes, Brian.
Kayleigh, there's a national conversation going on right now about the proper place of symbols of the Confederacy, statues, memorials, names, and the president has repeatedly inserted himself into this debate. And I think a lot of people are trying to understand what his view of memorializing the Confederacy is and the proper place of the Confederate flag. So a couple questions. One, does President Trump believe that it was a good thing that the South lost the Civil War? And then 2, is he interested in following NASCAR's example and banning the Confederate flag at his own events?
Well, your first question is absolutely absurd. He's proud of the United States of America. Second, with regard to our statues, Americans oppose tearing down our statues. There's a Harvard-Harris poll released just last week that shows 60% of respondents said the statues should remain, and 71% said local governments should block groups from physically destroying the statues. So he stands on the side of preserving our history.
The question was actually about the Confederate flag at his rallies. Is he interested in banning the Confederate flag at his rallies?
That would be a question for his campaign, but look, this president's focused on taking action, on fixing problems. It's why he had his executive order just a few weeks ago to keep our streets safe and secure. That's where his focus lies, and I think that those who are tearing down statues, they do appear to have no ideology when they're tearing down statues and defacing statues of Matthias Baldwin, an abolitionist, Hans Christian Hegg, who died fighting for the Union Army during the Civil War, a memorial for African American soldiers who fought in the Civil War was damaged in Boston, and a monument to fallen police officers was vandalized in Sacramento. This is unacceptable. It's why the president took strong action. It's why he has an executive order saying those tearing down statues will be punished to the fullest extent of the law. It's why 4 people will charge. He will not stand for lawlessness and chaos. He stands with the 71% of Americans who say there is no place for tearing down statues, as these anarchists are doing across the nation. Christian.
That it's okay to display the Confederate flag at his events?
Christian.
Yeah, thanks, Kayleigh. I got a couple. First off, the president's been talking about this big infrastructure push. I'm curious if we're ever going to get a look at the proposal that DOT has been working on. And then secondly, curious if you could give us a little info on how the Phase 4 negotiations are going. Do you get a sense that Congress is open to the back-to-work bonus that the president said he's in favor of?
I don't have any updates for you on Phase 4 or infrastructure, but the president has mentioned for the last 3 years he's very keen on Democrats coming to the table and working with us on infrastructure. He's keen on, in a Phase 4, seeing a payroll tax holiday, which helps low-wage workers and those who need it most. These are real, effective measures that could help the American people, but the onus is really on Democrats to come to the negotiating table.
Is there any indication that this is going to be different than infrastructure in February? I mean, that was roundly denounced by all the Democrats.
Yeah, I won't get ahead of the president or those negotiations. Stephen.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. First, about the statues. I covered pretty closely the Trump inauguration rioting trials, and those all ended in essentially jury nullification, and no one was convicted. And I was wondering if President Trump is concerned about the possibility that the same will happen with the people who were charged before for trying to topple the Jackson statue, particularly given his personal role helping apprehend suspects.
Look, that'll be a decision for the courts to make and for juries to make, but the president is very keen on seeing these actions brought to justice, because tearing down American monuments and defacing federal property and defacing the Lincoln Memorial are not things the American public want to see, as noted with that 71% poll.
Got it. And my second question is, over the weekend, President Trump retweeted a contrast of his presidency and President Obama's, and there was a chart of the different things that President Obama did and President Trump did, and one of the differences was President Obama approving the extrajudicial killings of Americans overseas. There was a little bit of confusion earlier in President Trump's presidency about his position on that. Are you able to clarify whether he opposes that?
Look, I would just say this. The president will always point to the difference between his record and that of President Obama, which is what he was getting at with his tweet. You had, on one hand, in the Obama-Biden presidency, the weakest economic recovery since World War II. With President Trump, we got to the hottest economy in modern history. With President Trump, you saw ISIS defeated. With Vice President Biden and President Obama, the so-called JV team of ISIS became the varsity team and overran 2 separate countries. So the president will always draw contrast with President Obama, and those are just 2 of the many, and he was drawing a contrast in that tweet.
Thanks, Kayleigh. I have 2 questions on COVID-19. First off, remdesivir, we found out today the pricing of it going forward for roughly a 5-day trial, $2,300 for government-backed programs, $3,100 in the commercial marketplace. Does the White House, does President Trump approve of that pricing, of that price point, considering there's been some criticism as to whether or not that's too high?
So Blake, that's a really good, important and substantive question that I think deserves a good answer to. And first, the wholesale acquisition costs, or the federal supply schedule, is about $3,200 for a course of remdesivir. But remdesivir is an inpatient drug done by infusion, and because it is an inpatient drug, the patient would be very unlikely to see the cost of the drug and to pay the cost of the drug, because the way that hospitals get reimbursed for inpatient drugs is that they are paid flat fees for admission. And as Secretary Azar explained to me, this means in layman terms that hospitals have to eat the cost of treatment used. But if they buy remdesivir for, let's say, $3,200, which is the wholesale acquisition cost, and that remdesivir drug saves that patient time in the hospital, they only spend a third of the time in the hospital as a patient without remdesivir. That would mean that the hospitals are actually profiting because they're getting the patient out early. So that basically all comes down to saying that the patient will not see that cost.
With the price point.
Right.
And then secondly, just picking up what Jeff had asked about masks. You said the president had no problem with masks and that individuals should do whatever their local jurisdiction requests. However, the HHS Secretary Alex Azar said this weekend, quote, "We've got to practice social distancing. We've got to use face coverings when we can't practice social distancing." So if individuals are going into an area and social distancing cannot be practiced, should they listen to the local jurisdiction in which face masks might not necessarily be mandated, or should they listen to the HHS secretary who says wear a face mask?
So the CDC guidelines they are recommended but not required, and the president would encourage everyone to follow the orders of their local jurisdiction and CDC guidelines. Todd.
Thank you. So one question follow-up and then a separate issue. I just want to be clear, there are congressional leaders who are being briefed on the Russia situation, but the president has still not been briefed on the situation?
Look, this has been asked and answered. The president is briefed on verified intelligence.
And how does he know, if he hasn't been briefed, how is he certain that Russia didn't put out these bounties?
The president is briefed on verified intelligence, and again, I would just point you back to the absolutely irresponsible decision of the New York Times to falsely report that he was briefed on something that he in fact was not briefed on. And I really think that it's time for the New York Times to step back and ask themselves why they've been wrong so often. The New York Times falsely claimed Paul Manafort asked for polling data to be passed along to Oleg Deripaska before having to issue a correction. In June of 2017, the New York Times falsely wrote all 17 intel agencies had agreed on Russian interference before having to issue a correction that it was only 4 agencies. In 2017, February of that year, New York Times published a story claiming Trump campaign aides had repeated contacts with Russian intelligence, which even James Comey has said was almost entirely wrong, New York Times. New York Times published a column in March of 2019 by a former Times executive editor that asserted the Trump campaign in Russia had an overarching deal that the quid of help in the campaign against Hillary for the quo of a new pro-Russian foreign policy. That's what we call the Russia hoax, which was investigated for 3 years with taxpayer dollars before ultimately getting an exoneration in the Mueller report. It is inexcusable, the failed Russia reporting of the New York Times, and I think it's time that the New York Times and also the Washington Post hand back their Pulitzers. Experiment by the radical left, and the results are in. Anarchy is anti-American. Law and order is essential. Peace in our streets will be secured. While the Democrat mayor of Seattle proclaimed that Chaz was to be, quote, the summer of love, in fact, it was not. And other failed Democrat politicians also remained passive or even silent in the face of anarchy. But while that happened, President Trump set the tone. Law and order must prevail to preserve peace in our streets. The president is not the Democrat governor of the state of Washington. The president is not the Democrat mayor of Seattle. But nevertheless, the president must lead by example and be prepared to act in the face of failed Democrat leadership, which is what we saw in Democrat Seattle and Democrat Wisconsin. President Trump has always stood on the side of law and order, and we are pleased to report that law and order has prevailed and Seattle has been liberated from the anarchist. In President Trump's America, autonomous zones will have no sanctuary. The BAZ, B-H-A-Z, which stood for the Black House Autonomous Zone across from the White House, was swiftly dismantled. 100 anarchists were arrested for rioting and destruction of federal property here in D.C. I believe that number is now above 300. 4 men have been charged in federal court for attempting to tear down the statue of Andrew Jackson in Lafayette Square, and there are 200 open domestic terrorism investigations. You contrast the president's vision of law and order to that of the failed Chaz experiment and anarchy. And here's what you find in the failed Democrat experiment that took place out in Seattle. The Seattle Times said the shooting at Seattle's CHOP protest tragically killed a 16-year-old boy, leaving a 14-year-old seriously injured. That's what happens in an autonomous zone. The police chief, Carmen Best, who did a marvelous job winding down the CHOP zone, noted that CHOP has become lawless and brutal and enough is enough, and she took action. According to reports, quote, police also investigated several vehicles circling the CHOP zone with people inside carrying firearms and wearing body armor. This was no, quote, summer of love, as the Democrat mayor in Seattle said. And President Trump compelled action. He has said, take back your city now. If you don't do it, I will. He has said this is not a game. These ugly anarchists must be stopped immediately, move fast. And finally, the Democrat mayor in Seattle, who was long delayed, finally gave the order to dismantle the Chaz, and it was an admission. It was an admission that President Trump's vision is right, that anarchy is wrong, and that law and order bring peace. And with that, I'll take questions. Kristen.
Thank you so much. National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien said that the intelligence about the alleged Russia plot was being taken so seriously that U.S. allies were alerted and that it could impact military tactics. So how is that a hoax?
Well, as I mentioned yesterday, what happens when any intelligence comes in unverified, if there is any way that it could affect American troops or allies, it is immediately communicated on the ground to ensure that troops and commanders and generals can make the best decisions, tactically speaking. So that's the way it's done. But what I would say is at the same time, until there's a strategic decision for the president to make, until it is verified, it is not briefed up to the president of the United States. That's how intelligence works.
Is he angry or frustrated or upset about the fact that he was not in the loop on this when members of Congress were briefed and U.S. allies were briefed?
No, the president believes that and has great faith in Ambassador O'Brien and the others who made the decision that this shouldn't be risen to his desk. It was a career CIA officer with more than 30 years tenure who made the decision not to brief it up, and the National Security Advisor agreed with that decision. She's an excellent officer and does great work, and made the decision not to brief it up. It was the right decision to make, and at this moment as I speak to you, it is still unverified.
And Kayleigh, just to follow very quickly, I've heard you and Robert O'Brien and others express real outrage about the leaks. Is there outrage about what the intelligence community is investigating, which is the possibility of these Russian bounties targeting U.S. troops?
Make no mistake that this administration has acted tough on Russia, always makes the decision that's in the best interest of protecting our troops, like killing General Soleimani, who killed 600 American troops, maimed thousands others, and al-Baghdadi. We always act in the best interest of our troops, but this is unverified still at this very moment. John.
Kayleigh, why is the president calling Black Lives Matter a symbol of hate?
Well, what the president was noting is that that symbol, when you look at some of the things that have been chanted by Black Lives Matter, like pigs in a blanket, fry 'em like bacon, that's not an acceptable phrase to paint on our streets. Look, he agrees that all Black Lives Matter, including that of Officer David Dorn, Patrick Underwood, 2 officers whose lives were tragically taken amid these riots. All Black lives do matter. He agrees with that sentiment. But what he doesn't agree with is an organization that chants pigs in a blanket, fry 'em like bacon about our police officers, our valiant heroes who are out on the street protecting us each and every day.
Americans of all races have protested in all 50 states around that phrase, Black Lives Matter, and the president is here calling it a symbol of hate?
He's talking about the organization. I would note to you that the Greater New York BLM president has said if this country doesn't give us what we want, that we will burn down the system, and I could be speaking literally. I'd call that a pretty hateful statement.
But Kayleigh,
yes,
he's not
Ben.
talking about the organization in his tweet. He says
Yes,
the words.
Ben.
He says the words.
Which,
Black Lives Matter.
what's the name of the organization again?
Black Lives Matter.
There you go. You
That-
just
those are
answered
the-
my
those are
question.
the words that
Go
are
ahead,
being
Ben.
Question on coronavirus. Earlier today, the president said, I think that at some point that's going to sort of just disappear, I hope. Is hoping that it will disappear the president's strategy at this point?
No, the president's confident that it'll disappear. He's confident that he's put together a revolutionary, first-class team that is going to break through bureaucracy and get us a vaccine. He's confident that that will lead us to a place where we won't have COVID on our hands. And in fact, there was very pleasing news today from Pfizer and BioNTech that showed positive results for their vaccines.
Dr. Fauci says that we're heading toward 100,000 cases per day. But so why does the president have evidence that it would just disappear?
Well,
he distinguished between a vaccine and it just disappearing.
One thing I would note with regard to cases, we're aware that there are embers in the country. We're aware that there are places with rising cases, and that's why Dr. Birx is on the ground and others. We're continually assessing that. But one thing I would note is just that when you do test more people, you do identify more cases, and that is rapidly ongoing. We're testing more than 500,000 a day. To give you an example, on April 6th, really the height of the pandemic, we were doing 151,525 tests. One day, Thursday is the number that I have here. We conducted 637,587 tests. So when you have more than a 5-fold increase in tests, you have a greater identification of cases.
Do you consider what's happening in Florida, in Texas, Arizona as embers?
I would say that we see rising cases, we see embers around the country. We always knew that would come with reopening, but those who are identifying as positive cases do tend to be younger individuals, as the Vice President noted, and I think the increase in testing is part of the contribution to what we're seeing. Yes?
Today, Mayor Bowser said her office is communicating with the Department of Interior about the 4th of July celebration, and it's not, in her mind, in keeping with CDC guidelines, as well as DC Department of Health guidelines. The White House has said over and over again we should look to our local authorities for how we should act. Should the administration be following the local guidelines in this?
The president has said that we should follow our local authorities with masks, so that's the decision that he encourages people to follow those authorities. The CDC guidelines, I'd also note, say recommended but not required, and we are very much looking forward to the 4th of July celebration. Yes.
Are you preparing some options for the president to consider for retaliation against Russia should this intelligence prove to be true?
And I won't get ahead of the president on action. I also won't get ahead of the intelligence, which at this moment is unverified.
Does the president want this intelligence to be corroborated or not? Or what has he told his advisors on this front?
The president, it's unverified, it's being assessed, it's going through the same process normal intelligence would go through, but what's unfortunate is we're having this discussion because of the New York Times deciding to run with this and erroneous information about the president being briefed, which was not true, and the erroneous information that there was a conclusion when in fact there was not a conclusion. Jen?
Yeah, Kayleigh, can you confirm that the CIA director and the NSA director will brief the Congressional Gang of 8 tomorrow about the Russia bounties?
Yes, that is the plan.
Two of them, anyone else that will be briefing the Gang of 8?
I'm not entirely sure who else will be in that briefing.
Does the president generally have confidence in the intelligence community's findings and conclusions about Russia?
Yes, he does have confidence, and he's many times acted on verified intelligence, and there's times he's decided that it's in our strategic interest not to act. I'd give you the example of Soleimani and al-Baghdadi, and then the example of Iran shooting down when Iran engaged in actions and the president said it's not time to engage because shooting down an entity is not the same as losing loss of civilian lives. Yes.
Thank you, Kayleigh.
Shooting down a drone, excuse me. Yes.
The president has come under criticism this week for statements that he has made that his detractors say are dog whistles to a certain segment of his base that he is trying to gin up for re-election. Those include comments like Kung Flu, our heritage, while talking about Confederate statues. And most recently, they include the video that I know you discussed in here the other day, but the video of a supporter of his using the term white power. So why hasn't the president denounced that video and called that a hateful statement?
The president took down that video. That deletion speaks strongly. And what I would note, the president has repeatedly condemned hate. August of 2019, in one voice, our nation must condemn racism, bigotry, and white supremacy. These sinister ideologies must be defeated. Hate has no place in America. In April 2019, we have no tolerance for those who disrupt this peace, and we condemn all hate and violence, especially in our places of worship. August 2018, I condemn all types of racism. He's repeatedly done this.
that specific video and said that that is hateful language that was used in it.
He deleted it. The deletion speaks for itself. His repeated condemnations of hate speak for themselves. And this is a president who's repeatedly condemned hate and repeatedly encouraged for us all to come together. Yes.
Thank you, Kayleigh. Did the president meet today with Senate Republican Leader McConnell about the future recovery aid package? And is there any sort of agreement on additional unemployment insurance or stimulus payments?
Yeah, so I have no announcements with regard to his meetings, but what I would say is he did mention that in a phase 4, he would be open to direct payments on the point of unemployment insurance. One thing that he's concerned about is he does not want to see an incentive not to work, and enhanced unemployment benefits that Senator Schumer has suggested would be an incentive for people not to get back to work, and he wants to encourage people to get back to work. And at the same time, he's mentioned a payroll tax holiday, a big one for our workers that helps those who are on the lowest end of the payroll, would help the Americans who need it most. So those are some things he's talked about for phase 4. Yes.
You used the word embers to describe the coronavirus, but yesterday another all-time record of 47,000 cases and 4 times this week a new record. Why do you use the word embers when many people would say it's more like a wildfire?
So I use the word embers because that is what the president has acknowledged that would happen around the country. You would see spikes across the country. He said at times you would see a fire across the country, embers, fires. But at the same time, I would note the increase in cases, or the increase in testing, 6-fold increase in testing. You identify more cases. I'd also note that Secretary Azar said that we've seen nationwide that fatalities at a 2-month low. So this is a different situation when those who are testing positive are younger. We have increased tests. We're aware where there are surges. That's why Dr. Birx is on the ground. But we believe we are equipped to handle what we see on the horizon.
Has the president made a conscious decision to talk less about the virus? I think in his town hall with Sean Hannity, someone measured it was only 3 minutes that he discussed it. He tweets about it far less often than he used to.
The president is not focused on talking, he's focused on action, and his administration has taken historic action with regard to the coronavirus. We have an excess amount of PPE, surge, we have a huge amount of ventilators in the stockpile, things that could never be done, we were told, have been done under this administration, testing more than 600,000 a day. This president has done a historic job with regard to the coronavirus. Lilith.
Thank you. President yesterday tweeted that he's angry against China. There's anger against China in India also. So India has banned 59 apps from China, including TikTok. How does the president knows about it, and what are his views on this?
So with regard to India and China, we're closely monitoring the situation. He is as well. Both India and China have expressed a desire to de-escalate, and we support a peaceful resolution of the current situation. And he said that China's aggressive stance along the India-China border fits with a larger pattern of Chinese aggression in other parts of the world, and these actions only confirm the true nature of the Chinese Communist Party.
TikTok, India banning the TikTok app.
No announcements on that. I would just point you to what Secretary Pompeo said earlier. Yeah. Yes.
When can we expect the president to weigh in on Israel's plan to annex parts of the West Bank and the Jordan Valley? And how much does this delay perhaps have to do with the concern about setting evangelicals here in the United States, who, of course, are a really important part of the president's base in the election effort?
Yeah, so I've not spoken to him about that specific issue, but he's a great supporter of Israel, and I would just leave it at that.
But that there could be something this week, so I'm just wondering what the delay is, and maybe you could weigh in on, there are concerns this could be the final nail in the coffin on a Palestinian state. Like, what is the president thinking about that?
So no announcements on that front, and I won't get ahead of him on anything that would happen this week or beyond. Yes.
The president has said in this room that he wants to meet the Taliban leadership. Now that world leaders are coming here again, is that on the cards? Is that going to happen soon? Is there a timetable?
So again, I won't get ahead of the president on that. What the president wants is to see our troops come home from Afghanistan. He has been on the record being against keeping a sustained presence in Afghanistan. He does not believe in foreign adventurism and wars that drag on. He believes the ultimate way to secure our troops is to bring them home.
Have the reports of the Russian bounties to Taliban fighters affected that calculus?
That's unverified intelligence that's currently being assessed. Yamiche?
Hi, thanks, Kayleigh. The first question I have, two questions. The first is, on Monday, the president went after stripping racist names on buildings. On Tuesday, he went after a rule to combat racial segregation. And then today, he said that he described the words Black Lives Matter as a symbol of hate. Why is he digging in on race in this way?
So first, I mean, if you're saying that the fact that he does not want to rename our bases, if you're considering that racist, then apparently 56% of America is as well, because 56% of America is against changing the name of U.S. military bases. He believes that our young men and women who left these bases overseas, many of whom lost their lives, and the last thing they saw was being on one of these military bases, that they should not be told that the base that they trained in, the last place they saw on American soil, was a racist institution, and that's a proposition the vast majority of America agrees with.
Including him saying that the words Black Lives Matter, as you've noted, has been chanted in 50 states. Why is he saying that that's a symbol of hate, on top of all the other things that he's done, just this week alone in terms of race?
Well, is pigs in a blanket frying like bacon racist? I mean, is that hateful? That is a hateful thing to say, I would argue. I would think the vast majority of America would agree with that too. I think the vast majority of America would think it's hateful to say that we will burn down the system, and I could be speaking literally. I think the vast majority of America would agree with him yet again that holding up a severed pig's head is unacceptable.
You're not going to engage on that. I have a second question.
I did engage on that.
The second question I have
engaged
is,
on that, Yamiche, and I said we agree. All Black Lives Matter with that sentiment, but we will not stand with an organization that exhibits that kind of hate against our police officers.
what does the president have to say to military service, the families of service members who are really afraid that their loved ones might have been killed in connection to this Russia bounty? There are families already saying, we want the United States and federal government to call us and settle us up. Kristen had an interview with a father saying that just this week. What is this president's message to the military families in this country?
So that it's unverified intelligence. It's continually being assessed, and the Department of Defense has said they do not know of any Americans that have been killed in relation to this unverified intelligence that's currently being assessed.
Yes, Janelle? Thank you, Kayleigh. The president has stated in past that he will not tolerate defunding police, and he said this multiple times. Considering that many Democrat-led cities have now done so, including New York City as of this morning, what does not tolerating this move look like from the president's vantage at this time?
Yeah, I mean, speaking out fervently against it, and what it means is, this executive order gives additional funding to police departments if they meet certain standards. We want safe policing. We want to make sure that police officers are trained to de-escalate. That's why there is this supplementary funding in the EO that incentivizes and rewards police departments that train their officers in de-escalation, that get rid of chokeholds except when there's an incident of lethal force. But look, he stands firmly with America yet again on this, with 64% of opposing defunding the police. That's a huge number. 57%, according to another HuffPo YouGov poll, stand against it. And look, where America stands is here, where we're at a place where 64% of the nation are concerned that the growing criticism of America's police will lead to a shortage of police officers. That will harm all Americans. It's an untenable principle, and it's unacceptable when you have people like Representative Ocasio-Cortez really suggesting where the Democrat Party stands today, because taking $1 billion away from NYPD police officers wasn't enough for her. She wants to take it all away. She doesn't want police officers, and that's a really unacceptable proposition.
The USMCA also, it takes effect at midnight. What immediate changes is the White House hoping to see immediately starting tomorrow? And then are there any elements of the USMCA that may be hindered because of COVID-19?
Now, the USMCA, today, that goes into effect. It's a huge deal. For years, for decades, NAFTA wreaked havoc on American society, closing our factories, hemorrhaging American manufacturing jobs. And the USMCA is a massive win. It will create 176,000 jobs, add $68 billion to the U.S. economy. 28,000 manufacturing jobs are expected to be added, and agricultural and food exports will increase by $2.2 billion, a big win for our farmers. So we expect to see that start to take effect. It's a big deal, and it's a reversal of decades of failed U.S. policy with the USMCA, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, horrible trade deals that betrayed America's workers. Under President Trump, the forgotten man and woman is forgotten no longer. Thank you, guys.
already 30,000.